dominating Hollywood starting with Scarlett. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. A plan in mind. The scenes in the room were quickly finished, and the crew moved to a crossroads in the Bronx the next day. Because they had to complete the street concert scenes here, CAA had already discussed with the New York City government to close the road. So after arriving at the crossroads, Tang called a few people to lift his director's position into the air with a jib, and took the loudspeaker to direct them one by one. Props team, the vehicles must be placed in order. Move the yellow cart to the side, it will block the crowd's route. Art, prepare the spray, use blue and green for the left crowd, and red and yellow for the right crowd. Don't crowd. Lighting, stop your action and step back. That's right, this is the position. Give me a concert stage light. When the helicopter appears later, Avril, jump onto the roof of the car again, and the landing point will be that pothole. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Check all safety measures for me 3 times. Have the extras trained? Jose, I will use ABCD to distinguish the 4 directions, don't make mistakes. This scene will not only have wire suspension, but also some scenes combined with post-production special effects. The special effects company Tang found already had people on site to help the crew set up the scene. Because the special effects were mainly centered around Avril, she was very busy now. In addition, there were a lot of extras on the scene. Fortunately, everyone was very professional, and even the extras were able to perform their performances peacefully. Of course, Jose's training and Tang's guidance were indispensable. However, while the crew was busy in full swing, there were also many onlookers outside. Some women who had just finished shopping were watching this rare big scene and chatting about family matters. One of the women with long hair and glasses couldn't help but blink when she saw Tang, then took off her glasses, wiped them, and put them back on her face. "Fanny, what are you doing?" the round-faced woman with shopping bags next to her asked when she saw this. "Look, Kigali, my eyes are blurry. Is that the eldest son of the Norton family?" Kigali frowned, stood on tiptoe and looked at the figure holding the loudspeaker in the air from a distance, and then said in a surprised tone, "Really, it seems to be him. What's his name?" "Tang. Tangda. I remember that I asked about her son last time I went to Carmela's house. She said he was just a photographer." Fanny was a little bit unbelievable. This was completely different from the job of a photographer in her impression. This was obviously a director, and a big director who managed a lot of people. "I didn't expect that their family was really well hidden, Fanny. It seems that I have to invite Mrs. Carmela to go shopping next time." Kigali picked up her earrings. Although the workmanship seemed a bit cheap, it didn't stop it from being gold. "Yes, it seems that the Beautiful Women's Association is also going to let Carmela join. To be honest, I thought their family was very poor. They couldn't even pay the fees when they first arrived in our community. Every community in America has its own small organization, especially various gatherings organized by women. Often only recognized families are eligible to participate. And the so-called qualifications are naturally based on the status and income of the men in the family. This is America, Fanny. The poor families may make a comeback one day. Look at this handsome face. I want to introduce my daughter to him. Oh my God, there is also a flying man's role. It must be a big production." Hearing this, Fanny also raised her eyebrows. "You are right, maybe I should let my daughter go to Carmela's place more often." Kigali frowned and looked at Fanny. "I remember your daughter is only 16 this year. So what, isn't it just right to get to know each other and cultivate feelings?" The two confronted each other, staring at each other unwillingly, and then humphed and turned away at the same time. As for the crew, Tang had already picked up the microphone. After scanning the area and finding no problems, he shouted, "Get ready to shoot." Greta, who heard the order, pointed the board at the camera and shouted, "Scene 65, action." Pop. The crowd, smoke, and passionate music formed a lively scene at the crossroads. Following Jose's instructions, the extras surrounded the stage made of vehicles, cheering and raising the spray in their hands, letting various colors float in the air, like miniature fireworks. Avril and the male actor stood on the vehicle, playing the guitar and singing. When they sang to the climax, Tang held the jib below and steadily controlled the camera to pass through the center of the crowd, over their heads, and then let the camera fall on the faces of the two people to record the passionate expressions. This set of procedures is fast, sharp, and extremely accurate. Seeing this, Greta and Jose next to them exclaimed in their hearts, "You know, this kind of shot generally needs to be shot several times in a row before you can find the right position. Often, even the most stable railcar shots have to be repeated several times, but Tang completely overturned this fact. He just used his eyes to locate the most suitable route, and he succeeded in one go. When several people gathered around the monitor to watch the playback, they couldn't help but praise it again and again. So stable, Tang, you are simply an iron hand." "That's right, director, look at this shot, the arc is so big but it doesn't shake at all, it's so beautiful. I have been through many crews, but I have never seen such a great camera technique." Tang clapped his hands to stop the many flattering voices. "Shut up, shoot again, there is an extra in the wrong position here, blocking the camera a little." "Okay, director." Everyone nodded in unison and continued to work. Although in their opinion, the extra didn't delay anything, but Tang was a perfectionist, everyone knew it. Soon, the crossroads scene was also shot to the end. Because the road was closed for a limited time, Tang and his team could not delay even a little bit. And the scene was even more difficult. With a limited budget, Tang could only shoot twice. If they made mistakes both times, they would become passive. Therefore, Tang tightened the spring again, but this time he tightened the spring of the entire crew. "Hurry up, don't dawdle, there is still one firework missing at point B3. Glass. I've said it twice. If you don't take it off, I'll smash it with your head. SHXT, retract your head and hide behind the wall. Don't move like a turtle. Start the drill now." Raise the fireworks immediately after hearing the command. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sky had not yet entered the blue hour and was still bright, the extras watching on the ground and the passers-by on the street suddenly saw a grand and unique fireworks show. Bang, bang, bang. A series of fireworks sprayed out from the windows of the buildings on both sides of the intersection, accompanied by rich-colored smoke, as if the entire building had turned into a huge firework box to blast the whole world. The smoke drifted in the air, and the sky of the whole street suddenly became magical. Everyone opened their mouths and exclaimed, "Wow!" For a moment, everyone started discussing. "This is so cool. I didn't expect to see fireworks blooming like this, what a cool idea. Wow, I can't wait to see the finished film. Yeah, I heard that this is a music video, and the singer is Avril. Then I will definitely go to support it, just for this shot." "Yes, me too." Passers-by on the street were also amazed. "What kind of event is this? Why is the whole building spraying fireworks? It seems like they are shooting a music video, so beautiful. Are they really not shooting a movie? It's so spectacular. Oh my god." At this time, a reporter passing by in the crowd raised his camera and quickly recorded the colorful mist and fireworks in the sky. Click, click, make way. He felt that this would be a good news report, so he kept shooting, not intending to miss any details. At the same time, Tang finished watching the monitor in a serious atmosphere. He pointed his finger. "It's slowed down here by half a second, and it's a little faster here. And the smoke here is not thick enough. I want to cover the whole street with smoke. And Avril, you should stand at this landing point, don't stand in the wrong position." Avril nodded. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry, remember, and then change, it's that simple, you two." Tang's serious eyes swept over everyone. "We only have one last chance, remember your position, go. Go. Go." Time soon came to 6 o'clock. When the sun burned out its last glory at the edge of the world, New York entered the time ruled by the moon. And Tang also successfully completed the shooting. After telling Carl to keep an eye on the field attendant, he returned to his neighborhood. Avril wanted to go to the bar with him for a drink, but unfortunately her agent came to call her away because they received an invitation to a music festival and had to take a plane to Chicago tonight. As a last resort, Avril could only kiss Tang passionately in the makeup car for 10 minutes. After the agent urged her several times, she left reluctantly. When Tang walked to the door of his house, he suddenly heard bursts of laughter coming from the living room, as if someone was visiting. Tang didn't want to spend energy dealing with these guests, so he sat in the second-hand car that Tom sent back and used his mobile phone to send messages to Avril and Scarlett. When the car was sent back, Tang especially checked it. There was nothing messy. It was even cleaner than when he lent it out, and the tank was full. It must be said that Tang liked dealing with people like Tom. It was effortless. Just like Jimmy, although he was a bit talkative and lustful, he never had to worry about being perfunctory when he was entrusted with things. He had basically found out the situation in the past 2 days. Lilina was indeed the first person to receive the call. The reason was also very simple, because she had printed some business cards containing personal information and addresses. They were all over the family and company. Maybe someone picked them up. And her family was also very easy to investigate. Her parents were ordinary workers and had lived in the community for decades. As long as the neighbors mentioned it, they would immediately know the situation of her family. The reason why the consulting company could call her accurately was because she habitually introduced her name first. So as long as they made a few more calls, they would always run into Lilina. But the consulting company didn't expect that just a simple test call would make Lilina go to Tang and report it. After all, in the past, when they met such a girl, they would agree after hesitation, and then secretly make a little money without telling the company. Unfortunately, they misjudged supreme creativity, or they didn't expect that Tang also had a company called Angel Declaration. But Tang knew that this was just luck. As long as the consulting company continued to investigate, they would find Angel Declaration sooner or later. But he didn't want to hide anything, it was just a coincidence. So how to use this short information gap window to fish out the company behind it? Tang snapped his fingers from time to time, and many ideas flashed through his mind. Finally, he paused his thoughts after thinking about the Heinz Group. Henry. It's a good idea. Tang stopped his fingers and smiled. It was obvious that he had a suitable solution in his mind. Chapter 77 Single Release. Tang stayed in the car for an hour. After talking to Henry and Jimmy on the phone, he saw the door of his house open and several women with their daughters walked out. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because these women were all neighbors. They had visited him when he moved here before. But when they learned that his family's financial situation was not good, Tang never saw them again. Unexpectedly, they appeared in his living room together today. He walked into the house after the group of people left. The two younger brothers were not in the living room. They should be playing in their own rooms. Carmela was tidying up the messy desk. When she saw Tang coming back, she immediately smiled and said, "Oh. My great director came back so late today. I saw a lot of neighbors coming. Did something happen?" Tang changed into slippers and sat on the sofa. "No, they just saw you at the intersection." Carmela teased, "They also brought their children here, you know, maybe you can try to find out." Tang spread his hands helplessly and said, "Please, Carmela, you know me, I don't lack women at all. It's just that I've been unlucky recently and can't eat meat." Yes, I know you don't lack women, so I helped you refuse them." Carmela threw the garbage into the bag, and the sound of rustling sounded immediately. "That's good, but we will soon move to a new community. If someone comes, please help me refuse them. He is not used to eating grass in his own yard, nor is he used to being constrained, so he has no idea of getting married. This state is just right in Hollywood." "No problem." And Carmela also knows her son, and she agreed directly. The next day, Carl found Tang in the restaurant, along with the assistant director Jose. "What's wrong? You look quite happy." Tang looked at the two of them in a puzzled manner, not knowing what they were excited about. After Carl sat down, he immediately took out a newspaper. "Look, Tang, the New York Times reported RMV." "The New York Times?" Tang shook his chin, picked up the newspaper and opened it, and a headline caught his eye. "Grand concert in the middle of the street. Creative fireworks that shock the eyes." After reading the headline, he looked at the text below. The reporter started by describing the colorful mist he witnessed with his own eyes and expressed his surprise. After taking the photos, he interviewed the extras and staff in the crew, and once again expressed his surprise when he learned that this was not a movie, but a MV. "As far as I can remember, there has never been a MV so out of line. Sorry, I have to use this word to describe it. Because the director chose to block an intersection and rent 2 buildings to realize his creativity, which is undoubtedly a very extravagant behavior. But I can't help but be curious, what kind of song can match such a picture? As far as I know, this song was written by Avril Lavigne, the female singer who topped the Billboard chart a month ago. The MV was directed by Tang Li, who had previously directed her first MV. I tried to find out more information about this song, but unfortunately, perhaps we can only get a glimpse of it after the song is released." "Great report." Tangda nodded and smiled after reading it. This is very conducive to the release of Avril's new song. Yes, that's it. Carl's eyebrows were squeezed upwards, and the wrinkles on his forehead were piled up, just like Mr. Bean. Seeing this, Tangda could only sigh. Is this the talent of the British? Jose also smiled and said, yesterday when we were shooting, this reporter rushed over to interview you, but you were busy with the aftermath of the fireworks at that time, so I simply said a few words to him, but I didn't expect it to be published in the newspaper. You did the right thing, Jose. If there is such an interview in the future, please help me turn it down. Tangda didn't like to face reporters on the set, because when he was creating, he hated being disturbed by others the most. But Tangda, there is one more thing. Carl hesitated for a while after saying the good thing, and then said, Eminem's new song was released a few days ago. It should have a very enthusiastic response. Although Tangda and Joseph didn't say that they wanted to compete, there were a lot of discussions within the company. After all, Tangda was the most promising new director star that Edinson had snatched from Brady, and everyone would actually compare him with Joseph in private. Especially Tangda was still a tyrant on the set, and some of the guys who were dissatisfied with him after being scolded by him took the opportunity to spread bad words about Tangda in other crews. Tangda did not take the initiative to understand these words, but Mike had mentioned such things to him before, and hoped that he could take care of other people's feelings and be gentle. Unfortunately, Tangda would not compromise on the work, so the two of them had to part ways unhappily after the talk. Carl did not persuade Tangda, he just briefly told Tangda about the current situation. Eminem's new song has been released for 3 days. Because it happened to be the update day of the Billboard, his single was directly listed and locked in the top 5. Judging from the momentum, even if it is the first, it is just a matter of time. In addition, this song has received many good reviews in music magazines. Among them, the complaints about various weird things in the music industry have made many people in the circle boil. Everyone is saying that Eminem has returned as a king, and this song will slaughter the entire music industry and become the well-deserved rap top 1. The MV shot by Joseph was also praised in the heated discussion. The American comic style and the celebrity spoof pictures made it become the Bible in the niche circle as soon as it was released. Many fans regard it as the annual MV, and even many magazines' music critics say so. But Carl felt anxious and uneasy when he saw this statement. He was a little worried whether the MV shot by Tangda for Avril could surpass Joseph and become the well-deserved MV of the year. In fact, as the date of the MTV Video Music Awards approaches, many magazines have been analyzing who will win the annual MTV Awards this year. Originally, 2 MVs shot by Tangda were within the scope of speculation. But with the release of Eminem's new song, everyone immediately unified their opinions and regarded this song Without Me as the first, which also led to a decrease in discussions about other MVs. Carlton felt the pressure doubled. When he met other colleagues on weekdays, he felt that their eyes seemed to contain suspicion, as if he wanted to rely on Tangda to turn things around, and compared with Brady's most core agent, Noston, it was simply overestimating his own abilities. However, after learning about this series of news, Tangda simply nodded and said as if he didn't care at all. Tangda, aren't you worried? Carl couldn't help but put down his knife and fork and asked. Jose also looked at him curiously. Tangda raised his eyebrows. Why should I worry? It's Joseph's MV. What if they win the MTV Awards? Tangda frowned. Why should I worry about something that won't happen? It won't happen. Carl and Jose were stunned, and immediately felt the unparalleled self-confidence in these words. Of course, you two followed me from beginning to end. Don't you know what we are creating? Although I admit that his style is interesting, it is just interesting. Tangda stuffed the steak into his mouth. But our MV is not just interesting, isn't it? Yes, you are right, Tang. Jose nodded in agreement. Our creativity is more awesome, there is no doubt about it. Carl was also infected by this emotion, and the uneasiness in his heart was immediately dissipated. He picked up the glass and said to the two, it's a pity that there is no wine. I hope we win a big victory. Big victory. A week passed quickly, and when the Billboard was updated, Eminem's new song immediately jumped to the first place. All the music stores played his rap, and even the dogs passing by could shout a few times to the rhythm. It was in this atmosphere dominated by rap that Avril's new song SK8 Boy was officially released. Outside the music store of Duval, Murin had been queuing up early in the morning, and there were many men and women around him. These people were fans of Avril. They had been waiting here for half an hour to get Avril's songs in the first batch. "Hey, Mirren." The white girl in a sweater ran over and patted Mirren on the back. When Mirren turned around, he found that it was Judy, a female classmate from his school. "Hey, Judy, why are you here too?" Mirren looked around and didn't seem to see her boyfriend. Judy shrugged her shoulders. "Because I want to buy Avril's album." "You are also her fan?" Mirren was surprised. "This is incredible. I thought you would like jazz, classical music and the like." Because she studied ballet in school, he saw her dancing at the party, and it was great. Judy smiled, lifted her windblown hair, and revealed the faint freckles on her face. "I am also a young person. Of course I like what young people should like." "This sentence doesn't sound like a young person, Judy." Mirren teased, and Judy immediately laughed out loud. "I learned it from my father." "Then I advise you to stay away from your father, otherwise he will teach you to be a government spokesperson." Judy's family is very well off. Her father is a senior executive of the New York City government, and her mother is a pianist. Mirren often wondered if they let Judy learn ballet because they planned to form a band as a family. The mother accompanied, the father recited, and the daughter danced ballet next to him. When he told Judy this guess, the girl immediately couldn't help laughing. "You are too much, Mirren." When the laughter subsided, she stared at Mirren with curious eyes. "But I didn't expect you to be so humorous." Mirren touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of the door opening. "Duval is really slow today," Mirren complained, and then he and Judy heard the prelude of music again. Just one leaping syllable, without singing, they knew it was Avril. Everyone outside the door looked into the store, and then two lyrics came into their ears with a rhythm. "He is a boy and she is a girl. Do I need to explain more? He is a punk kid and she is a ballet dancer. What else can I say?" Mirren couldn't help but secretly glance at Judy beside him and found that she was listening intently. Chapter 78, Unconstrained. Everyone was gathered around the TV in the music store. Although they were queuing, no one wanted to just buy an album and leave. Because the music video of Avril's new song was playing. It was an MV that caught everyone's attention at the beginning. As the music rhythmed, a filthy family appeared on the screen. Garbage and empty pizza boxes were everywhere. Under the dim light, the green walls looked dark and scary, and a middle-aged woman was sitting on a red sofa, hugging a crying baby in her arms and watching TV. After a series of rapid camera switching, the camera gave the middle-aged woman's face, but everyone's eyes widened unconsciously after seeing her appearance. Because that was Avril, even though the makeup artist made her look unrecognizable, like an old woman with loose skin, her eyebrows and eyes were still recognizable. But because of this, everyone suddenly felt a strong curiosity, and didn't understand why Avril became like this. Then the scene turned to the TV on the screen. This experience of watching TV on TV was quite novel for everyone. The TV played a handsome guy holding a concert on the street, and then the lyrics and memories flashed by. Everyone immediately understood that it turned out that the girl had rejected the boy because of vanity, but now the situation of the two has changed. Everyone felt relieved, and Mirren glanced at Judy, wondering what she thought about this plot. But then the style of the painting suddenly changed, and a bright light shone in from the window, making Avril's whole body sparkle. It was as if God was pitying her sadness and comforting her. Then an unexpected creativity appeared. The camera began to circle around from behind her, circle by circle, and Avril actually regained her youth little by little in the process. At the same time, the whole picture suddenly froze like a stop-motion animation, and a large number of American comic-style elements appeared from the walls and ceiling, surrounding Ivy. It was as if she had traveled to the world of comics in an instant. Avril stood up in surprise. Her clothes were transformed into beautiful costumes with the addition of comic colors. Her golden hair was flying and her signature smoky makeup reappeared on her face. Then she threw the baby wrap with both hands, and a metallic guitar suddenly appeared like a blade. However, this was not the end. Avril ran to the wall and broke through the glass. In the sky full of glittering fragments, a helicopter in the style of American comics was waving its propellers and waiting for her. "Wow!" the crowd of onlookers exclaimed. They had never thought that the development of the MV could be so wonderful and unreasonable. "This is so cool." Several guys held their heads and exclaimed. This scene in front of them was even more amazing than the imagination of the movie. From the normal style to the American comic style, and using the stop-motion animation form, no one could have expected such a development. Every minute and every second, They could not take their eyes off the TV. The people present now had no other thoughts except to finish watching this MV. Everyone was shocked by the director's wild imagination. However, this was just the beginning. When the music entered the chorus stage, Avril, who was hanging on a helicopter, also arrived at the concert site at the intersection. She jumped down and hit the car, scaring the boy and passers-by. But she immediately grabbed the microphone and started singing, pushing the atmosphere to the top. Does your pretty face see his value? Sorry, you have missed this. Good luck. The boy is mine now. In the passionate music, passers-by rushed to the front of the car frantically, and everyone's face was full of enthusiasm and excitement, as if a grand party was being held. They picked up the spray in their hands and sprayed it in the air. The gorgeous colors immediately rendered the whole street like a dream. In such a scene, Avril was sweating to her heart's content. The camera passed through the crowd and landed on her beautiful face, showing her figure vividly. In the next half minute, everyone saw a series of scenes comparable to the camera movements of top concerts. The 360-degree surround of the crowd and Avril, the difficult jump from the bottom of the crowd to the air, and the one shot that quickly follows passers-by through the scene. Every shot is so exciting that it feels like you are enjoying a top-notch camera show. When these shots are shown one by one, the song gradually comes to the second chorus. Everyone thought that this MV would end at the concert, but the next moment, police suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road, holding handcuffs and batons to arrest every crazy fan. Some people were pressed to the ground, some were pushed onto the car, and some fled to escape the police's pursuit. But more people were still singing with Avril and the boys in ecstasy. They raised colorful mist to confront the police, turning the whole street into a mess. The camera passed from above, capturing the scene of the colorful mist exploding one by one after the police rushed into the crowd. When the camera reaches Avril's head, Murin and Judy see that a large number of police have surrounded the vehicle. They climb on the vehicle like zombies, approaching Avril little by little, as if she should not be here and is not welcome. But Avril did not show any fear. At the moment when the high note ended, she raised the guitar in her hand, straightened her back and smashed it hard, just like the posture in the famous painting Liberty Leading the People. Bang! In an instant, Murin and other viewers watching the MV widened their eyes and felt their scalps numb. Oh my god. God? Is this really a scene that should appear in an MV? FXXK. Murin cursed a few dirty words without hesitation to express his excitement. Even Judy didn't care because he saw a dream scene that he had never dared to imagine. The windows of the two buildings behind Avril actually sprayed fireworks and colorful mist at the same time, accompanied by tight drum beats, one after another, row after row. Red, blue, yellow colorful mist and fireworks gushed and diffused in the entire space. It was like a gorgeous firework or an artist's graffiti. When these vivid colors blended together, everyone's visual senses were sublimated. OMG. Mom. Am I really watching the MV? It's so cool. It's really awesome. I'll buy this album. I want to buy 3. I want to buy 10. Amid everyone's undisguised shock, the MV finally came to the last scene. The screen changed back to the American comic style in freeze frame form. Avril stood up and jumped into the colorful mist. In the spotlight, a helicopter roared past. Avril stepped on the ladder of the helicopter and left amid the cheers of the crowd, leaving only the police looking at each other in bewilderment. However, when Avril returned home, those American comic elements slowly faded from her, slipping away from the walls and ceiling. Her steps towards the sofa gradually staggered, and the makeup on her face returned to the appearance of middle age. The guitar turned back into baby. She hugged it tightly in her arms and smiled at the boy who was singing on TV as always. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream and had never really appeared in this world. The music gradually stopped, and in the last tail of the guitar, a tear slid down from her aging skin and dripped on the baby's head, causing a burst of crying. The screen darkened and the MV officially ended. Cool. A black guy made a series of roll tongue sounds and opened his arms excitedly, just like the celebration gesture after scoring a goal in a football game. Others cheered. Great. Oh my god. It's great. I will definitely buy it and watch it every day. Does this count as buying an album and giving away a movie? It's incredible, brother. This director must be a famous Hollywood director. Wow, hurry up, Dival, give me 3 albums. 3? I want 5. I want to give them to others to see. I'll take 2 too, 1 to watch and 1 to keep. Mirren looked at the sudden surge of people and subconsciously protected Judy beside him with his arms, blocking her in front of him. But because of his excessive movement, he accidentally touched Judy's face. Sorry, are you okay? He lowered his head to ask, and found Judy looking at him with sparkling eyes. No, I'm fine. That's good, I'm going to buy an album. What about you? I want to buy 10. Huh? Mirren was stunned. He didn't expect Judy to say so much so casually. She was indeed a rich girl with no shortage of money. No, 9 is enough. After thinking for a while, Judy changed her words. At the same time, she took Mirren's hand and crowded towards the counter. I want to give them to my friends at school and my younger brothers and sisters. How many do you want to buy? Mirren scratched his head, his heart beating violently. I plan to buy 2. How about buying 3? Mirren was a little confused. Why? Judy rolled her eyes at him, as if complaining about his lack of understanding of romance. Give me 1. Mirren, the silly boy, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, no problem. Judy. Devil, I'll buy 3. Devil's face was so happy that he almost laughed. This was a more popular event than the previous Eminem album release. Because of this MV, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. Even the guys who didn't plan to buy it couldn't help but take out their wallets after seeing it. At the same time, New York and even all over the United States were also playing out such a rush to buy. Avril's song is a popular rock style, with catchy lyrics and easy-to-understand content. It can be said that the threshold for appreciation is very low. Therefore, after being paired with Tang's brilliant MV, it was like a fish in water, and it immediately spread among the fans. In addition, many people promoted it spontaneously and bought it many times. Soon, this imaginative MV set off the entire music scene and became a well-deserved front-page headline. Thanks to the pig who can cry wolf and you for the reward. Chapter 79 Airborne First. In just one day, the new issue of Nylon Music magazine was released, and major music critics conducted a new round of inventory and comments on the latest new songs. However, among them, the most discussed is Avril's new song SK8 Boy. Blackjack praised it in his column. Avril has proved herself again. She is not a short-lived female singer. She has her own creative ideas and thoughts, and she is very suitable for the younger generation. When I was working, my 6-year-old daughter couldn't help waving her chubby little hands when she heard this song, and she remembered a few lyrics after listening to it. It's really amazing that the voice of the younger generation has finally found a window to vent today, and that is Avril. But what surprised me more was the MV of this song. I have seen many excellent MVs this year. For example, Makeover and Without Me. They all have their own advantages and disadvantages, and they all rely on excellent creativity to expand the song. But SK8 Boy is different. This is the only song this year that I feel is more worthy of repeated thinking than the song itself. To be honest, I'm not familiar with the language of movies, and this should be left to Hollywood critics to write about, but it's a music video. I can only rely on my shallow knowledge to tell you that this music video uses a lot of advanced camera movements, and its creativity is beyond doubt. The arrangement of American comics, freeze frames, explosions and other elements is too clever, which made me feel addicted while watching it. I even think that because of the music video of this song, its sales will be raised to an unexpected height. And music critic Tony is still as big-mouthed as ever, #1 on Billboard. I said, there is no suspense, and the MTV Video Music Award will definitely be won by this song, even if it is Without Me. To be honest, this song still has the same old problems. The arrangement is a bit immature. The melody is repeated in the chorus stage, and the listening experience of the song is not raised to a higher level. But what is unexpected is that the music video actually plays this role. Yes, when you watch the music video and listen to this song, you will only get excited. If you turn off the music video, it's a pity that this song will only make you feel relaxed, but lack some levels. So I have to marvel at the skill of Tang, the director of this MV. He played a very big role in the spread and sales of this song. Even I myself watched it 5 times in a row. I can't imagine how crazy those young people will be. So even though Without Me is great in all aspects, its songs, complaints and style, it is still a little worse than SK8 Boy. In addition to the comments of these two music critics, many listeners also expressed their opinions in the magazine. When I first saw this MV, I was stunned. I almost thought I was watching a movie tape. Really, when I found out it was a song MV, I felt like there was an electric current running through my feet and scalp. I felt like I was watching a very imaginative movie. The comic elements and the realistic style are so harmonious that I even want to find other movies of similar style to watch. Unfortunately, I searched for a long time and found that there was nothing. Oh my god, I can only watch the MV again. I love the scene of the building being exploded by fireworks in this MV. It's great. Those colors are like the scene in my dream. I have taken a picture of it and printed it out and posted it on the headboard of my bed. I love Avril. I love the director of this MV, Don. But the layout of these comments in the magazine was not in the center, because the mysterious person who had promised to reveal his identity when fans sent enough letters to the magazine appeared again. But this time she used her original name, Mariah Carey. All readers did not expect that it was her who had commented in the magazine before. This is a frequent Grammy winner. In 1998, she won the World Music Award for Best-Selling R&B Artist. She is a top female singer who is on par with Whitney Houston in the European and American music scene. Because of her perfect singing skills and high octaves and her plump figure, she is also called Nia G by many music fans. She is also regarded as one of the 4 great queens of Europe and America by many fans. Unexpectedly, Nylon Music magazine actually found her to comment on the song. Without a doubt, the issue of the magazine was sold out. Even in Brady's office in the CAA building, the vice president who had been waiting to see Tang's joke was also looking at Mariah Carey's comments on Avril Lavigne's new song. Like I said before, I like this girl, I like the expression in her songs, this is what young people love. She injected new punk elements into rock, that's why everyone likes this song so much. But compared to the song, this MV is obviously more eye-catching. I'm playing it in my living room right now. It's like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. The wild and imaginative ideas in it are really amazing. I also looked at the director's name, and it's the same as Avril's first song, both are done. But these 2 MVs are completely different, which is really surprising. This is the best music video I've seen this year, and I believe it will definitely be a hit on MTV. In addition, I have to say that I really hope this director can shoot for my new album. As for when the new album will be released, that depends on when inspiration favors me. Pop? Brady threw the magazine on the table with an ugly expression. Norden opposite him also had a serious expression, pursing his lips and no longer as confident as before. Look at the MV they shot, FXXK. Helicopters, fireworks exploding, American comic style. How could that damn record company give Tang to such a high budget? Norden looked down at the picture in the magazine and shrugged. After all, Avril does have the potential to be a big hit, and the record company naturally wants to increase its investment. But she should have been under my name. Brady became angry. It's all the fault of that damn Edinson. He stole my man. And Mike, the guy whose brain was kicked by a donkey. Norden did not answer. He waited until Brady's expression gradually eased before saying, "There's still a chance." The MTV Awards generally pay more attention to the content of the MV. Although I admit that Tang's MV is indeed very well shot, it may not be better than Joseph's in the eyes of the judges. Brady nodded, but we can't put our hopes on the judges. I can't be outdone by Edinson, absolutely not. Snowden raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I've arranged it. At the same time, with the recommendation of various magazines and fans, Avril's new song achieved a breakthrough effect without much effort. Many media outlets reported the enthusiastic response to this song. Avril's new song is a big hit. 75% of the music stores are playing it. The supersized MV has shocked the fans. Who is director Tang? CAA has adjusted its strategic layout. According to insiders, the profit of the music sector has reached 1/3 of the film sector. In major music stores, reporters also photographed customers queuing up to buy Avril's music albums. There was a long queue in the store, and customers held up their wallets and asked to buy Avril's new single. The reporters specially investigated the relevant sales and found that the purchase ratio of Avril to other songs reached an astonishing 3:2. That is to say, 6 out of 10 people are buying this single. This is undoubtedly a very shocking data. The reporter stood in front of the camera and told the public his survey results. Avril's new song has caused a buying frenzy in many cities such as New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. If nothing unexpected happens, this song will definitely rush to the top 3 after the Billboard chart is updated. It has to be said that this is the young people voting with their money to express what they really want. The attitude of punk rock will definitely become one of the popular styles in the future, but whether Avril can maintain her lead and get her own trophy at the Grammy next year depends on the judge's choice. It was in such a hot atmosphere that the Billboard was updated as scheduled. Everyone saw that Avril's new song SK8 or Boy directly replaced Eminem's Without Me and landed at the first place of the issue. Wow! Carl cheered happily in the office, dancing with his hands and feet while holding a teacup to drink tea and twisting his waist and feet, and dancing. This feeling is really great. Carl's mouth corners are harder to suppress than 8K now. He has the illusion that he has won the lottery inexplicably. Obviously, he didn't seem to do anything too difficult, but his luck was bursting and he couldn't stop it. At this moment, all the worries and anxieties he had before disappeared. Now he just wanted to play the MV shot by Tang 10 times and have a cup of his favorite black tea. However, the next moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. Hello. Okay, I'll be right there. After answering the call, Carl immediately tidied his suit, pushed the door and left the office to walk towards the special elevator. Vice President Johansson was looking for him. Obviously, he had successfully proved his vision and ability, and promotion and salary increase were definitely a foregone conclusion. And it was such a short distance from the office to the elevator, but Carl received attention that he never had at other times. Carl. Good afternoon. Hello to you too. Hey, Carl, you look really energetic. You too. Carl, did you change your suit? This tie really goes well with you. That's right. After saying this, Carl cursed in his heart. He hadn't changed his clothes for a week. If Avril's songs hadn't become popular, who would care about the clothes of an ordinary agent? The performance of these people is enough to prove that no matter where they are, they will always take advantage of the powerful to trample the weak. Carl, who is unknown in the past, has now become a rising star in the eyes of everyone because he has a MV director with unlimited potential. Damn snobbery and vanity. But this is exactly what he wants, isn't it? Chapter 80 Star Party. Tang has never stopped since Avril's song was released. Because a large number of well-known or unknown singers have called CAA, their record companies hope that Tang can direct their new albums, and they can even pay more packaging fees than usual for this. Obviously, when Avril's MV caused a sensation in the music industry and helped her to land on the top of the charts, everyone realized that MV is no longer just a gimmick or an additional product. It should have its own artistry and appreciation, and fans will buy it. So during this period, Carl often ran between the CAA building and Tang's home, and showed Tang many invitations from record companies. Of course, it is impossible not to make money. Tang accepted the two-song MVs with the highest bids, and was busy shooting them for a week. At the same time, IPG and New York's Famous Advertising recently received an advertising consulting contract from the famous New York cereal brand Ugly. The price given above is as high as $300,000, and it is a 3-year contract, which is really mouth-watering. So IPG immediately organized a meeting, and Ross, who is responsible for the food industry, and Figs, who is in charge of sales, were called to Sign's office again. Ross, how is it? Are you sure about this project? Sig sat on the chair with his hands on the table, like a prayer gesture, with a very serious expression. Ross swallowed nervously and nodded. I'm already 60% sure. Bullshit. Sig cursed without hesitation. His patience recently was like an empty bottle of ketchup. No matter how hard he squeezed, he could only squeeze out air. Ross didn't dare to say a word after hearing the scolding, for fear that Sig would continue to spray him. If you can't continue to sit in this position, then get out as soon as possible. You must get this project. Ross, if you can't get it, there must be no reason for the company to keep you. Sig is now very anxious about the company's operating conditions every day, even if it makes the board of directors realize that their opponent is not an ordinary person, but from Hengmei, the world's largest advertising media. But if the performance cannot grow, or even cannot be flat, then his position as director will not be so easy to sit. Therefore, he must now ensure that the company can grab new advertisements without losing existing projects, no matter how difficult it is. Ross was sweating profusely, but he had no way to resist. He could only bite the bullet and promise, I will get the new project. That's right. Ross, I promoted you, and I don't want to see you kicked out of the company. So Figgis, have you made any progress now? Sig turned to the company's sales representative. Of course, Sig, in fact, I have bribed a customer service lady through the consulting company. Figgis responded with a smile. Sig frowned. Tell me, what's the situation? Figgis gestured on the table with his fingers and said, the consulting company found a customer service lady named Lilina. Her family is in Queens. Her parents' family has been investigated very clearly. It's just the most ordinary working-class family, not even middle class, so the consulting company has continuously learned a lot of information about supreme creativity from her in the name of consulting fees. For example, Sig shrugged and listened carefully. For example, the boss of Supreme Creative is definitely not Tang. Figgs's expression was obviously excited when he said this. Lilina said there is a mysterious man who is very handsome. He only appeared once after the company was established, and Tangda and Jimmy were very respectful to him. He should be the investor behind the scenes. He is very handsome. Sig thought for a while and knocked on the table hard. That's right, David Ian, the president of Henry Advertising. I met him at a cocktail party. He is really handsome. In fact, David is not a particularly handsome guy, but in the advertising industry, compared with others, he is still relatively handsome. Anyone else? Sig continued to ask Figgs. Of course, Lilina also told me some personnel information and the current situation of the company. But to be honest, Supreme Creative is really special. According to Lilina, all its advertisements are completed by Tangda and Jimmy. They are always in the innermost office. When they come out, they will announce the new ideas. It's like that office is a magical wishing house. That's exactly what I thought. Sig got evidence now, and was more certain that his idea was correct. They were obviously sitting inside to communicate with Hangmei's people. What a shitty top idea. It was simply given by Hangmei in secret. That's right, Sig, this Mr. Diane is really hidden. Figgs felt the same way. Regardless of whether Hangmei can compete with another president, as long as he secretly transfers Hangmei's business to Supreme Creative, he will be invincible. It's just that the president didn't expect IPG to intervene and learn the truth in advance. Then what should we do? Sig, should we tell Hangmei about this? Figgs didn't want to see the company's customers being snatched away, so he made a suggestion. But Sig rejected him. No, since we know about this, there is room for negotiation. Is Supreme Creativity included in this advertising campaign? Yes, Lilina said that the company has received the contract, and the two bosses are gearing up to win this client. That's fine, let the consulting company persuade Lilina to help us look at the slogan of Supreme Creativity. She may not agree, it will be exposed. No, Figgis, do you still want her to ambush Supreme Creativity like a spy? We are not the American government, don't you have a list of other people? Let them continue to bribe. Sig rejected Figgis's suggestion of taking a long time. If she doesn't agree, give her more money. No one will say no to dollars. No one. Even if Sig himself has such good patience, the board of directors does not. He must immediately produce a report to give everyone a reassurance. Okay, I understand. Also, go talk to the people at Ugly Cereals and put us in the front. After saying that, Sig turned around and looked at Ross again. If they send the slogan over, I want you to beautify it, understand? Don't let people see the relationship between the two. They can be similar, but not identical. Don't worry. Ross was relieved now. As long as there was a slogan with the highest creativity, the probability of winning the project would be greatly increased. After all, these few times have proved the highest creativity. Oh no, the creativity of Hangmei Advertising is indeed unique. And just when they were discussing how to target the highest creativity, Tangda suddenly received an invitation from Kelly Rowland. The caller said that he was invited to a party. He wanted to decline and go home to rest, but after hearing the name of the party organizer, he chose to go. Because this was a party hosted by Jennifer Lopez, yes, the famous female star who would serve as a judge on the variety show American Idol many times in the future and was an amphibious actress in music and movies. Her identity is quite complicated. She is not only a singer who has won the Grammy many times, but also an actor, producer and businessman. Because she founded her own fashion brand in 2001, and also founded a film production company with others. So Jennifer is very popular in the local celebrity circle in New York, and often holds parties to invite those singers to have fun together. When he rushed from the Bronx to Manhattan, in front of the independent villa that Kelly mentioned on the phone, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Looking up, you can see a large area of soft lights shining from the direction of the swimming pool, and you can faintly hear soothing music. It's just that the bodyguard at the door blocked Tangda's way. After all, he is not a frequent visitor here. And just when Tangda was about to take out his mobile phone to call Kelly, a questioning voice suddenly came from behind. Tangda. He turned around and found that it was Nelly. This guy was wearing a loose black sweater, a baseball cap tilted on his head, and walked towards him with a loose step. Hey, Nelly, long time no see. Tangda smiled and bumped fists with him. Although the two had some minor conflicts during the filming, adults would not hate each other for so long for something that has nothing to do with their interests. In addition, Tangda has now proved what he said with several music videos. So Nelly has already given up his original idea and even plans to ask Tangda to shoot a music video before the new album is released. I saw your latest music video, it's really cool, I like the comic style. Nelly chatted with him and said hello to the bodyguard before entering Jennifer's villa. Then you can try it next time. Did Eminem also use the comic style? You're right, man, but I don't really want to follow the trend. Follow the trend? As long as you do better than him, then it won't be a trend, right? Yes, you are damn right. The two walked all the way to the swimming pool. Jennifer, who received the news, was waiting in front of the villa. When Tangda saw the blonde beauty, he immediately received her warm hug. Hey. You must be Tang. Yes, good evening, Jennifer. Jennifer was wearing a shiny deep V short skirt, her two strong and slender legs were stepping on high heels, and her smile was confident and hearty. After hugging Tangda, she said, I have watched your MV many times, it is really great, I have never thought of shooting an MV like this before, it is so cool. Thank you for the compliment. Tangda spread his hands, this is just my job. Jennifer covered her mouth exaggeratedly, don't say that, Tang. If everyone works like you, then America may have to immigrate to Mars tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Tangda and her laughed at the same time. It must be said that Jennifer's personality is easygoing and her conversation is generous. Every word she said made Tangda very useful. After a brief greeting, when Jennifer took Tangda into the pool party and introduced him to everyone, Tangda immediately received more praise. Thanks to the pig who can cry wolf for the reward. Thanks to you Hui for the recommendation ticket red envelope. The recommendation tickets from Gideon are not very useful now, so just keep some coins to subscribe, thank you. Chapter 81 Under the Moonlight. You are Tang? Oh my god, you are so young and handsome, I am so jealous. I thought you were a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. I didn't expect that, Tang, you should debut as an actor. My new song will be released next year, Tang, are you interested in being my MV director? Your song will be released next year, and mine will be released this year. Tang, why don't you watch mine first? I guarantee you will dance after listening to it. Tangda responded to these people's inquiries and praises one by one with a smile, but did not accept any of the filming invitations. He just kept changing the subject and took the wine glass handed over by Jennifer and continued to walk deeper into the party with her. By the swimming pool, there were several building block sofas, on which sat Kelly and Nelly, as well as another beautiful black girl. To be honest, in Tangda's eyes, black people are all the same and look the same. But the appearance of a few black people can still surpass their skin color and amaze everyone. For example, the one in front of him, Beyoncé Giselle Knowles. The future famous American female singer who has won 32 Grammy Awards is one of them. Tangda. Over here, long time no see. Kelly stood up and hugged Tangda warmly after seeing him, and then introduced her sister to him. This is Beyoncé. Of course I know you, Destiny's Child, I like your songs very much. Tangda smiled and shook hands with Beyoncé. Tangda? Or should I call you Tang? Beyoncé was wearing a loose suspender skirt today, which showed her figure to the fullest. Her makeup was grand, and she looked like she was going to attend a party. It's alright. Tangda shrugged, and then several people sat together and started drinking and chatting. Tang, it's more fluent. Beyoncé was straightforward, I will release an album next year. I have already discussed it with Jay-Z and will record a demo soon. So Tang, can you help Beyoncé shoot an MV? Kelly asked for her good sister, with some uncertainty on her face. The same is true for Beyoncé. Although her previous group was very famous in the United States, she is now a solo artist after all. She has no expectation of how much sales her new song can sell. Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that Tangda is very popular in the music industry. Every singer wants him to direct their MV, even if they have to pay more for it. Because although Tangda has not shot many, he has proved himself with his strength. Whether it is for Raymond, Nelly or Avril, the MVs he shot are enough to amaze all fans and even boost sales. Just look at how many people are queuing up to buy Avril's new album. These singers have collected several of them and find it incredible every time they watch them. As the magazine commented, such a wild and unrestrained creativity is really amazing. So Beyoncé was very worried that Tangda would reject her, so she asked Kelly to help find Tangda to come to the party. However, Tangda did not hesitate too much. He shrugged and agreed directly, "No problem, Beyoncé, tell me when you want to shoot. But I have to say in advance that I am quite demanding in creation." "Really? That's great." Beyoncé was happy and picked up the wine glass to clink with Tangda. "I know, Kelly told me, don't worry, everything on the scene is under your command. It couldn't be better." Tangda smiled. "Cheers." After that, several people drank and chatted, but he was more listening to them talking about some gossip in the music industry. While chatting, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels approaching from behind. "Oh, Anne, you are even more beautiful now after not seeing you for a few months." Jennifer stood up to greet her, and Tangda also looked back, and found that it was a face that he was very familiar with in the past. Anne Hathaway. This American actress who made her debut in the movie The Princess Diaries and starred in famous movies such as Brokeback Mountain, Love and Other Drugs, and Batman stood in front of Tangda. She was wearing a black deep V dress with a collar that went right up to her navel, revealing her sexy cleavage. Her fluffy long hair was parted in front of her forehead, and she was wearing pearl-shaped pendant earrings. She was taking off her black sunglasses and putting them in her Chanel handbag. "Jennifer, you too, this necklace is amazing." Anne Hathaway and Jennifer hugged each other face to face, as if they had known each other for a long time. After they separated, Jennifer brought Anne Hathaway to Tangda and introduced her. "This is Tang, a famous MV director. Now many singers are looking for him to direct." "Tang? Nice to meet you." Anne Hathaway raised her eyebrows, as if she remembered something, so she stretched out her hand and asked, "Sorry, can I ask you a question?" Tangda held her delicate fingers and nodded. "Go ahead. Have you ever taken a cover for T magazine?" Hearing this, Tangda frowned and thought of Faith and the amateur model Yashila. "You mentioned it, I seem to remember that there are some photos, they said they want to use them for the cover." "It's you, New York is really too small." Anne Hathaway covered her mouth in surprise, but even so, she couldn't stop her iconic smile. "What's wrong? Do you know each other?" Jennifer looked at the two with a teasing look on her face. No, Jennifer, it's not that they know each other." Anne Hathaway waved her hand and explained, "It was the cover of the magazine that I had originally confirmed, but it was pushed to the next issue by Tang's photo. I was not sure at first, but the name Tang is so unique." "Wow, that's really enemies meet on a narrow road." Jennifer laughed. "Since we have met, let's just let it go. Anyway, you already know each other, maybe you can ask Tang to take a cover for you alone in the future." She blinked, as if hinting something to Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway turned her head and looked at Tangda. "Of course, I like Tang's photos very much. I think his aesthetics is very good." "Thank you for the compliment, but what should I call you? Hathaway or Anne?" "Just call me Anne." The two picked up their glasses and sat on the sofa to drink. Soon the music in the party began to become restless. Of course, Nelly and a few others couldn't bear it and went directly to the dance floor next to the swimming pool to dance with others. Anne Hathaway sat quietly, taking a sip of wine from time to time. Seeing that Tangda was the same as her, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to dance?" Tangda shrugged, leaned forward and said, "I don't like dancing." "Me too." Anne Hathaway answered loudly, and the music on the scene was getting more and more exciting. Then Tangda saw Anne Hathaway gesture to him to go out for a walk, and immediately nodded and agreed. Then the two of them walked through the crowd and came to the slightly secluded garden of the villa. When the noisy music was far away from them, Anne Hathaway immediately breathed a sigh of relief, lifted the hair covering the side of her face to the back of her head, and smiled at Tangda. "It's really hard." "Then why did you come?" Tangda was curious about this. "Jennifer invited me. You know, we are friends." "Yes, friends." Tangda smiled. "So are there any new movies recently?" "You mean mine?" "Well, Nicholas Nickleby. But I shot it last year." Anne Hathaway is only 21 years old now. She has not been in Hollywood for long and is looking for opportunities. "But have you seen the movies I acted in?" "Really not, sorry." Tang answered truthfully. It's really hurtful. It seems that I still lack a little fame, but I have seen yours. Avril's new song has been spread all over the streets. How did you come up with those ideas? Anne Hathaway leaned against the railing of the garden stairs, supporting her head with her hands. In the watery moonlight, she was as charming as the statue of Venus. Tang put his elbow on the railing and explained, God? He always gives me inspiration. Haha, God, when does he usually give you inspiration? For example, when taking a shower, when driving, when sleeping, and now. Tang said this, staring at Anne Hathaway's delicate white face with a serious look. She is so beautiful. Who are you talking about? Anne Hathaway was a little shy, but also a little curious. I'm talking about your eyes. I see a strong, independent, brave and beautiful heart in them. Tang spoke love words easily, without any psychological barriers. Thank you for your compliment. Anne Hathaway was also moved by these words, but she still bit her lips to control herself and turned to look at the lawn not far away. After a long silence, she suddenly lowered her head and took off her high heels. Let me help you hold it. Tang took the initiative to pick up her high heels. Don't you want to ask me why I do this? Anne Hathaway stood in front of him with her bare white feet. No need to ask, it's your freedom. Anne Hathaway handed him the shoes, smiled and walked into the lawn, strolling gently under the moonlight. Tang watched all this from behind her, suddenly put down the shoes, stretched out his thumbs and index fingers with both hands to make a frame, and pointed at Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway saw this gesture, and her smile became even bigger. She subconsciously danced and beat the rhythm for herself. Da. 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 She danced very softly, her movements were very slow and beautiful. Tang kept changing his position and made a click sound in his mouth to simulate shooting. After the song, Anne Hathaway turned around, turned her back to the full moon and said, Tang, can I ask you to shoot the cover of my magazine for me? Of course, no problem. Late at night, Anne Hathaway and Tang returned to the gate of their community in the car driven by Jennifer. Wish you a good dream tonight. After Anne Hathaway got out of the car, Tang opened the car window and said goodbye to her. Hearing this, Anne Hathaway came to the car window and leaned over gently, leaving a kiss on his cheek, then waved goodbye. I wish you a good dream too. Bye. Looking at Anne Hathaway's back as she left, Tang picked up his phone and sent a goodnight text message to Avril. As for Scarlett, this girl has been busy filming lately. It feels like I'm going to be busy later. Tang clicked his tongue twice and asked the driver to drive him home. On the way, he looked at the hazy night outside the car window and suddenly remembered the ugly cereal advertising campaign in 2 days. He couldn't help but tap his knees lightly with his hands, and the graceful ups and downs of his fingers were like playing a piano piece. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Advertising Trap. Supreme Creative has already started writing advertisements for Ugly in the office. Figs came to Hig's office early in the morning to report the situation. Got it, you sit here, I want to get the news as soon as possible. Hig asked his secretary to call Ross over. Do you have a suitable slogan now? It is still unknown whether Supreme Creative can succeed, so Hig must take two approaches. Ross nodded, yes. Tell me about it. Hig crossed his hands on the table and put on a serious attitude. We plan to start with a healthy selling point of Ugly cereal, filming a little boy eating cereal in different places, and then editing the process of his body growing up little by little. The slogan is, Ugly, the starting point of healthy growth. Ross tried his best to describe the advertising scene for Hig, but after he finished speaking, he found that Hig's expression did not ease, but became more depressed. Too ordinary, Ross. Hig put down his hand and commented, do you think such an advertisement can compete with Supreme Creative? Oh. Ross instantly had cold sweat sliding down his forehead, and couldn't help wiping it with a handkerchief. Healthy? Everyone knows that oatmeal is healthy. And your advertising format is exactly the same as that of a can of Chia's baked beans. There is nothing interesting about it. Sig slapped the table and said, keep thinking. Come up with 3 different slogans for me. Okay, I'll go right away. Ross hurriedly left the office and ran to his department. Figs was still waiting for the call. I don't know how long it took, Just when Sig felt that he was about to fall asleep, Figs' phone suddenly made a beeping text message sound. Sig hurriedly looked up and found that Figs' face was obviously excited after reading the text message. Sig, Lilina sent a message saying that Tang and Jimmy have already confirmed the idea, and the two left the company after closing the office door. Okay. Then can Lilina enter the office? Sig asked hurriedly. Figs affirmed, no problem. She said she would wait until the end of the get-off work day when most people have left before going in. Keep following up, I'll wait in the office today. Sig leaned back and put his feet on the table. Seeing this, the secretary beside him immediately came forward to put on his clothes. Okay, but let's eat first. How about pizza? Not so good, let's change it. Sig couldn't eat pizza when he thought of the history of Supreme Creative's rise. Time passed slowly, and after dinner, Sig lay on the chair. For the first time, he felt that every minute was so difficult to endure. Even if he closed his eyes, his mind was full of things about Ugly, Supreme Creative and Hangme advertising, and he couldn't fall asleep at all. He didn't know how long he endured like this. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he found that the sky outside the window had actually darkened. Figs? Sig looked up and saw that there was no one on the sofa. Director, Figs went to the bathroom. The secretary sitting at the table reminded him. Huh? Okay, where's Ross? Ask him to come over. Sig had slept so well that his chest felt stuffy. Just as he stood up and stretched, Ross and Figs came in together. Sig, Lilina succeeded. Figs' first words surprised Sig. Really? Yes, I have notified the consulting company to pay her part of the fee, and the rest will be given to her after she sends the slogan. Great. Sig held the table with both hands. Then all we have to do now is wait. The next moment, the three of them sat at the desk in silence. Figs' mobile phone was placed in the middle, as if the mobile phone was a time bomb or a nuclear bomb button, which needed to be treated with caution. Just as the air in the office slowly solidified and Sig began to get impatient, the mobile phone suddenly beeped twice. These two sounds seemed to have some magic power, waking up the three people at once. Figs quickly picked up his phone and opened it, reading out the text message under the expectant eyes of the other two. The slogan is, Ugly, one bowl eats up life. One bowl eats up life. Sig repeated this slogan in his mouth, and the more he read it, the more he felt that it contained many metaphors. Ross also pondered this slogan, and felt that the supreme creativity, no, it was Hangme's advertising that was really amazing. Such an advertisement is obviously more memorable than a straightforward statement of health. Very good, Figs, you did a good job on this matter, and then do a good job of the aftermath. If Lilina wants to join our company, you can agree, but don't give her any important position, just give her a receptionist. Sig looked at Ross after making his decision. This is what we call creativity. Ross, look at other people's slogans. Look at your own, and go and modify this slogan. I want to see it tomorrow morning. Okay, director. Ross secretly groaned. Did he think it was so easy to modify a mature idea? Damn it. But for the sake of his annual salary and family, Ross could only endure it. After they all left the office, Sig whistled happily, waved his hand, and called the female secretary next to him. The female secretary kneaded his shoulders obediently and let him lean his head on her chest. The board of directors will be happy now. Sig rubbed his head left and right. Of course, as long as this project is won, they will know that this company cannot do without me. After that, he took the female secretary's hand and asked her to come in front of him. The female secretary smiled charmingly and slowly squatted down. Hiss. The next day, in the reception meeting room of Ugly, Tang and Jimmy met sales and planning of many advertising companies again, including familiar faces such as Lion, IPG, Ogilvy, as well as new faces such as Bald Eagle and Guangai. Hangme advertising was of course also in this list, but the number of people they sent this time was still not large. The configuration of 2 people was very shabby compared with a configuration of 4 or 5 people in other companies. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a manifestation of the increasingly fierce competition within the company and the inability to take into account new customers. But in the eyes of Ross and his team, this was clearly a sign that they were confident and were going to give all the clients to Supreme Creative. There was no trouble in the meeting room this time. Maroney and the 2 young advertising planners did not take the lead again. Instead, they sat in the corner very patiently, as if they were going to win by creativity. But no one at the scene took it seriously, After all, there were too many well-known advertising companies. In fact, many people were wondering why there was a small company like Lion in the selection. Except for the Heinz advertisement, they had no other outstanding large-scale advertisements before, and now they were only accepting local small brand advertisements. Did Ugly take a fancy to their creative ability? Don't be too ridiculous. Maybe Lion has some relationship with Ugly, but it doesn't matter. The companies that can participate in the election are more or less related. So when Lion Advertising was the first to enter the office to present, no one cared about their performance. And the subsequent development was not beyond everyone's expectations. After only 10 minutes, they left the scene. It is estimated that they were directly rejected. Next came Ogilvy and Mather, which took a little longer this time, but not more than 15 minutes. It seemed that the top management of Ugly was very decisive and had very clear requirements for creativity, so there was no need to talk too much with the major creative companies. However, such a long time immediately made the people present inexplicably nervous, so everyone began to calculate the time for each company's presentation. Hangmei Advertising, Bald Eagle, Guangai, IPG. Among these companies, only IPG stayed in there for a longer time, 20 minutes. The other companies did not exceed 15 minutes. After all the companies finished their presentations, it was finally the turn of Supreme Creative. But Tang and Jimmy were leisurely. Even when they were waiting in the conference room before, they were still reading magazines, as if they didn't care about the performance of the companies at all. It was not until the major advertising creative companies left that Tang got up and walked towards the office. Dong dong dong. There was no response. Tang and Jimmy pushed the door directly, and found a familiar figure opening a bottle of champagne. Henry, how is it? That's right, it was Henry, the CEO of Heinz Group and the investor of Supreme Creative. Bang! The cap of the champagne bottle was opened, and the white and dense bubbles suddenly surged. Henry smiled and poured himself a glass and replied, I think you will never guess which company it is. Tang and Jimmy looked at each other. Jimmy shrugged and guessed first, I think it's Maroni. After all, he hates us the most, right? Tang shook his head and refuted, no, Jimmy, although the Lions are not friendly with us, we don't have too many conflicts of interest. Their projects are too small, and we won't snatch them. Then who do you think it is? Jimmy came to the table, picked up a glass of champagne, and thanked Henry. Tang took the glass handed over by Henry and said, I think it's IPG, because we have snatched several projects from them recently. Jimmy and Henry looked at each other, and Henry raised his eyebrows and said, wow, I didn't expect it, you guessed it right, Tang. It's IPG. Jimmy was also surprised. It was a well-known advertising creative company in New York. It actually used such a despicable method of bribing employees, and it also involved plagiarism. That's right, they just changed your idea a little bit. Henry said the IPG slogan, a bowl of ugly cereal every day, eat up your life. To be honest, it's better not to change it. Tang frowned and expressed dissatisfaction with this bad idea. But Jimmy was already laughing, it's so funny, they are like clowns in a circus. No, Jimmy, they are worse than clowns. Tang corrected, they are crappy magicians. They obviously have been exposed under the table, but they still have to bring up the fish tank they prepared. You are right, so what's next? Henry looked at Tang with admiration. This advertisement was simply a trap set by Tang. With Henry's connections, Ugly Cereal had already negotiated cooperation with Supreme Creative. However, in order to find out the company that bought Lilina, they specially sent invitations to major advertising companies in New York, just to let them join. As for the seemingly generous fee, it was also fake. How could a local brand like Ugly spend $300,000 to buy creativity? The real cost is $150,000 a year. If these advertising companies had done a careful investigation, they might have discovered some clues, but Tang gave them too little time. No one would have thought that such a realistic advertising campaign would be a fake puppet show. The senior executives in the office were just pretending, so the whole process went so fast. What they really wanted to hear was the advertising slogans that borrowed from Tang's ideas. Of course, they also made other preparations. For example, if the other party did not ask Lilina to plagiarize the idea, then let Lilina take the initiative to mention it in the name of lack of money. Tang believed that as long as this idea was given to the other company, it would be difficult for the other party not to refer to it. If there was really no reference at all, it didn't matter. Anyway, He had already signed the contract and could directly announce the victory of the supreme creativity. Now the facts have proved that no company would remain indifferent to the temptation of nearly $1 million. In fact, the advertisement of ugly cereal is closely related to the word health, and the idea proposed by Ross for the first time is actually the closest. Unfortunately, they were blinded by the high advertising fees and the background of the supreme creativity that they imagined. What's next? Tang shrugged and drank the champagne in his glass. It's a good thing to give gifts, isn't it? Next, we should carefully select and grab a few from the opponent's fat flock. God, it sounds so refreshing. Tang, that's what we should do. Jimmy cheered and agreed. Henry also nodded. This is how business competition should be. Now that you have found the opponent's weakness, you will show no mercy. Chapter 83 Company Layout. Carmela, I didn't expect you to move out now. Yes, we wanted you to host the beautiful women next week. Early in the morning on the weekend, Tang heard the voices of neighbors downstairs. They often came to Tang's house recently and gave gifts to their two younger brothers from time to time. But when they came here today, they found that Carmela had already started packing up to move. This made them very regretful. Yes, I also told Tang that there is no need to move so soon. But you know, Louis and Regis are going to start school, and Tang said they want to receive a better education. Fanny and Kigali also agreed with this reason. Indeed, although our place is not that bad, those good schools are not here. To be honest, I also want to move recently. Have you heard? There have been several shootings in the black neighborhood next to us recently. It's really scary. Yeah, I heard that it's another gang fight. It's been going on for a while before, and it's still not over. Those damn niggas. SHH. Carmela quickly stopped Kajali's racial discrimination. Okay. Kajali shrank her neck in dissatisfaction and stopped talking, while Tang upstairs frowned. Is the war between Fisi and the wild dogs not over yet? It's so long-lasting. Do we have to attract the attention of the government and ask the police to wipe them out? But think about it, it seems that the government will not do this. After all, fighting crime costs lives, and white policemen are not willing to give up their lives for the disputes between blacks. The neighbors didn't stay in Tang's house for long before leaving, but before leaving, Carmela gave them some gifts as a reward for her concern during this period. That night, the family sat in Tang's car and took the van to leave the community where they had lived for a long time and headed for their new home in Manhattan. Tang spent the next 2 days settling in the new home. When he came to the company again, he found that Caden and Cindy had returned. Boss. I missed you so much. Caden, wearing a shiny leather skirt, gave Tang a big kiss as soon as they met. After she hugged, Cindy, wearing white trousers, also came forward and hugged Tang. You look more and more like a female star. Tang smiled and looked at their agent Kane beside them. Is everything going well? Kane was a new employee he recruited. He was a former employee of UTA, United Elite Agency. He returned to New York from Los Angeles for family reasons and was favored by Tang. He had quite a lot of experience. He was good at both contract matters and route planning. The only thing was that he didn't have any resources in New York. If he had a lot of resources in New York, he would have been hired by various agencies with high salaries, and it would not be the turn of Angel Declaration. It went smoothly. We shot for 5 magazines and received an invitation to model for a fashion show. I was just about to talk to you about this. Kane followed Tang up to the second floor and entered the office. Jimmy also came in and listened to the conversation between the two. Tang read through the contracts Kane handed over, then pointed to one of them and said, "You don't have to pay much attention to the others, but this one, Victoria's Secret, I must help them negotiate it." The Victoria's Secret fashion show has been held since 1990. At first, it was to stimulate sales for Valentine's Day, and later it evolved into a grand show for the whole United States. And since 1990, its fame has been rising, with footprints all over Miami, Los Angeles and Cannes. However, after the fashion show reached a cooperation with CBS, the venue is now more fixed at the Lexington Avenue Arsenal in New York. So after seeing the invitation from Victoria's Secret, Tang immediately decided to take it. This is the best stage for Caden and Cindy, and later Lilina and others. Walking once is enough for men all over the United States to know her. Okay, don't worry, boss. This is the most important thing in my plan. Kane nodded and agreed, and then the few people talked about the future plans of Caden and Cindy. At present, the photo albums of the two have been shipped and sold to the UK, France, Tokyo and other places. They have accumulated a lot of fame in the United States, but such fame cannot be limited to photo albums and magazines. It must be realized as soon as possible. For example, shooting movies, TV series, and variety shows to further enhance their popularity in the circle. So Tang asked Kane to negotiate a few TV series or variety shows as soon as possible, and use the fame of the photo album to quickly increase the commercial value of the two. After Kane left, Jimmy also reported to Tang David Dian, the president of Henry Advertising, called through his secretary and said that he wanted to visit this afternoon. David Dian. Tang frowned. He was not familiar with this person. What is he going to do? I don't know, maybe he wants to discuss cooperation with us? It can't be a challenge for us not to compete with him for business. Jimmy pouted and smiled. Don't worry about him. Who knows whether the surprise he brings is still a surprise. Tang waved his hand. By the way, have you packed up downstairs? It's packed. We can move down tomorrow. What Tang said was to move Supreme Creative a company downstairs and vacate the upper floors for angel declaration. After all, the business of the two companies is gradually separated, and each of them should have their own workstation. Moreover, each floor of the independent small building where Tang is currently located is very large, with enough space for arrangement. Tang plans to build the second floor according to the decoration of a celebrity studio, set up a dressing room, a rest room and an office area respectively, and make full use of the space. This is undoubtedly a more tedious matter, so he has asked Jimmy to find a decoration company. Oh, by the way, buy me another sofa and put it in the office on the second floor. After saying this, Jimmy immediately showed an expression that all men understand. I understand, the red sofa rule, right? Get out. Tang kicked Jimmy, and Jimmy immediately ran out of the door with a chuckle. Tang turned around and sat back in his office chair. Angel Declaration currently holds 95% of the shares, and Jimmy holds 5%. Of course, he paid for this with his hard work over the past few months and 80% of the dividends. And Tang didn't plan to find investors anymore, because the money from publishing the photo album was enough to support the company temporarily. As long as Kaden and Cindy successfully realized their commercial value, the company would become a money-making tool. So Tang's current focus is still on Supreme Creativity. During this period, he took out 80% of the company's profits again and put them in several important cities in the United States, except New York. For example, Los Angeles, Chicago, etc. The high-end brands in New York are all in the hands of major companies, and it is difficult to poach them. Tang can't wait for their contracts to end before competing. He must continue to expand the business territory of Supreme Creativity. But the current profits are not enough. Even if all of them are invested, it will only be enough for a few months. Therefore, Tang asked Jimmy to find a third-party company, paid $30,000, and investigated IPG's current customer base. He needs more customers who can provide cash flow. IPG happened to be in the crosshairs. Of course, he can't let go of this guy who tried to bribe employees to copy Supreme Creativity's inspiration. So after screening the clients and judging the contract date, they found the most suitable heavyweight clients from IPG's client base. A client with an advertising contract worth millions, a legendary brand in the camera industry, Leica Camera. This is Tang's old business, the photography industry. He is too familiar with it. So when he saw this client, Tang immediately decided to take it down as the first shot against IPG. As for the negotiation with Leica Camera, Tang planned to hand it over to the company's second new employee, the former gold medal sales Fernando. He used to work for many well-known advertising companies around the world. Now that he is old, he plans to return to New York to work and retire. The reason why he chose Supreme Creativity was that he saw the advertisement and thought it was very interesting, so he came to the company to chat. Tang recognized his resume and experience. He needed such a seasoned salesperson to make up for the company's shortcomings of being young, so he kept him with an annual salary higher than the market. Now that the client has been selected, it's time for him to shine. In the office, Fernando was sorting out the information he needed. When he saw Tang coming in, he immediately greeted him. Tang, you are in such a hurry, you must have something to say. Yes, I have selected a client, but it is closed now. Tang leaned against the door with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Haha. Fernando's thick white hair trembled a few times because of his smile. No, Tang, you are wrong. The door of the client is always open to us, as long as we give them what they need. You are right, Fernando. Have you been involved in the camera industry before? Tang approached and found that the desk was clean and tidy. Of course, I have negotiated with Hasselblad, Nikon, and Canon. To be honest, the requirements of camera brands are still quite high. Fernando shrugged, smoothed the folded part of the information with his hands, and stuffed it into the folder. We are on Leica this time. Tang folded his arms and said, they signed a 2-year agreement with IPG before, and now there are still 3 months before the expiration. I don't know if IPG has signed a contract with them, so I need you to investigate. No problem, Tang, but I think you want more than just an investigation. Fernando laughed and said, I will try to bring them over, but the creativity will depend on you. Of course, supreme creativity never disappoints. In the afternoon, Tang, who had finished his company's Trivial Matters, met David Dian, who came to visit in the office. Hello, Tang. Hello, David. When the two sat down, Tang was a little puzzled. The president of Henry Advertising did not seem to be in a good state. There were faint red bloodshot in his eyes, and the dark circles were a little heavy. Although his hair was neat, it was not carefully groomed. He did not look like the president of a listed company, but rather like a low-level worker who was suppressed. Moreover, as soon as they met, before they exchanged a few pleasantries, he couldn't wait to get straight to the point. Tang, in fact, I came here this time to discuss acquisitions, or investments with you in private. Acquisitions? Investments. Tang frowned with a look of are you kidding me? Sorry, David, I don't want it. Chapter 84 $10 million. Tang thought David Dian was here to make fun of him. Supreme Creative had several clients under annual framework agreements. Both its current strength and development potential were highly anticipated. How could it be so eager to accept the acquisition now? But David Dian didn't think so. $10 million. What? Tang and David didn't show any expression. Instead, Jimmy, who was listening, was shocked. $10 million, Tang, how about it? David Dian said with a smile. After seeing Jimmy's expression, he immediately became more confident. But Tang shrugged, then, $10 million to buy the company. If that was the case, then he really couldn't sell it. Anyway, the creativity was all with him. As long as he terminated the contract with Caden and others, it would not be difficult for him to set up another company. It was equivalent to making a fortune out of nothing, and Henry would surely not refuse such a good thing. But David's next words dispelled his idea. Of course not. For $10 million I only need 40% of the shares, and Tang, you must stay in the position of CEO for 3 years. He took a sip of coffee, dispelling a little fatigue, and continued, to be honest, I have investigated your company. All the creative leadership is done by you and Jimmy, isn't it? So compared to this company, I value you more, Tang. This money is my investment in you, how about it? After David Dian finished speaking, he stared at Tang's eyes, as if he wanted to see his emotions from them. Unfortunately, he only saw 2 words, calm, as if $10 million had no attraction to him. Jimmy, who was a little surprised, also regained his composure under the influence of Tang. He crossed his legs and played with his mobile phone boredly, as if he didn't take the $10 million seriously at all. This feeling was not good. David Dian felt that the development of things was a little beyond his expectations. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Dian. Tang showed a formal smile, but for me, money will be earned sooner or later, and whether it belongs to me is the most important thing. It seems that you have a plan in mind. David Dian tried. Of course. Then maybe we can talk about investment, 35% of the shares, $10 million US. David Dian continued to try. Sorry, if you are just here to talk about this matter today, then our conversation may end here. David Dian looked at Jimmy with some reluctance. Are you so stingy with shares? With money, you can expand. I will not interfere with you. Just pay dividends. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, he could not change Tang's mind. After all, it is not the time when we are penniless now. At that time, Henry's 1 million solved Tang's urgent needs, so there was a return of shares. Now that the company is thriving, there is really no need to attract investment. Moreover, if we spend the investment after it is in place, the result of expanding a large number of personnel will only make the company bloated and inefficient. We can't spend another $8 million on advertising across the United States. It's not the right time yet. At least we have to wait until Tang defines more advertising planners to enrich the company. So Tang refused decisively, and David Ian finally returned disappointed. But after he left, Jimmy couldn't help but sigh, $10 million. I really can't imagine that one day someone would wave so much money to acquire us, and we refused. God, it's crazy. If my mother knew, she would be scared to death. She has never earned 1% in her life. But we will earn more than $10 million in the future. Tang smiled and took a sip of tea, but I'm curious why the president of Henry Advertising wants to acquire us. I also think it's a bit strange. They don't seem to have much presence in the advertising campaign recently. So go check it out. Oh, by the way, let Lilina notify IPG that the president of Henry Advertising is here. It's strange. They seem to have been very interested in whether we have behind-the-scenes investors and teams. Previously, IPG asked a lot of questions through the consulting company Lilina, among which the emphasis was on whether strangers often appeared in the company, or whether Tang and Jimmy had contact with other companies. Tang inferred from this that IPG might think that there was someone behind him. Perhaps it was because his team was so small but had so many creative ideas that they became suspicious. That was why Lilina passed on a lot of false information. Now that the president of Henry Advertising was here, it would be even better. He could tell IPG directly and let them continue to bang their heads against the wall like a hamster in this confusing maze of truth. So 2 hours later, IPG creative director Sig received a message from Figgis. David Dine. It's him. Sig snorted coldly and finally came to a conclusion about his guess. Although Lilina didn't say the name of this person, the various body and appearance characteristics she passed on perfectly matched David Dine. In addition, he talked with Tang for a long time after entering the office, and was sent out by Tang and Jimmy when he left. These details all showed that he was Tang's behind-the-scenes investor. Very good, now that we have so much evidence, what we need to do now is very simple. Sig tapped the table and made a crisp sound. Figs, talk to the other president of Henry Advertising, and then investigate the current customer base of Henry Advertising. We should take this opportunity to grab a few pieces of meat from them. No problem. Sig. Figs agreed with a smile. Also, has Ugly confirmed the advertising agency? Not yet, they said it will take another week. It's really troublesome, I don't know what they are thinking. Sig nodded, that's it, go ahead. A few days later, the news that the two presidents of Henry Advertising had a falling out quietly spread throughout the advertising industry. I heard that they almost fought in the conference room to compete for the actual control of the company. Jimmy told Tang the news with a gloating expression on his face. Did the board of directors behind them help? Why did it make such a big fuss? They helped, but it was useless. I heard that the supporters behind both sides were of similar status, so they can only rely on themselves. Then there will be something interesting to watch next. Yes, the two sides have now divided the company into two parts, and it is said that performance will speak for itself. At the same time, Hig also received the news released by Ugly, but unlike what he expected, supreme creativity was still favored this time. Shit. Why is this happening? Hig called Ross into the office and scolded him, useless. Why didn't the slogan I asked you to revise and beautify win over supreme creativity? Ross was silent, not daring to refute his boss, and could only be scolded. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Hig felt a little helpless and could only close his eyes and lean back in his chair. After a long silence, he said, your position will be given to Milton from now on. Ross, you are demoted. Give me another chance. Ross immediately begged earnestly. But Sig had made up his mind, no room for negotiation. Ross, I've already given you a chance. Now, get out of my office. In the lion-like roar, Ross walked out of the office in despair and returned to the door of the food department. However, when his subordinates looked at him in unison, he suddenly felt as if he was facing a tsunami of ridicule. Those looks really made him feel ashamed, so he could only lower his head to avoid them, then picked up his suit in his hand and turned to escape into the office. Catcha. Be more natural. Don't be stiff. Lilina. A week later, Tang took photos of Lilina in the garden as promised. This was a temporary rented venue, belonging to a wedding photography shop. They arranged a small garden here, with a large number of curved arches covered with flowers of various colors, and a small fountain of Cupid spraying water with his brother. Lilina was wearing pure white lace underwear, with 2 small wings on her back, and she was sticking her butt up. Her 2 white thighs in white fishnet stockings were crossed and posing in front of the fountain. But Tangda's shooting was far less smooth than that of Kaden and Cindy, because Lilina was a real inexperienced newbie. Her posture and body flexibility were a bit lacking, and she couldn't stretch herself out at all. So Tangda spent more energy this time than before. You should stand up a little more. It's like you are holding it up. Your legs are slightly apart. You are not even as good as the sculpture behind you now, and you can't arouse desire at all. I'm already trying, boss. Lilina stretched her body as hard as she could, and the steep scenery was still shaking under the influence of gravity. Tangda decisively captured this scene. Yes, that's right. That's it. Turn around for me again, and bite your lips lightly. Okay, boss. Lilina responded to every word of Tangda, and her voice was still coquettish, which made people feel a little numb. If Jimmy was here, I'm afraid he really couldn't hold on. But such a picture was just a drizzle in Tangda's eyes. Of course, the most important thing was that Lilina's expression was not attractive enough, not as natural as Kaden and Cindy. So he calmly took pictures of various exciting pictures one by one, and avoided the characteristic of Lilina's stiff expression. He specially took close-ups of her body, and even with expressions, he matched them with a panoramic view. After the entire photo album was taken, there was only one photo that made Tangda most satisfied. In that photo, Lilina was wrapped in flowers. The lace underwear slowly fell down due to the untying of the rope, and the white body stretched to its heart's content. The arcs and curves of the key parts were clearly visible, except for a small part covered by the flowers. Her face was full of shyness, and she was biting a white ribbon of underwear in her mouth. One of her tender white thighs was straight and the other was bent. The fishnet stockings were all curled up at her feet, as if symbolizing endless desire and temptation, and like a sinful angel issuing an invitation to everyone to make love. Chapter 85 Grand Prize Selection. MTV Video Music Awards officially began on July 1st. Famous music critics from major music magazines across the United States, as well as some authoritative media people have gathered in New York, because this year's awards ceremony is held in Radio City Music Hall in New York. This year's MTV Video Music Awards has set up 15 regular awards, 6 professional awards and 7 regional international audience choice awards. Each award has 6 nominations, combining professionalism and popularity. It can be said that this is one of the 2 most watched awards ceremonies in the American music scene this year. The media person Black Jack is one of the music critics invited to participate in the selection this year. Hey, Jack, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Thompson. Standing in front of him at this time is a short middle-aged man who is dressed very fashionably, wearing a jacket and a sweatshirt. He is not only a shareholder of MTV, the world's largest music television network, but also the person in charge of this selection and awards ceremony. Logically, at his age, he should be more interested in classical and jazz music, but he loves rock and other pop songs. He often goes to concerts around the world and usually takes the initiative to take photos with pop singers. Jack, this year is really a big year for MVs, you know what I'm talking about. Thompson smiled and patted his arm, his expression somewhat excited. Of course, I have a lot of MVs that I like myself. But don't let personal preferences affect the ratings, go in. Okay, Mr. Thompson. Jack politely talked to him and walked into the auditorium, which was full of red curtains and a screen like a movie theater on the stage. This is where they will stay for the next few days, because this selection will vote and score after watching the movie together, and put the named slips into a bucket. After the voting is over, it will be recalculated. If someone receives money, or for some reason gives a score that is too low or too high compared to others, they must be responsible for it and give reasons. Of course, if the reason is not enough to convince the jury, then the qualifications of the selector will be questioned. Therefore, the selection of the MTV Awards is basically fair and just, and can represent the current popular trends in public aesthetics. However, they are now selecting nominees, and the real winners will have to go through a more professional second round of selection. On the morning of the 1st, Jack first met with other media people to get familiar with each other, and in the afternoon, the organizers began to select. As the judges entered, the auditorium gradually fell into darkness. All the judges sat on the sofa seats, holding their breath, holding the cards in their hands and waiting for the first MV to appear. When the screen lit up in azure blue, everyone immediately realized what this MV was. A makeover? It turned out to be this one. The bearded man next to Jack whispered to him. He was the head of the Los Angeles music radio station and Jack's friend, Herbert. "I like this, okay, don't be influenced by me." The young man on the other side of Herbert subconsciously agreed, and when he realized that he was suspected of influencing others, he immediately raised his hands to show that he had no intention. Jack moved his eyes to him, and saw the man's face clearly with the light of the screen, and found that it turned out to be Schreiber, the founder of the well-known music website Pitchfork. This website was originally his personal music blog, but as more and more users watched it, it attracted many music experts to recommend and comment on songs, and it has become the largest music website in the United States. This was his first time to participate in such a review, and it was normal for him to have no experience. "It doesn't matter," Herbert comforted, and then turned his head to the screen. The MV ended soon, and when the lights came back on, they picked up pens and wrote down their own scores on the cards. While the cards were taken away and they were waiting for others, the three of them started talking about this MV again. "The colors are really great, and they are used very boldly. Jack liked the blue in it the most, which was quiet and colorful. Yes, the director used a large area of blue and a small area of pink, which is very visually impactful. The plot also complements the MV." Schreiber agreed. Herbert nodded, and the cross symbolizes love and redemption. "It's interesting that he used the cross to smash things in the house. It's obviously expressing the use of faith to implement redemption. But I think it can also be understood as rebirth," Jack added. Schreiber explained, "Using family love to redeem the past self and become a new self, isn't this the meaning of this song? I have to say, the director is amazing." "Yes, Tang, I heard that he is a director under CAA and shot several music videos this year. I am very impressed." Herbert shrugged. "To be honest, I have always been curious about him. Maybe I can see him at this MTV Awards." Jack smiled. The MTV Awards has a red carpet segment every year, which is considered a highlight moment for the few music video directors. Therefore, as long as they are nominated, they will appear on the red carpet to answer reporters' questions. After a few people talked for a while, the auditorium darkened again and the second music video continued to play. In the next few hours, selected music videos from all over the world appeared on the screen one by one. The judges tried their best to maintain their state and threw the scorecards into the voting bucket one by one. Half a day passed quickly in this mechanical selection. When Jack got up from his chair, he felt that his body was about to stiffen. After leaving the auditorium, he followed the waiter's instructions to the open-air restaurant. After finally breathing fresh air, he didn't rush to eat, but leaned against the corridor stairs to light a cigarette for himself. Then more male judges came over, and it was obvious that they were all addicted to smoking. After meeting each other, they smiled, and then took out cigarettes and lit them for themselves. At this time, one of them said, "Have you seen the front page article of Bay Area Music magazine yesterday?" "What?" His friend frowned. "It's the one written by Dylan about MV creation. He said that MV should not follow the old path of movies and become a collection of grand scenes and gimmicks. I think it's right." "What?" This sentence was not said by his friend, but by Jack. Dylan is a famous music critic and a judge of many awards such as the Grammy Awards. Although his reputation is mixed because he often publishes some confusing remarks in magazines, this does not affect his status in the music critic circle. Therefore, when he speaks out about the current situation of MVs, all music critics will take it to heart. And the questions he raised this time are indeed very sharp. That is, the MV should not be the main focus and steal the attention from the music itself. In the article he wrote, "Nowadays, more and more songs are promoted using MVs as one of the important means of promotion, using so-called big scenes and gimmicks to attract fans to watch and buy. But in my opinion, this is a wrong path. Because the essence of this behavior is a lack of confidence in one's own songs. When singers and producers do not choose to rely on the songs themselves to win in the market competition, but instead choose to rely on the gimmicks of MVs to make fans pay, this approach will only bury other truly good singers. And when this trend permeates the music scene, everyone will spend more money to shoot MVs, so the production costs spent on songs will be less. In the eyes of most fans, MVs should be the foil of songs. They should serve the artistic nature of the songs, not steal the limelight from the songs. If a song's MV goes beyond this scope, it means that it is separated from the song, it is inappropriate, and it is shit. So I suggest that major awards ceremonies should stop this trend in a timely manner and let music return to the song itself. The world does not need a second film industry. After Jack learned about Dylan's article from the two people, he didn't know how to refute it for a while. Although subconsciously, he felt that this argument was somewhat evasive, as if something important was overlooked. However, he could not organize it into words, so Jack was also wondering why he felt so awkward while eating. At the same time, the content of this article was also known to many judges present during the chat. Some expressed disdain, while others expressed approval. But it is undeniable that everyone knows which MV the article is targeting. After all, when it comes to MV scenes this year, it is undoubtedly Avril's rock song that is the most famous. This is unfair. So when all the judges came to the auditorium again the next day, Schreiber complained to Herbert and Jack, "Dylan's article is affecting our selection. So you have to try your best to avoid it." Herbert said quite experiencedly, "The Oscars will be influenced by comments and money, and MTV is no exception. These media people will publish some seemingly correct but actually useless articles at this time every year to influence us. Are you saying that there is an instruction from the record company behind this?" Schreiber is very smart and knows it at a glance. Herbert spread his hands. Who knows? Everyone has his own calculations anyway, right? Jack could not hide his ridicule. Those companies will do anything to make their singers more famous. Just as the three were talking, Mr. Thompson walked from the audience to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone. He didn't say anything, just looked at everyone calmly, until the chatter faded and everyone focused their attention on him. Then he spoke. "First of all, as music judges, what we have to do is to remain independent and not be influenced by the words of others. Secondly, we have to understand what the awards we are selecting are. MTV selects popular song MVs that are loved by the audience, not songs, nor art that is sold in art galleries. I know that many people like to use art to show off themselves, and there are even judges who have a condescending attitude towards rappers. But this is wrong, and MTV must correct this mistake. We must select MVs that can better represent the future trend of the music scene. We must select MVs that contain the creator's ingenuity and can make the songs more enjoyable. Grand scenes, movie techniques, spoofs, horror, violence, suspense, these elements are just forms of expression. We can't be blinded and mistakenly think that this is the core of the MV. Nor can we look at it differently just because they are used in the MV." Thompson said this passionately, paused for a moment, glanced at everyone and continued, "Popular, exciting, and fitting. These three words are the core key. As for stealing the limelight, fans won't buy a song just because its MV is good. They are not mindless puppets. They will only pay for what they're really like." Chapter 86 MV Interpretation. Just as Thompson said, Dylan's article actually has many fallacies. For example, he said that big-scale music videos will be more popular with fans and make them pay for them, but music videos are not the film industry, and they can never match the storytelling of movies. Do you want fans to pay for them just based on some interesting pictures? And what Jack has never figured out in his mind is the key point that Dylan avoided. He raised the importance of music videos to a point that cannot be ignored throughout the article, but ignored the simplest fact. That is, before watching music videos, fans will first listen to the songs. The premise for music videos to become popular is that the songs themselves are popular and catchy enough, otherwise no one would be willing to waste time on a bad song. Therefore, Dylan's statement that more good songs are buried is also pure nonsense. If the songs are not good, should we blame others for shooting good music videos? What kind of logic is this? It's just like Dylan's wife complained that the time in bed was too short today, and then he took a gun to find the neighbor next door and asked him why it took so long. After figuring this out, the judges on the scene also adjusted their mindsets and continued to rate various music videos. It was just that today was even harder than yesterday. Jack watched the MVs for half a day and felt that his eyes were tired and tears were flowing. Fortunately, the quality of the MVs in the afternoon was much better than that in the morning, especially when Eminem's song Without Me was played. The various jokes in it made the judges laugh. After voting, the frequency of discussion was obviously much higher. I liked this MV. It has pop culture, spoof elements, and a new form of expression. Wow, I love this. Schreiber was the first to praise it. Herbert also nodded in agreement. Yes, I think Eminem's song should compete for the best MV of the year. I like this too. The various celebrities' jokes match this song. Although Eminem scolded the music industry, I have to say that this kind of personality is popular now. As a first-line music critic, Jack often observes on the streets and in audio-visual stores. He has to admit that Eminem's influence is indeed crazy. What those boys like most is to carry a large tape player and shuttle through the streets and alleys, graffiti, skateboarding, and playing basketball to the rhythm of this song. Its popularity is beyond doubt. Jack thinks that the only competitor who can make its road to winning the award more confusing is Avril's Sk8er Boy. And thinking of this song, they soon saw it half an hour later. Avril deliberately pretending to be old, abstract stop-motion animation, gorgeous American comic elements, and Grant Street concerts. When these scenes caught the eye one by one, everyone felt the word creativity. And when the windows of the two buildings sprayed colorful mist and fireworks one by one, the unrestrained but not out-of-line performance method immediately made everyone silently cheer. Even though they have seen this MV more than once, they are still amazed by its ingenuity. So after casting the vote, Herbert shrugged, "I really can't believe that I can see such an MV this year. Yet, it's a very dreamy feeling." Schreiber smiled and said, "Just as the MV expresses, Avril is dreaming, the girl is having a regretful dream, and we, the audience, are also dreaming with her. Yes, just like the lyrics, we have all missed that important person for various reasons. When we meet again, all we have left is regret, so we fantasize about what will happen if we walk with her. Will the person on the stage be ourselves?" Jack summarized the connotation of the song, and then Herbert added, "That's it, so when the comic style appears in the MV, it means that the girl has entered the dream. She took a plane and landed next to the boy and sang with him. But the boy's dream does not welcome her, so the police showed up and wanted to drive Avril away. After all, that position did not belong to her." Schreiber exclaimed, "Can it be interpreted this way? Interpreting MVs is Herbert's forte. Come on, continue." Jack explained to Schreiber and continued to listen to Herbert's interpretation. "In fact, I didn't fully understand every detail, but I understand the director's general meaning. The woman played by Avril actually knows that she shouldn't be around the boy, so what she needs is not constant companionship, but a grand ending. That's why the two buildings sprayed fireworks. For Avril, that was her curtain call. It was her favorite scene when she was young. If you look closely, you can find that there are miniature fireworks and spray cans in the corner of the room at the beginning, and there are hand-painted drafts on the wall, which are exactly the same as the scene of the final fireworks." Jack and Schreiber heard this and immediately got goosebumps on their backs. They didn't expect that a small MV would hide so many details like a movie. But through his words, Schreiber also remembered some details he had seen. "I saw it too, that baby clothes, with a cartoon-style guitar painted on it." Jack also remembered the details he had overlooked. "Yes, there is also a helicopter toy. It's on the ground, but its propeller is broken." After saying that, the three of them looked at each other for a while, and they immediately felt itchy in their hearts, and wanted to find the MV to watch it again. "It seems that I have to post another article." Herbert laughed. After talking about this, Jack couldn't help guessing, "So I'm very curious about which one between it and Without Me will win the best of the year. If it were me, I would vote for this song." "Me too." Herbert shook his chin, and his beard trembled. The two looked at Schreiber again, and saw him nodding his head up and down quickly and affirmatively. "Me too." "Dude, don't you like Without Me?" Jack asked, puzzled. Schreiber spread his hands. "Although I like Without Me, I think the popularity of that MV may be very short-lived." "You're right, that MV may not be popular in a few months." Herbert also thinks so. The works that play with memes are particularly outstanding because of their timeliness, but they will also quickly become obscured by the crowd because of their timeliness. Therefore, in terms of classicism, several people think that Without Me is not as good as Sk8er Boy. Avril's MV is so wonderful that even if you put aside the song, it is worth watching repeatedly. Moreover, the big scenes and various elements in it serve the song itself. Watching the MV and listening to the song will make you feel more excited, and there is no separation. This is undoubtedly the best popular MV that can be referenced, without a doubt. But whether it can win the award depends on the criteria of the second round of judging. While MTV was in full swing in the selection, Tang was also communicating with Andreas Kaufman, chairman of the supervisory board and major shareholder of the Leica camera brand, on the advertising copy for the next 10 years. That's right, the Leica brand only changes its copy and slogan about once every 10 years. This is a decision made to maintain the brand's tone. And the last time it was responsible for the copywriting was IPG, and they have a long history of cooperation with the Leica brand. But now, Leica's major shareholder has come all the way to New York to meet Tang in his office. It's not because they were convinced by Fernando's conversation skills, nor because they saw the advertisement of Supreme Creative Promotion. The reason why Tang appeared here is entirely because Fernando said the advertising slogan that Tang gave him when talking to the other party's CEO. The world needs to witness, sir. This is my definition of Leica. Tang picked up the Leica classic camera M6 on the table, stroked its outstanding metal texture, and exclaimed, "This is my dream camera, sir. The world needs to witness." Great, this sentence. Andreas Kaufman pondered carefully and sighed sincerely. He was wearing a gray windbreaker, his skin was slightly ravine, and his fingers were thick and strong. At a glance, you can tell that he often travels and takes pictures. Thank you for the compliment. If you like it, I can decide for you to pick one and take it away. Andreas Kaufman saw that Tang couldn't let go of the Leica M6, and immediately smiled and said that he could give it to him. Really? Mr. Chairman, then I'm not polite. Ha, it doesn't matter, I'm very satisfied with your slogan. As the one who has the final say in Leica, Andreas Kaufman has to go through all decisions, so he can decide everything as long as he thinks it's appropriate. After hearing the slogan conveyed by the CEO, he found the highest creativity at the first time, and he was even more satisfied after meeting Tang. Because Tang understands cameras and Leica. In addition to this slogan, I also have matching copy for promotion. Tang then handed the prepared card to Mr. Chairman. Andreas Kaufman took the card and slowly read out the copy on it. Today, taking pictures has become easier than ever before. But in the long river of history, there are always some people who can use their sensitivity and unique consciousness to capture those unique and moving moments with their lenses. Through this advertisement, Leica pays tribute to these recorders and witnesses. It also expresses deep affection for our homeland where we coexist and live side by side. It's so beautiful, I like this. Andreas Kaufman once again praised Tang's creativity. Then he looked up at Tang and stretched out his hand. It seems that I came to the right place. Of course, sir, the highest creativity will never disappoint its customers. Tang maintained a humble smile, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with the chairman's hand. But he had already whistled in his heart. Because this classic slogan is the global brand slogan of Leica in the future. Of course they will like it. And as long as this project is negotiated, it means that Tang has torn off the fattest thigh meat from IPG. Chapter 87, Beat the Dog. IPG has been very busy recently because some of the company's clients have suddenly changed. Leica Camera, whose advertising slogan is about to expire, announced that it has reached a cooperation with Supreme Creative. Olmo, a subsidiary of Unilever, announced that it has reached a cooperation with Hengyi Advertising. These two clients are currently the top three in value in IPG's hands. Unexpectedly, they were directly snatched away by others without any sound. If Hengyi Advertising succeeded in snatching the client, it was because their strength was already above IPG, and they also relied on Omnicom, the advertising giant, so it was not surprising that IPG could snatch the client so quickly. When did Supreme Creative contact the Leica brand and make the final decision? This made the senior management of IPG very confused. There was no sign at all, and the opponent snatched a big piece of cake from under their noses. This was simply playing with them as fools. The board of directors was furious at the time and kept questioning the current senior management, causing SEG to hold meetings from morning to night for several consecutive days. Even Milton, the newly promoted head of the department, had to wait until the evening to listen to Sign's arrangements before he could go home. SEG's boss also actively participated in the company's business. He was originally responsible for IPG's task of expanding the British market, but now that his hometown was robbed, he certainly couldn't let the situation continue to decline. So the top management made several decisions in succession during this period. On the one hand, all sales were asked to consolidate existing customers, and on the other hand, they were to find loopholes in other companies and snatch their valuable customers. This also put a sharp increase in the pressure on the advertising planners in the company. They held meetings every day to study ideas, and the cleaning lady could sweep a large piece of hair in the meeting room every night. In such a high-pressure environment, The company's atmosphere became increasingly anxious, and employees dared not breathe heavily after work. There was no more laughter and communication in the past. Everyone was busy at their workstations, fearing that they would be the first to stand out and be kicked out of the company. The tormented Sig had not slept well for 3 days. He was listening to the survey results of the salesmen in the conference room at this time. But all the survey data, in his opinion, could only make his heart more burdened. After reading it, he couldn't help but get angry and cursed. Why? Why? Why do Supreme Creative's customers have annual framework agreements? Don't they have any flaws? FXXK. Bullshit. Can he be the only one who can steal our customers and we can't fight back? Figes was timid and didn't dare to answer. The fact proved that his previous so-called targeting and bribery were useless, and Supreme Creative was not affected at all. This company is like a hedgehog. Every time you try to hurt it, you will be hurt back. Especially the strategy of only doing creative work for top companies is even more cunning. The companies that signed the contract are all large companies that cherish their reputation. How could they choose to break the contract because of a little discount? Not to mention that the agreements signed are all for 3 years, which is even more impossible to do. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything, the others also lowered their heads and pretended to be ostriches. Bang! Hig slammed the folder in his hand on the glass. SHXT. It's all garbage. Garbage. Figes couldn't let it go, so he could only whisper, in addition to Supreme Creativity, we can also start with Hengmei Advertising. Damn, we have tried Hengmei's customers. Only 2 medium-sized ones have signed contracts with us, and they are not even 1/3 of Leica's total. FXXK. Because Leica has a long time limit and focuses on global strategy, the advertising fees are all paid in one lump sum, which is particularly generous. Sales are calculated from the growth of Leica's advertising costs in recent years. After Supreme Creativity reaches a cooperation with it, the revenue it will obtain will not be less than $2 million. This is simply cutting meat from Hig's heart. Even if there are still a large number of customers in the company, high-quality customers are not so easy to get. Every missing one means that a part of the company's profits will be cut. So Hig now feels like he's sitting on the crater, and he may be swallowed by the board of directors' anger like thick lava in the next second. This sense of crisis drives him to never dare to stop, nor dare to let his subordinates stop. So he thought for a moment and issued an order. Next, go find customers. No matter how big or small, even if it's a small roadside shop, don't let it go. Since we can't find a large number of high-quality customers to fill the gap for the time being, we will win by quantity. I want to see new customers sign contracts every day. Do you understand? Yes, Director. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. Figs subconsciously spoke to ease the atmosphere. Everyone must be hungry. Let's go eat pizza together. Unexpectedly, this sentence made Sig directly angry. Fuck pizza. Figs. From today on, no pizza is allowed in the company. At the same time, in the Ogilvy advertising conference room, 2 executives, Maz and Lacey, who usually don't interfere with each other, smiled when facing each other for the first time. Even CEO Vino's face was full of smiles at this moment. Because they also learned about IPG's recent experience and were planning to add insult to injury. Now that Supreme Creative and Hengmei Advertising have poached several clients from IPG, it proves that his current customer base has begun to waver. Of course, we want to get a piece of the pie. After Vino finished speaking, he looked at Maz and Lacey. You two are responsible for different sectors. Maz, you start with maternal and child, food, and catering brands. Lacey, you start with the communications and tobacco industries. Okay, no problem. Lacey nodded. In fact, I have already negotiated with 2 clients and will sign the contract tomorrow. That couldn't be better. Vino nodded appreciatively. Seeing this, Maz also said, we have also taken some action here. We have confirmed preliminary intentions with 3 clients. Lacey curled her lips. It sounded nice to say. Confirming preliminary intentions is equivalent to not even starting to discuss cooperation, but just a phone call. But Vino did not ask in detail, but encouraged, well done, Maz, we have to take this opportunity to suppress IPG. They snatched a lot of customers from us last year. The bonuses of your department this year will come from these customers. The department that does better will definitely reap more generous rewards. Understood. Lacey and Maz looked at each other and saw the provocation in each other's eyes. Just after Ogilvy joined the customer war, IPG received several bad news. After Leica Camera and Omo, they lost another tobacco customer and a fried chicken chain brand. And these companies signed contracts with Ogilvy, which means something. Advertising companies in New York have already set their sights on this sweet cake of theirs, and they all want to get a share of this chaotic situation. The situation of being surrounded by wolves suddenly confused Sig's mind, making him feel that his blood pressure is like the urine accumulated in the urinal of a shopping mall that is about to overflow, which is scary just by looking at it. Sig's hair fell faster. IPG salespeople are also gradually increasing the speed of attracting customers. Every day, many new customers are signed. No matter how small the brand is, as long as it can create an illusion of prosperity and keep their jobs, it is worth signing. So every day, the company's front desk is the busiest, receiving a factory owner, a supermarket owner, and then there are various retail and small commodity owners waiting to understand the agreement. Of course, except for the pizza shop owner, Sig rejected all the pizza shop owners' advertising contracts. However, under IPG's crazy offensive of attracting new customers, it is not the large advertising agencies that suffer the most, but the small advertising agencies that are in mourning. As the saying goes, the boss and the second fight, and the third one is gone. Now the advertising industry is sliding towards such a situation. Under the simultaneous hunting of Supreme Creative, Ogilvy Advertising, Hangme Advertising and many large advertising companies, IPG fought hard and crushed a lot of small advertising agencies in the process of falling to the ground. Lion Advertising is naturally one of them. Maroney stood in the office and racked his brains, but he couldn't figure out why IPG would attack him. He had established a relationship with Figs, but some unscrupulous sales representative poached most of his company's customers with unreasonable preferential contracts. He sat in the office all night, his eyes red, but he couldn't figure out what happened. He finally contacted Figs, but he didn't pay any attention to him. He just said a few perfunctory trash words and hung up the phone. Maroney was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground and cursed like a shrew. FXXK. Dund. FXXK. Jimmy. FXXK. IPG. Outside the office, the two young advertising planners looked at each other when they saw their manager so angry, and then Phoebe spoke first. Do you think this company has a future? No. Torian adjusted his glasses and said in a calm tone, maybe we should change to another company. You're right, but where should we go? Phoebe frowned. Which company is better now? IPG. Torian folded his arms and said confidently, you see that our company's clients have been poached by IPG. You know they are expanding wildly recently, and they are in need of people. But why does IPG want to sign small clients? Phoebe was a little confused. Torian explained, it's obvious, because they plan to take in both large and small customers in one fell swoop. Maybe IPG plans to set up a group. Group? Wow, that's great. Torian. Phoebe laughed, then we will go for an interview tomorrow. Interview. A day later, Sig stood in the conference room with an expression of disbelief on his face. Is there anyone still applying now? Milton picked up the information and affirmed, yes, Director. We need. Sig seemed to wake up from a dream, and said loudly, of course we need it. Recruit more people. Recruit more advertising planners for me and let them think of better ideas. What about the salary? Salary? Just take the lowest one, and set a goal for them. If they can't reach it, just kick them out. Sig slammed the table. In addition, notify the existing advertising planners. We will have meetings every day. I want to see their creativity in person. If they are not up to standard, get out. Chapter 88 The Last Laugh. The changes in the New York advertising industry in the past month are even more magical than the previous year. First, Supreme Creative emerged and snatched many projects from large advertising agencies such as Ogilvy and IPG. Then the two presidents of Hangme Advertising went from fighting secretly to formally opposing each other, using performance as a bet to compete for the company's dominance. In the end, IPG failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. It only snatched 2 clients from Hangme Advertising, and then a large number of high-quality clients were snatched away by Supreme Creative, Hangme, Ogilvy and other advertising companies. And like a domino effect, the hunting of IPG by many companies led to more large advertising agencies joining in, and a large number of small and medium-sized advertising companies were snatched away. The clients were robbed, The profits plummeted, and even went bankrupt. So all advertising practitioners have watched the smoke of war in the industry for nearly a month, and various companies have been biting IPG like vultures, constantly cutting meat from it. Even if Hug has signed many small and medium-sized clients, it is difficult to hide the fatigue of his own company. Moreover, more clients also meant more manpower. IPG was forced to recruit a large number of new people. After joining, these new people clung to each other and opposed the old employees, resulting in an extremely bad atmosphere in the company. Coupled with Hig's performance requirements for everyone, the internal situation became increasingly unstable. At this time, an unexpected thing happened. A customer went to court to complain about IPG, saying that after signing an advertising contract with him, IPG signed a contract with his opponent and modified the slogan given to him and gave it directly to the other party. The customer presented a lot of evidence in court, and it can be said that plagiarism was a foregone conclusion. Logically, IPG should not have made such a mistake, because in any large advertising agency, plagiarizing creativity is the bottom line that cannot be violated. But recently there are too many new people, the company has no time to train them one by one, and everyone is scratching their heads for performance and trying to be one step ahead. So a new advertising planner privately delivered the advertisement without review. As a result, after the advertisement was released, the boss suddenly found that the opponent had used the same idea as himself. This lawsuit should have been quickly resolved by IPG's legal department. All it needed to do was pay compensation and get the boss to withdraw the lawsuit. But at this juncture, all advertising agencies were closely watching IPG's movements, so everyone received the news immediately after the lawsuit was filed. So, just one day later, the front pages of major newspapers and magazines all published articles about IPG's plagiarism of ideas, which directly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. There were bursts of laughter in the Supreme Creative office. Jimmy held the newspaper with an excited expression. "Look, Tang, IPG has publicly apologized and announced that it will investigate to the end, and even laid off its own creative director and some other senior executives. In fact, I hope they don't lay them off." Tang shrugged and drank a sip of tea. He recently went to Chinatown to buy a set of tea sets and boiled purified water to make tea every day. Why? Jimmy was a little puzzled. Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "Because they are stupid enough, Jimmy. It's not easy to find such an easy opponent. If it weren't for Sig's eagerness to fight against several advertising agencies at the same time, their weaknesses would not have been discovered and so many customers would not have been poached. Moreover, since this incident, Supreme Creative has poached 2 more customers from IPG, both in the food industry. However, if it comes to quantity, Ogilvy Advertising must be the first. They poached a full 7 customers. Hangmei Advertising poached 4. Supreme Creative actually didn't poach many, but if it comes to quality, each of the companies poached by Supreme Creative can be equivalent to 2 or 3 companies. This is thanks to Tang's initial positioning. When other customers see that Supreme Creative's existing customer base is the leader in the industry, they will naturally have more trust in it. Supreme Creative is now like a niche luxury brand in the advertising industry, which is very attractive to those big customers. However, because of this, every step forward will inevitably cause competition with other companies. After all, no company is willing to hand over high-quality customers to others, and all kinds of dirty things will probably happen frequently in the future. But that is a matter for the future. For now, Don and Jimmy just need to watch IPG's joke. Similarly, Ross, the former creative director of the food department, is also watching the joke. Although he has been demoted to an ordinary advertising planner, he has also avoided the board's layoffs. So he can now stand leisurely at his workstation, sipping his coffee cup, and smiling as he watches Milton, who was once promoted to replace him, pack up his things with a bitter face and leave the company in the indifference of everyone. And Sig and Figs also left with him. This made Ross feel that his breathing was smoother, and he felt a lot easier walking in the company every day, and he smiled more and more during work. Thinking of this, he walked to the balcony of the company. He lowered his head and looked down, and found that 3 figures were walking out of the door of the building. One of them turned around and looked up, and happened to look at Ross. It was Sig. His face was no longer full of vigor and his hair was no longer neatly combed. Perhaps everything has been settled for him, and he has gotten rid of his past anxiety and seems very calm. When he saw Ross, he paused for a moment, then turned around and continued to walk out with his cardboard box. Figs followed him, and his stomach suddenly growled. Sig stopped. Don't you eat breakfast? How can I have the mood, Sig? Figs patted his belly. Next I have to find a job, damn it. Sig looked at the subordinate who had been following him since he joined the company with complicated eyes, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a while, he took a step. Let's go eat pizza. Figs couldn't believe it. Don't you hate pizza? I hate it. I still hate it now. But if you want to defeat your opponent, you always have to understand your opponent, right? You haven't given up yet, Sig. Figs saw through his old boss at a glance. That's right, Figgis. Sig's footsteps gradually became stronger, and the leather shoes made a crisp sound on the stone steps. We will meet again, right? Cheers. Cheers. Thank you, boss. In the luxurious Western restaurant, the employees of Supreme Creative sat together for dinner. All the customer service ladies wore local dresses or long skirts, and several men were also dressed in suits, except Tang. He hated wearing a formal suit in daily life, so he wore a dark brown casual suit, which seemed to be out of tune with everyone. But the people present would not define him by his clothes, because he was the boss of Supreme Creative. He was the man who paid everyone's salary and led Supreme Creative to break through the siege in just a few months and become a top advertising agency in New York. With such an aura, even if he was dressed in beggar clothes, everyone would only think that he was looking for inspiration for new advertisements. Therefore, all the girls looked at him with admiration and worship, and everyone took turns to clink glasses with him, just to say a few more words to the boss. Maybe he had other little thoughts. But what disappointed the customer service ladies was that Tang was not drunk. His eyes remained clear all the time. Except for a slight blush on his face, there was no sign of drunkenness. On the contrary, Jimmy got drunk faster and couldn't even stand steadily when he was leaving. In the end, Fernando, who didn't drink and was on the way, sent Jimmy and Lilina back. The other girls took a taxi home. As for Tang, his home was nearby and he could just walk back. The evening breeze was a little cold. Fernando rolled up the car window and watched Lilina holding Jimmy's arm and getting into the car and asked, Jimmy, where's your home? Jimmy mumbled as if he hadn't gotten out of his drunkenness yet. Lilina answered directly for him, on East 13th Street, sir. Fernando nodded and glanced at Lilina. 15 minutes later, the car arrived at Jimmy's residence. Fernando saw that Lilina seemed to be sending him home, so he asked, Lilina, is your home nearby? Lilina was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, my home is here too. Okay, then I wish you a good dream. Fernando smiled and watched Lilina help Jimmy into the block and turned around to leave. 10 minutes later, the sound of high heels kept echoing on the wooden floor. Lilina helped Jimmy to the door with difficulty, took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. After entering the house, Jimmy seemed to realize that he had returned home. He waved to get rid of Lilina's support and took off his clothes by himself. Manager. Jimmy. Can you hear me? Lilina put her handbag on the cabinet, then took off her high heels, revealing her heels wrapped in black silk. Yes. You are Lilina. I guessed it right. Jimmy smiled and untied his tie, threw it hard on the hanger, and saw that the tie hit the iron rod, and immediately cheered. Yes, it's me. Lilina slowly approached Jimmy, stretched out one hand to hug Jimmy's waist, and stretched out another hand to pull down the zipper of her clothes. Swish. The long skirt fell to the ground, revealing her white body. She pressed her nose against Jimmy's chest, took a deep breath, and raised her head again, and said coquettishly, Jimmy, do you like me? Yes. Of course I like it. Although Jimmy was drunk, he also maintained the sensitivity and impulse of a man. When his hands touched the soft and smooth back, he immediately couldn't control and hugged Lilina tightly. The two stumbled to the room on the second floor. From the steps up, they were covered with black stockings and white underwear. When Jimmy hugged her and lay on the bed, they were already frank. Just when Lilina sat on Jimmy, intending to take their relationship to the next level, Jimmy suddenly seemed to wake up. He stopped Lilina's movements, widened his eyes and asked, are we a one-night stand or a long-term relationship? What? Lilina subconsciously shouted in her original voice. I mean, one-night stand, or love. Jimmy said this while trying his best to resist the drunkenness. Why do you ask that? Lilina was confused and a little dazed. Jimmy, who was drunk again, lay on the bed like a limp shrimp and whispered in a vague voice, because I promised. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Media Speculation. Tang accepted Jimmy's confession the next afternoon. He looked at Jimmy and told him everything that happened last night, but in his mouth, what happened with Lilina was his own will and he was in charge. Although Tang didn't care about Jimmy and Lilina, since he had said the company's rules, he naturally couldn't break his promise. But considering that Jimmy took the initiative to surrender, the circumstances were mitigated, so Tang thought for a moment and made a decision. Jimmy, since you plan to develop a long-term relationship with Lilina, it is obviously not suitable to stay in the same company. Jimmy nodded, reluctantly looking at the various decorations in the office that he had arranged by himself. I will hand over the work to others as soon as possible. Who asked you to hand it over to others? Tang frowned and wondered. This sentence rekindled Jimmy's hope. He looked at Tang, and although he didn't say anything, it was better than 1,000 words. Tang smiled. You should stay at Supreme Creative. At least you can't be missing here until a more suitable manager is found. Then Lilina. Lilina should go directly to Angel Declaration and re-sign the contract. The effect of her photo album after publication is very good, although not as good as Kaden and others. Tang knocked on the table and continued, just you don't have to be responsible for Angel Declaration for the time being. I will arrange for someone else. In addition to Kane, Tang recently interviewed a specialist in charge of connecting various businesses, Rico Dash. Since Jimmy couldn't control his lower body now, Tang temporarily handed over the publishing business to Rico. After listening to Tang's arrangements, Jimmy also breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hands, hugged Tang and thanked him. It's all my fault, Tang. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Come on, buddy. Tang patted his shoulder and teased, do you think I didn't see you two flirting with each other? Jimmy's eyes widened. Then why didn't you stop me? FXXK, do you think I can stop an adult man with sex on his brain? Tang laughed and scolded, I can only hope that you remember this lesson. If it happens again, it won't be me who asks you, but Lilina who will crush your two balls with her high heels. Don't worry, Tang, next time I will definitely. Jimmy was about to swear when he was slapped back by Tang. You'd better swallow that. Some things will happen once they are said. Ahem. Murphy's Law, right? I understand. Jimmy winked for a while and asked, I saw you just received a call saying you have to attend the award ceremony. Yes, MTV music video, my work was nominated. Tang looked at his clothes in front of the floor-length mirror in the office. Great. My good brother has become a famous director. It was impossible for Jimmy to say that he was not envious, but he knew his own weight and was destined not to be a famous director. More than that, in fact, I can only attend half of this award ceremony. After receiving the award, I will go to Chicago. I know, that movie has started shooting? That's cool. Jimmy whistled to cheer Tang up. Maybe I can see you at the Oscars next year. Tang smiled and said nothing. After making sure that his clothes were okay, Tang reminded, our customer service team will be further expanded. Let's recruit 5 girls in the new period. Don't worry, leave it to me. Jimmy patted his chest and guaranteed. Tang still trusted the girl's aesthetic taste, so he let her go after giving her instructions. The next day, the MTV Video Music Awards officially began. All the invited nominees would participate in the red carpet show in the evening, and then enter the Radio City Music Hall to listen to the organizers announce the winners of the awards. However, before that, the media had also made many speculations about the winners of tonight's grand prize. Billboard Music magazine listed the winners of several awards based on the editor's speculation. First of all, the Best Male Artist video was given to Eminem's song Without Me. This was basically an unquestionable award. Only the MV of this song became popular throughout the year. The spoofs and memes in it have become one of the popular elements this year. The second is the Best Female Artist video. Avril's SK8 Boy is undoubtedly the top seed. This is also one of the few works that have become popular this year. Various eye-catching pictures and interpretation articles published by various magazines have made many fans obsessed. Not to mention that the various elements shown in the MV are also popular today, and even its aesthetic style has influenced many new MV directors. Since this MV, Many works with American comic elements and stop-motion animation elements have emerged. After that, the competition for the best hip-hop video is fierce. I'm Real, Remix, by Jennifer Lopez and Ja Rule, Dilemma by Lee and Kelly Rowland, and Makeover by Raymond are all outstanding. Among these 3 MVs, 2 were shot by Tang. The only pity is that the director of Dilemma is nominally Jose. Although the crew members and singers know that Tang is the director who controls the scene, after all, the director's name is not written on him. But for Tang, this is not important, because in the competition for the best director of the year, he has only one opponent, that is Joseph Cabin, an American whose ancestral home is from Seoul. In this regard, the answer given by Billboard Music magazine is Tang. But at the same time, he gave the best video of the year to Without Me, directed by Joseph. However, their selection made Dylan of BAE Music magazine very dissatisfied, and he directly refuted it in the magazine. It can be seen that Billboard tried to imitate MTV and gave a fair and just so-called house-like perfect strategy, but it was just a bunch of crap. In my opinion, the award must highlight its professionalism and cannot succumb to the market. So here, I will give Joseph the best director of the year and the best video of the year. Why? Because this is called talent. Why can't such an interesting MV be the best of the year? Do we have to put the so-called big scene on the altar? Everyone with a discerning eye knew that he was referring to something, but there were not a few media and magazines who had the same idea. As of 3 days before the MTV Awards ceremony, some media counted the results of all magazines' guesses on the best video of the year and the best director of the year, and made a data pie chart. The conclusion showed that 62% of the media believed that the best video of the year should belong to SK8 Boy. 57% of the media believed that the best director of the year should belong to Joseph Cabin. This result is in line with many people's expectations. Of course, some magazines disagree. For example, Nylon Music magazine published a special prediction column for this purpose, and many readers voted for the best video, best artist and best director in their minds. Murin and his female good friend Jody also participated in the voting, and they talked about this matter when they met at school the next day. Who did you vote for? Murin stared at Judy curiously, holding her school bag in his hand. Of course it's Avril in her SK8 Boy, what about you? Judy was very beautiful in her pink skirt, and compared with Murin in a wide sweater, she looked like a noble lady. I also voted for Avril, and I voted for Don for director. As for the best male artist, Murin chattered with Judy about his vote, and mixed it with many professional words and comments. But Judy was not impatient, but listened carefully, as if she really understood. Nylon Music magazine finally announced the results after collecting votes for a week, but the results were completely different from what everyone thought. For the best video of the year and the best director of the year, readers voted for SK8 Boy and its director Tang. If this speculation is carried out, it is equivalent to Tang getting a Grand Slam on MTV. Such a voting result will undoubtedly make many people sneer. For example, Dylan directly sprayed on his social media, "Look, this is the end of the big scene trend. The audience's extremely shrunken brain can't accommodate any other works. There's only Avril, Avril, Avril. SHXT. God should take away the director of this work. He started a bad era." But no matter what he said, the MTV Video Music Awards ceremony has been officially held. At 6 p.m., Tang, wearing a black thin windbreaker and a white t-shirt, came to Wireless Music City and met Avril waiting for him in the hall. Tang. Avril was still the same today, with a white sleeveless t-shirt and a striped tie, spiked wristbands and blue, white and red wristbands on her wrists, and classic smoky makeup that people never get tired of seeing. It must be said that this makeup seemed to be developed for her. No one has ever been able to make smoky makeup look so refreshing and beautiful. After seeing Tang, she jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist. She gave him a deep hug and whispered in his ear, "Tang, I miss you so much." Tang touched Avril's head and replied, "I miss you too. Is there anything after the award ceremony?" Avril let go of his waist, with a slightly excited expression. "After the awards ceremony, I have to accept an interview with a magazine. I should be free by 10 o'clock in the evening." Unfortunately, her expectations were dashed, because Tang shook his head and said, "I will leave at 8:30. "Why, Tang?" Avril asked in confusion. "I told you before, the movie in Chicago. I booked a flight tonight, and we will gather tomorrow to start shooting." Tang's time was indeed quite tight, and he didn't have time to do anything bad. Avril pouted, but still chose to be considerate. She hugged Tang again. Then go, Tang, I'll wait for you to come back. Well, wait for me to come back. Tang smiled and took her hand. Let's go, it's time to show up on the red carpet. Thank you for the reward from the Sadmoyan boss. Chapter 90 Award Ceremony. The MTV red carpet starts at 6 p.m. There is no fixed order for the people to walk on the carpet. It depends on who arrives earlier or later. Tang's agent Carl also came to the scene, but he was not qualified to walk the red carpet. He had already sat in the concert hall in advance. After waiting for a few minutes, Avril and Tang walked on the red carpet together, facing the flashing of the electronic spotlight. Click. It's Avril. Take a picture of her. Who is the person next to her? I don't know. Maybe a crew member. The reporters took the camera and talked to each other. As for Tang, no one knew who this person was. However, since he could appear on the red carpet, it proved that he must be a nominee related to the award, so someone soon reacted. He should be Tang. That director. Wow. So young. It's unbelievable. It's him, I asked the staff. Then take more pictures of him, and ask about the best director of the year. Tang and Avril walked towards the center of the red carpet step by step. It was the first time for him to experience the feeling of being photographed by so many cameras. It must be said that he used to take photos of others, but this time, the reporters took turns taking photos of him. This feeling was really addictive. So he slowly slowed down his pace and showed a confident smile on his face. When the two of them were halfway there, they saw a reporter holding a microphone and suddenly asked, Tang, who do you think will be the best director this year? The reporters did not ask Avril first, but asked Tang first. Although it was a bit surprising, it was also reasonable. Because the competition for the best director was the most confusing and controversial, they wanted to know what the person involved thought. And Tang did not disappoint them. He leaned over and answered, I will vote for myself. So confident. The reporters grinned. They liked this answer. It was more reportable than those stars who expressed it in a euphemistic way. After asking Tang, they continued to ask Avril about the winners of the Best Female Artist of the Year and the Best Video of the Year. After a simple interview with 2 questions, Tang and Avril held hands and came to the central display board to accept the reporters' filming and the host's questions. After the host saw Tang, he realized that he was the director of the popular MVSK Boy after the staff reminded him in the headset. Then he smiled and asked him, Tang, this should be your first time to participate in MTV, right? Yes. Tang nodded. Are you confident? Or what do you want to say to your competitors? The host was also a guy who liked to watch the fun and didn't mind the big things. As soon as this question was asked, it immediately aroused the interest of the reporters. Tang lowered his head and approached the microphone. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said seriously, I hope you won't be too sad tonight. Wow. Tang's words are shocking. So confident. The host cheered and wanted to continue interviewing Tang, but saw that he had picked up a pen and signed on the display board behind him. After signing, Tang walked directly into the open-air concert hall. There were already many stars sitting in the concert hall. Tang glanced and saw many big names. For example, Eminem wearing a yellow hat, such as the godfather of American soul music James Brown, and Sheryl Crow, and many sexy female singers wearing deep V-shaped outfits. Just as he was about to look for his seat, he heard someone behind him greet him. Tang. The voice was unfamiliar. Tang turned around and found that he did not know the guy in a well-dressed suit. Nostin. Fortunately, Carl came over in time and said the man's name. Tang then understood that it was Joseph's agent. Is there anything? Nostin stepped forward and stretched out his hand, ignoring Carl's expression, and said, Tang, I'm sorry, I must apologize to you for Mike's matter. He handed your work to someone else without authorization and did not fulfill his responsibilities as an agent. Now, he has been punished. Tang glanced at his hand. Really? Of course, Mike has left CAA, and Brady has also standardized the professional standards of all agents. We have also made a list of key points. Nostin smiled and took the initiative to shake Tang's hand, seemingly not at all hit by his cold attitude. Tang, you are also among them. No matter which agent is responsible for you, you can come to me at any time if you have any difficulties. I will serve you unconditionally as long as you need it. The meaning of these words is self-evident. Carl cursed inwardly that he was shameless, hurried over, raised his signature fake smile and pulled Northan's hand back. Northan, what a pity, my cooperation with Tang has always been smooth, thank you. That's the best. Oh, sorry, I don't know your name yet, your name is Carl. Carl almost gritted his teeth to say these two words. He knew that Northan was mocking his obscurity and CAA. Feeling depressed, he turned to Tangda and said with a more sincere smile, Tangda, your seat is in the middle of the second row. Okay, I'll go first, you two can chat slowly. Tangda turned and left. The next second, Carl let go of his hand, and his smile disappeared. I warn you not to try to influence Tangda. Nostin looked disdainful. He straightened his collar and looked past Carl to the center of the stage. He has the right to choose, doesn't he? And he will have more and better clients with me. However, the next moment, just as he was about to step away, he felt his toes being crushed heavily, and he couldn't help but raise his leg and screamed in pain. Seeing that the culprit Carl had walked away, he immediately cursed in a low voice, FXXK. British guy. FXXK. My god, Tangda, I actually sat at the award ceremony. Raymond, who hadn't seen him for a long time, was toasting with Tangda at this time. His voice had changed a little, and his belly had become more serious. He was completely different from the first time they met. Maybe there's something more unexpected later. What if you are going to go on stage to receive the award? Tangda patted his shoulder. Raymond laughed out loud. I have prepared a long acceptance speech. Can you help me take a look? He took out a wrinkled piece of paper from his pocket, but Tangda frowned after taking it. Raymond, how come this is the one I wrote for you before? The words on the paper were the first draft of the letter sent to major radio stations, and Raymond still kept it. Raymond slapped his forehead. FXXK. Damn, Davis got the wrong paper for me. I didn't expect you to keep this. Tangda handed it to him again, and Raymond stuffed it into his pocket. Of course, you wrote it very well, and my acceptance speech was copied from it. Tangda, I have already started preparing for a new album. I mean, can you help me shoot an MV when you are free? Among the songs released by Raymond, only the song Change Your Face shot by Tangda made money, and the others were as silent as stones dropped into a pool. Recently, as his expenses have increased, he has been a little out of money, and he must release another album to bet on a hit song. But now, when it comes to the status in the music industry, Raymond can no longer catch up with Tangda. He has been watching Tangda's eye-catching music videos. Privately, he and Badman both admitted that letting Tangda take charge of the cover and music video was the most correct decision for the two of them. Therefore, Raymond was a little unsure whether Tangda was willing to continue to shoot music videos for him. But Tangda didn't care about this. Raymond gave him the first opportunity after all. As long as the money was in place, he could help him out when he had time. So he agreed immediately. No problem, Raymond, I still have a lot of ideas for hip-hop music videos. You can find me when you're done. But my salary has increased many times now. Ha, no problem. Good brother, money is not a problem. Raymond smiled happily after getting the promise. Time passed quickly. Tangda and Raymond had just talked about their recent lives when the lights on the stage suddenly lit up. The host Jimmy Fallon walked to the front of the stage and told a few simple jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Then he mentioned the candidate for the Director of the Year. Hey guys, I just received news that Joseph and Tang were interviewed on the red carpet. The host asked them what they thought of the Director of the Year. Guess what they said? As soon as he said this, the stars present turned their eyes to the two. Tangda's appearance appeared in the eyes of all the stars for the first time, and they remembered it deeply. Similarly, Tangda also saw Joseph, who was sitting next to Eminem. He was fat, had round glasses, a mustache, and a typical Korean appearance. Dylan, who was sitting in the media seat in the back row, saw Tangda under the guidance of his line of sight, and immediately commented to the people around him with disdain, "Look at this handsome face, he should be in a nightclub or in Hollywood." But no one responded to his comment, and everyone was waiting for the follow-up of the host. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted, Jimmy Fallon smiled and said, "Joseph said that he respects all the nominees, and whoever wins the award deserves it." Wow! Applause broke out immediately, and Joseph nodded to signal to everyone. Jimmy Fallon then continued to read the cards, but guess what Don said? His tone became high-spirited, like a declaration. He said, "I hope you won't be too sad tonight." Wow! Everyone exclaimed, and the next second the entire concert hall rang with even more enthusiastic applause, and some people even whistled. Tang stood up, smiled and spread his hands, as if he was distressed about his words being leaked, and this gesture made the stars laugh again. Well, I like Tang's confidence. Since everyone is looking forward to the announcement of this award, let's start the award ceremony and reveal the winner of tonight. The music sounded loudly, and the band that had been prepared long ago began to play, and the MTV Music Video Awards officially kicked off. However, this time the MTV was divided into two venues. The main venue is used for awards, and the secondary venue is used for performances. Avril, as a warm-up guest, had already taken the band to the secondary venue to perform the opening show. Only after the performance did they return to the main venue and watch the subsequent performances with Tang. This year's MTV Awards ceremony can indeed be regarded as very exciting. Not only did the former mayor of New York give a speech for the 9/11 incident, thanking the entertainment and music industry for their great role after the 9/11 incident. Michael Jackson also celebrated his 44th birthday on the scene. But what's interesting is that when Britney Spears, also known as Britney Spears, called him the Millennium Artist and launched a birthday cake with a trophy, Michael Jackson mistakenly thought that he had won the Millennium Artist Award and then gave a series of acceptance speeches. But it was harmless. Everyone laughed and listened to his acceptance speech, and the scene immediately rang out long and warm applause. And immediately after the performance, the various MTV awards were finally presented one by one. Chapter 91 Grand Prize winner. The first award that was closely related to Tang was the Best Hip-Hop Video of the Year. There were many competitors, including the song Pass the Courvoisier, Part 2, by the famous rapper P. Diddy and several other rappers. However, the winner of this award was not beyond the expectations of some media people, that is, Makeover shot by Tang for Raymond. With its unique use of colors, this MV defeated Nelly's MV shot by Tang and became the winner of the Best Hip-Hop Video of the Year. Woohoo! Raymond was so happy that he almost jumped up. He could imagine that after this award was announced, his song would definitely usher in a wave of sales peaks again. This is the advantage of singers. A classic work can often be sold for a lifetime. When accepting the award, Raymond went on stage with Tang. Raymond said a lot, including thanking his family, mother and agent, and thanking Tang. As he said, it was basically a copy of the letter that Tang had written for him, but with some details changed. When he finished speaking, everyone applauded, and then it was Tang's turn. But Tang didn't say much. He just picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Actually, I want to thank Raymond and his agent Badman for this MV, because they gave me the opportunity. As for the rest, I'll leave it to the awards later." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and the applause was deafening. After Tang left the stage, the host Jimmy Fallon explained, "It's true. Do you know? It's Tang's first MV after a makeover. He only started shooting MVs as a photographer and director this year. He is an absolute newcomer." Oh, my God. Oh my God. Really? The celebrity guests in the audience covered their mouths in surprise, and their eyes looking at Tang also revealed a stronger sense of curiosity. And Avril was so happy to see that Tang was so popular, and she raised her head, as if she was honored. After that, a series of awards were announced, and the Best R&B Video of the Year was won by Mary J. Blige's No More Drama. The Best Dance Video of the Year was won by Pink's Get the Party Started, but when the female singer gave her acceptance speech on stage, her face was ruddy and her speech was a little slurred. When asked by the host, she admitted that she was drunk, which made all the stars smile knowingly. Not long after, the Best Rock Video of the Year, Best Group Video and other awards were announced one by one after the performance. As time went on, more heavyweight awards began to be awarded, starting with the Best Male Artist Video of the Year. When Jimmy Fallon read out Eminem's name, the whole audience was boiling. This award was well-deserved. This year, his new song has become one of the best-selling singles of the year, sweeping the United States and even the world. Watching Eminem and Joseph go on stage to receive the award together, Dylan and Norton in the media seat breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although Tang won first, Eminem's award was obviously more powerful. But when Jimmy Fallon said the name of the next award, the two frowned again. Next, we will announce the winner of the Best Female Artist Video of the Year. The nominees are. The big screen showed several female artists, including Avril. Jimmy did not keep the audience in suspense. After a few seconds of silence, he announced directly, The winner of the Best Female Artist Video of the Year is Avril Lavigne. Wow. Congratulations. The people around congratulated him. Avril and Tang stood up together and walked onto the stage. When Avril gave her speech, she mentioned Tangda and looked at him affectionately. This scene was naturally captured by the reporters and was intended to be used as a report picture. However, Tangda's speech was still brief. After thanking the crew and Avril, he left the stage. The MTV Awards ceremony continued and soon moved to the International Audience Choice Award. Tangda also saw an acquaintance at this award. Zhang, his 1/3 ideal, won the MTV International Audience Choice Award. After that, MTV entered the Professional Awards ceremony. The awards for Best Special Effects, Best Choreography, Best Editing, etc., allowed the backstage staff to show their faces on stage. The most popular award was of course the Best Director of the Year. When Jimmy Fallon read out the name of the award, Don and Joseph attracted the attention of the whole audience. The other competitors could not compete with the two at all, and they actually gave up the possibility of winning. After all, the MVs of these two people were too amazing. Dylan and Norton also clenched their palms slightly, waiting for the winner to appear. The host looked at the performance of the audience and smiled slightly. The winner of the Best Director of the Year is... He deliberately paused for a moment, letting the camera stay on the two people, only to see Joseph nervously touching his forehead, while Don seemed to be calm and composed. The contrast between the two was obvious. The winner of the Best Director is SK8 Boy. Don. FXXK. How is it possible? Dylan screamed. His face was ashen and he couldn't believe it. This was completely contrary to his perception of MTV's selection. In the past selections, MTV tended to give the Director Award to those who were more daring and avant-garde. Although he admitted that Tangda's MV was good, this dreamy MV was too fake, without flaws or omissions. How could such a big scene be flawless? If viewed from the perspective of a movie, Tangda's MV was like an award-winning short film that could be on the Oscars. It was simply too perfect to be believed. So in Dylan's eyes, it was far less rough and real than Joseph's. At least he could comment on the advantages and disadvantages of the latter, but the former, he seemed unable to find any faults in the work itself. He even suspected that this work was produced by a film team. Otherwise, if it was really shot by Tangda himself, it would really challenge his life experience of the past few decades. Nostin had the same expression as him. He knew that Brady's expectations could not be met this time. They could no longer promote to customers with the title of the Best MV Director. On the contrary, Edinson and his people could use this title to recruit customers crazily. Damn the English. What good luck. He and Dylan can only hope that the Video of the Year award goes to Joseph, so that they can save some face. In sharp contrast to the unwillingness on their faces, Avril and Raymond were naturally applauding happily, especially Raymond. The singers around him took the initiative to talk to him when they looked at him. See. My good brother. Tangda. Great. Tangda stood on the podium. This time it was a stage that belonged to him completely. No one else was accepting the award with him. So he picked up the microphone and gave his acceptance speech. You know, I have come up 3 times. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone laughed at the same time. Yeah, that's right. I think many of you must be muttering, damn Tang, how come he always wins awards? Tangda strolled on the stage like a talk show host, but unfortunately, I said, I hope some people won't be too sad tonight. Ha ha ha. If you really feel sad, you can also come to me for a drink. As long as you can get me drunk, you can take this astronaut away. The MTV trophy is in the shape of an astronaut planting a flag on the moon. But if you haven't drunk me, then I have to say, men, you are really lame. Bang. Outside the TV, Tun, who was drinking at home, threw the bottle in his hand against the wall, making a crisp cracking sound. His face was filled with unvented anger, and he wanted to rush into the TV and beat Tangda up immediately. If he hadn't taken his job, he wouldn't have been beaten up by black people twice in a row. He wouldn't have been admitted to the hospital and spent tens of thousands of dollars in one go, almost going bankrupt. A few months without work and money made his life fall to the bottom in an instant. Now his wife is getting more and more impatient with him. Torn. What are you doing? When he said his wife, she came downstairs with a baseball bat in her hand. Oh. Sorry. Honey, I was careless. Thorne hurriedly stood up, staggered to his knees on the ground to pick up the broken glass, his face full of tears. At the same time, The award ceremony on TV was also coming to an end. After the new band's performance, Jimmy Fallon took the all-important card and walked onto the stage, saying to everyone, "Time flies so fast tonight, and the ceremony is about to end." I believe everyone must have been curious about the next award for a long time. Yes, it's the best video of the year. And now, I'm going to announce its nominees. First place. Eminem's Without Me. The camera was turned to Eminem, and he raised his eyebrows with a cool expression. Second place. NSYNC's Gone. The camera continued to switch, and several handsome guys from NSYNC waved their hands. Third place. Jimmy Fallon announced the third to fifth nominees in succession, and everyone smiled and gestured to the camera. The last one is Avril's Sk8 Boy. The camera was on Avril, and she pulled Tang over directly, and they grinned and made a face together. So who won this award? Who is he? I'm so curious, I want to take a sneak peek. Jimmy Fallon kept it a secret until the end, and after watching it, he exaggeratedly widened his eyes and looked at everyone. This is crazy. The winner of the best video of the year is Avril and her Sk8 Boy. Wow! Exclamations. Wow! Applause. The two voices instantly drowned out Avril and Tang, and the two smiled at each other, held hands, and walked onto the stage together. Off stage, as a competitor, Joseph took off his glasses a little disappointedly and wiped them with a tissue. Sitting in the media seat, Nostan also closed his eyes and sighed, regretting that he did not sign a contract with Tang in time. As for Dylan, he left the scene the moment the result was announced. He was going to the boxing gym to vent his dissatisfaction, and then he would write an article tomorrow to criticize the unfairness of MTV's award. Since he couldn't go back to the past to change his words, he would stick to it. At least readers would think he was a fighter. After the awards ceremony, all the singers were looking for Tang. Even Michael Jackson wanted to talk to the newly crowned Best Director. Unfortunately, they found that Tang had disappeared, and only his agent Carl was still there. So Carl took on everyone's questions and praises for Tang, and accepted countless business cards and phone calls, as well as various party invitations with a smile. As for Tang, after receiving the award, he rushed directly to the airport and boarded a flight to Chicago. Because tomorrow in Chicago, the musical film that won the Oscar for Best Picture will start shooting. Chapter 92, The Doorman and the Lady. The hotel Tang booked was near the Chicago Navy Pier. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the arched building and the high towers on both sides. The filming period of the movie Chicago was not long, because there were not many complex scenes from beginning to end, and it was more about dance performances in a small space. The name of director Rob Marshall was not yet well known to the audience. Before Chicago, he had only directed some less famous musicals, and even he was just a dance designer 3 years ago. But if we mention another work of his in the future, it must be famous. Memoirs of a Geisha starring Zhang Ziqiang, Michelle Yeoh, and Gong Li was from his hand. Tang also recalled for a long time before he found these materials from the dust of memory. In fact, he once thought about whether he should write the movie script himself, submit it to major film companies, and then get the position of director to earn a share of the box office. But an obvious embarrassing thing made his idea aborted, that is, he didn't know much about various low-cost movies. Because Tang was only interested in movies involving women, this led to his usual direction of watching movies obviously deviating from the public. Even if he went to the cinema to watch a movie, his main purpose was to accompany the girl. Obviously, in that ambiguous atmosphere, he paid more attention to the girl and didn't pay much attention to the movie. Except for some classic movies that he remembered, such as the first part of Saw. Yes, he has only seen one movie in the entire series. Tang's film reserves are really scarce. Since there are only a few works in his mind, he naturally has to cherish them. He can't just take them out and hand them over to major film companies for filming. Then how much money he can make depends entirely on the conscience of major film companies. In the case of No Name and No Background, it is simply a fantasy to want to make these old business hooligans bow their heads at the negotiation table. No matter how strong the potential is, it is useless without proof. Therefore, Tang does not intend to let major film companies lead his works. He plans to wait until the advertising business expands further and the cash flow is sufficient, and then use CAA's channels to form a crew and invest in the filming of those classic movies. Only when the movie is in his own hands can he have more confidence in bargaining chips when negotiating with those film companies. So what Tang needs to do now is to accumulate experience and connections. After all, the film industry as a whole. Although he has experience in shooting music videos, movies are different from it. Thinking of this, his mobile phone suddenly beeped. Tang picked it up and saw that it was Scarlett. "My great night, look at how beautiful the night view is." Scarlett sent a photo. In the picture, she was wearing a sexy red lace pajamas, leaning sideways with her peaks erect, which made Tang raise his eyebrows. As for the night view she mentioned, Tang came to his French window and compared it with his mobile phone. Yes, it was the Navy Pier. What a coincidence, Scarlett was actually in Chicago, right next to him. Tang felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. "Miss Saint, so are you going to sleep?" Tang sent a message. Not long after, the beep sound rang again. "No, on the contrary, Mr. Knight, I'm going out to attend a dinner party now and won't be back until 1 a.m. Do you want to press your saint lady on the bed and whip her hard? Mr. Knight, you don't have much time." Scarlett was still teasing as usual. Tang grinned and replied, "Can you take some more night scenes for Mr. Knight to identify?" "Sorry, no." "Haha, Mr. Knight, if you can't find it, it would be a pity. I'm wearing very sexy underwear today." Scarlett sent another photo, which was a close-up of her crotch. Half of the lace underwear and black strings could be seen on her fair skin, making people want to explore more areas. And on the ground behind her, although it was a little unclear, there was a gold-plated logo on a cup. "Well, it's a pity, Miss Saint Lady, it seems that I can't see you today. Next time, next time." Tang took off his pajamas and changed into a windbreaker. "It seems that I won this time, Mr. Knight, ha ha ha." Tang raised the corner of his mouth and put his phone in his pocket. "Win? What a pity, I am the winner." 1 o'clock in the morning, Four Seasons Hotel in Chicago. Agent Brian parked the car at the door and looked at Scarlett in the rearview mirror, who was wearing a black backless dress and short hair and holding a mobile phone. "We are here, the flight is at 7 in the morning, don't oversleep." "Don't worry." Scarlett shrugged. "What about you, don't you come back to the hotel with me?" "No, my wife just arrived in Chicago today, I want to go find her." Brian laughed. "Then I wish you a good night, don't oversleep." Scarlett returned his words to him. "Haha, don't worry." Brian watched Scarlett get out of the car, walk into the hotel entrance, step on the accelerator, and drive away. "Hello, welcome." Scarlett just stepped into the glass door of the Four Seasons Hotel and heard the magnetic and masculine voice of the doorman. She subconsciously felt that the name sounded familiar, and turned around to find a European Asian man wearing a doorman's uniform smiling at her. Scarlett's legs softened at that moment. "It seems like I'm seeing you for the first time." However, her acting instincts prevented her from revealing the identity of the man in front of her, and she instead acted along. The doorman nodded, with a shy smile on his face. "Yes, this is my first time in this hotel." Scarlett's throat rolled, and her eyes revealed obvious uncontrollable excitement. She took 2 steps forward, looked up at the tall man, and then extended her fingers to stroke his chest. Then, "Can this doorman come back to my room with me? I can't seem to find where my room is." "Sorry." Unexpectedly, the doorman took a half step back and avoided Scarlett's finger. "I still have to receive other guests at the door. I can call the waiter to take you upstairs." "No." Scarlett couldn't control herself and whispered, "I just want you to take me upstairs. I mean, there's a mouse in my room, and I need a man to help me drive it away." "Mouse?" The doorman showed a surprised look. "Yes. Mouse, a 20-pound mouse, it can also fight." Scarlett was full of nonsense, and her heart was full of fierce anticipation of what was about to happen. "Oh, that's too dangerous." The doorman looked serious. "A 20-pound mouse that can fight, it will hurt you." "Yes, so you go up with me." Scarlett pinched the corner of the doorman's clothes and bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth. "Okay, I'll go up with you." The doorman nodded in agreement, signaled with his eyes to the white doorman opposite, and then followed Scarlett into the elevator. The white doorman exclaimed wow, sighing that these rich people really know how to play, and even role-playing came out. In the elevator, the doorman and Scarlett were far apart, with a serious face, as if he had no evil thoughts at all. But Scarlett's thighs under her skirt had begun to rub and heat up. This stimulating feeling made her unable to control herself, as if she would moan in the next second. Fortunately, after a while, the elevator finally opened. Scarlett took the doorman to the door of her suite and opened it with a card. "Mom, please be careful, I'll go in first." Until this time, the doorman still maintained his identity, without revealing any flaws, and even his tone remained within the normal range. But Scarlett could no longer wait. After the doorman entered the room, she couldn't wait to follow him in and close the door with one foot. Then, a conversation came from the inside of the door. "Madam, how did you get in? Where is the mouse?" "Mouse? Maybe it has left. Are you hungry? I have some bread here, sizzle." "Madam, this bread is so soft and big. Do you want to eat it? I can give it to you." "Madam, then I won't be polite." Oh. I'll help you squeeze some more cream." Hiss. "Very good, madam, your technique of squeezing cream is really good. Thank you for the compliment, but this is just the beginning. Madam, please be careful not to let your clothes be sprayed with cream." "My clothes are damaged anyway, it doesn't matter." "Wow. It seems that the cream has been in the bag for too long and it's sprayed everywhere." "Then next, madam, it's my turn. I'll unclog the sewer for you." "I'd love to hear that." "Oh. Sorry, I scared you. Should I be gentler? The pipe in your room is indeed a bit narrow." "No. Just like that, I like the way you look when you are working." "Thank you madam for your likes. This is the best reward for being a doorman." "That's right, my great knight." The floor of the room was shaking for half the night. It seemed that it was in disrepair. The doorman Tang spent a long time repairing Scarlett's room. He didn't wake up from the wide bed until dawn. Scarlett had already put on her clothes and put on makeup in front of the mirror. "What time is it now?" Tang leaned his pillow against his head and looked at Scarlett through the mirror with a smile. Scarlett rolled her eyes at him. "It's already 7:30. Because of you. I missed my plane." In fact, it was not just because of Tangda. Her agent also overslept. It seems that the saying "a short separation is better than a new marriage" is really true. Ha ha ha. Tangda walked to her side, touched her round shoulders, and put his hand down from the collar of her clothes. "So what? Do you like the punishment of the night?" Scarlett pursed her lips. Her body instantly became a little limp, leaning against Tangda's side and whispered, I like it very much." "That's good, but the knight also has to do morning exercises in the morning, so the punishment will continue." Don't, slow down, draw the curtains." Chapter 93 Lens Problem. At 10:30 in the morning, the Chicago crew gathered at the rented theater. Today was not a filming, but an internal meeting. In fact, because various props and scenes needed to be made, the actors had to wait a week before joining the crew. There were three main actors in this play, namely the two female protagonists Renee Zellweger and Catherine Zeta-Jones. Renee Zellweger is a comedian who performed well in the comedy films Head and Shoulders and Nurse Betty 2 years ago. The other female protagonist, Catherine Zeta-Jones, played in Traffic and was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress. They are not famous actors, and their pay is not expensive. The budget of Chicago itself is not high, otherwise it would not have recruited a group of crew members with no outstanding experience and qualifications. However, Miramax is a famous Hollywood film company that makes a lot of money with a small budget, and many of their low-cost films have achieved good box office results. Therefore, the outside world is still optimistic about this film. After all, musicals have a wide audience in the United States, and the reputation of this play accumulated over the years on Broadway is enough to support the box office. As for Richard Geiss, it is interesting to say that the original actor for this play was John Travolta, the dancing gangster killer in Pulp Fiction. But John Travolta rejected Miramax, saying that he had acted in similar movies, so he didn't want to repeat. Therefore, Richard Geiss took over as the male lead of this movie, and this is not the first time. This is the fourth time that Richard Geiss has taken over a movie that John Travolta refused to act in. It has to be said that the acting styles of the two people are indeed somewhat similar. After director Rob briefly explained the actors to everyone, he talked about today's arrangements. At present, all the props needed for the movie have been completed. Under the leadership of director Rob Marshall, the props team got everything done more than a month in advance. Now they have to plan the shots, study the positions of the cameras and lighting, and strive for success when the time comes. When Tang joined the crew, Rob Marshall specially introduced this assistant photographer to the other crew members. Diane, this is Tangda. The MV is very well shot. Rob has medium-length black-brown hair and a square face, which is the most orthodox white male appearance. The Diane he mentioned is the main photographer of Chicago, whose full name is Diane Beebe. This is a white man with short hair. In fact, In terms of experience and resume, he is not as good as Tang, because before this he only shot the photography of the Italian drama Floating Life. But there is no way, he is now a photographer under Miramax Films, and it is directly determined by the company, so Tang can't take his position. Moreover, he is far away from Chicago, and it is impossible for him to repeat the bad experience of Ton before. But it doesn't matter, the movie is not completely decided by one person. As long as he, the assistant photographer, plays a role far beyond ordinary people, director Rob will surely not ignore him. "Hello, Diane." Tang extended his hand. Diane nodded and shook hands with him perfunctorily. "Hello, your job is actually very simple. You just need to help me push the track and adjust the camera. You should be able to do it." Tang was stunned for a second. "Of course. That's great. I don't have to teach you." Then director Rob took Tang to meet more crew members, including screenwriter Bill Condon, art director John Mayer and costume designer Colleen Atwood. After Tang greeted them one by one, he joined the crew's discussion. At the same time, the MTV Awards announced last night also caused widespread discussion across the United States. And the first to be criticized was naturally Tang, because he was too outstanding at the awards ceremony last night. One person was involved in 5 awards: Best Female Artist Video of the Year, Best Hip Hop Video of the Year, Best Director of the Year, Audience Choice Award, and Best Video of the Year. In Dylan's writing, he'd announced that this MTV was simply open for him alone, and it was completely fair and just. It is the result of commercial pollution. There are not many people who share the same view as him, but they are all quite firm. They find various angles to prove that the song Sk8 Boy is not as good as Joseph's Without Me. However, the magazines that refute them also list various comparisons to prove the opposite. For example, Tony, a music critic of Nylon Music magazine, published such an article in his column to refute the views of these people. First of all, I want to say that the threshold for music critics is getting lower and lower. Anyone can make up stories in a magazine, and they can prove their authority by adding a few words. For example, most fans think, according to statistics, based on my decades of experience, etc., bullshit. What kind of fans are most fans? What kind of data are statistics? Experience? Don't look at this work with your behind-the-time perspective. Whether it is creativity, production, or core, Sk8 Boy is better than Without Me, there is no doubt about it. First of all, it is creativity. Although Without Me uses comic elements and various spoof elements, Tang's work obviously has more elements: freeze frame, big scenes, fireworks, colorful fog, comics, and the combination of several elements is seamless. The dream atmosphere it creates is obvious to everyone, stronger than Without Me. If you don't admit this, then you don't deserve to be a music critic. Speaking of production, without the color tone and the cutouts at the beginning of Without Me are simply a disaster, not to mention that some shots are not tense enough. Tang is better than Joseph in this respect. The comic elements are used just right, and it is amazing to see them flowing down the wall. It can be said that as long as you are not blind, you can't say that Sk8 Boy is worse. Finally, it's the core, which is more obvious, isn't it? Without Me is more like a satirical comedy, but its height only stays at the point where I am the boss and I have the final say. Sk8 Boy is like the Titanic of the music video industry. Under its dreamy and romantic colors, it is actually a complete tragedy. Everyone has moments of regret. The music video is about things that we often encounter. It dreams for us and makes up for everything for us. To be honest, those scenes still flash through my mind occasionally, but the protagonist has been replaced by myself. I dare say that even after decades, this music video will still be a classic. It will become an imitation object for all music video directors. So I don't know how Dylan and his fans can lie with their eyes wide open. It's hilarious. I suggest you go see an ophthalmologist. After this article was published, all the controversy was settled. Even if Dylan wanted to debate again, the magazine refused to publish it. Because fans and readers responded enthusiastically to this, they have begun to send letters to warn the magazine to shut up Dylan. Obviously, except for a few stubborn people, everyone knows what is better. But this is not the end. For Sk8 Boy, it is just the beginning, because fans once again began to support it with their wallets. After a few months, Sk8 Boy actually rushed to the top 10 of the Billboard. Everyone was unbelievable, except Avril's record company, which was crazy. This is a lot of money. Even privately, The executives have decided to let Tang continue to be responsible for Avril's music videos for future records and must not cut off contact with her. Because of this amazing performance, major record companies once again sent invitations to CAA headquarters, which made Carl happy and sad. He had to call Tang every day to report which famous singers had extended olive branches to him today. But Tang had no time to take care of it because the preparations for the movie Chicago encountered some obstacles. On the 5th day of rehearsing the camera position and shooting some empty shots in advance, which was the last day before the actors joined the crew, director Rob suddenly discovered a very serious problem. That is, at the beginning of the movie, he originally planned to use a long lens to follow the actors in the nightclub and record the whole scene of decadence. Unexpectedly, when the scene management looked at the scene, they made a mistake in the route survey, resulting in the discovery that the scene of the nightclub was very small when testing the camera position, and it was impossible to accommodate a large camera to follow the shooting. And at that time, in order to show the bustle of the nightclub, there will be various group actors crowded on the stairs and corridors, which will make it even more impossible to realize his creativity. So if he can't come up with a solution, it means that he must temporarily change the lens, but this will undoubtedly reduce the gold content of the movie. In his expectation, this shot played a very eye-catching role. So he sat in the corridor with photographer Diane and art director John to discuss this issue. The ground was covered with cigarette butts. It was almost dark, but no suitable solution could be found. Tang did not join their discussion because Rob did not look for him, and he had been busy with other matters of the crew these days, from lighting to makeup, to props and art director. He has been looking for people to cooperate with in the future. After all, this is the crew that won the Oscar for Best Picture, and it is also a musical film. The ability of its art props and makeup members is definitely second to none in the whole Hollywood. Especially the stage design team, which will definitely be used in the future, so naturally this great treasure cannot be missed. At the same time, he found that the Chicago crew had many potential management problems. The main reason was due to the director. Because he was not good at management, the on-site affairs were mostly handed over to each department. No wonder there were so many goof shots when watching the movie. After improving these problems and establishing basic contact with some members, Tang walked towards the nightclub lobby. On the way, they met the costume designer Colleen, who greeted Tang warmly. "Oh, dear, do you want to help the director and others think about the camera arrangement? I feel that if they continue to think about it, they will scratch their heads." Many of the problems they encountered in the past few days were solved by Tang. He seemed to have a lot of knowledge in his mind and could always find ways to solve those difficult problems. He didn't look like a full-time photographer at all, but more like a director who took care of every detail. So Colleen thought that compared to the main photographer Diane, Tang might have a good idea. "Aren't they finished yet?" Tang smiled, "But I do have an idea." "That's great. I'll take you to find them." Colleen looked surprised and immediately pulled Tang to the director Rob. Chapter 94 Birdman Skills. When Tang appeared in front of Rob, he found that the three of them were indeed frowning and thinking hard. "Director," Tang said, "he has an idea." Colleen shouted directly when she saw this, and then pushed Tang to the front. "What?" Diane raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Rob clapped his hands. "Really? I was just looking for you to ask. The MV you shot for Nelly before had a long shot, so are you good at this?" Before recommending Tang to join the group, of course the director had to see the level of photography. Rob decided to let him join after seeing the MV Tang shot for Kelly and Nelly. As for Avril's new song later, unfortunately, they have been busy with the preparations in Chicago for the past few months, and they have devoted themselves to it. They have no time to understand the music scene and the amazing MV that has been praised as a god. "Yes, I have some ideas, but I also want to hear the original camera arrangement of the director." "Okay, it's like this." Rob told him his thoughts again. "My ideal shot is to have the camera follow the back of the nightclub manager as he looks for someone, passing by those scantily clad hostesses and men in suits. Then the manager and the heroine meet here, on the stairs, and then the view switches over. The camera follows the heroine upstairs and into the room," Rob said, pointing his finger at various places in the corridor, talking excitedly as he described his arrangements. "But unfortunately, the road from the lobby to here is very narrow, and there are many 270-degree turns. Even if it is handheld, there is no way to ensure that the camera can move forward steadily, and the shaking will affect the viewing experience. Tang raised his eyebrows. It was indeed as he said. In the original movie Chicago, the opening shot was divided into two lines. One was the nightclub manager, who walked from the lobby, looking for the heroine. The other was the heroine, who got out of the car, met the manager and went into the room to change clothes. The two were completely parallel in the shot, with only one picture intersection. Obviously, it was contrary to director Rob's current idea, which meant that he did not consider a proper solution in the end and could only choose the parallel shot technique. However, this problem was not a difficult problem for Tang. He said, "I don't think this is difficult. There is a simple way to solve the problem of long-term unstable following of long shots." "What method?" Robert was excited and asked quickly. The other two people also looked at Tang. Tang smiled and waved his hand to fan away the smoke. "It's to turn the long shot into a short shot." Rob didn't understand what Tang meant, and his expression was a little disappointed. Diane picked up his cigarette again and snorted coldly to hide his mocking expression. "I don't understand. Do you mean to shoot long shots one by one? But how do you connect these long shots?" Art director John shrugged his shoulders and asked in confusion. Tang saw the confused expressions of several people, and his smile became even wider. At this time, of course, they did not know the effect of this method, because only after the release of Birdman in 2014, everyone would understand the lifelike effect of the combination of top-level camera movement and top-level editing from its unparalleled long-shot scheduling. The method Tang mentioned was derived from the long-shot connection technique in Birdman. At that time, countless people watched the film frame by frame, just to find the connection nodes from it, but the film relied on excellent photography and editing capabilities to hide these nodes very well. As a result, many people claimed at the beginning that the film had no editing at all. Thinking of this, he leaned against the wall, stretched out his hand to explain to the people present, "We all know that as long as the visual continuity of the picture presented to the audience is maintained, it can be regarded as a long shot. But in fact, few filmmakers choose to do this, because they have to consider how to connect two shots imperceptibly, which is very difficult." "It's not very difficult, it's very difficult." Diane interrupted Tang's words, poured out the cigarette and added, "I don't think it's necessary to pursue long shots. Fast switching is also an option, Rob." "Yes, I don't think it's necessary to force it." Art director John also echoed. Tang shrugged his shoulders and felt that it was normal for them to think so. The concept of filming has been improving with time. Before the emergence of montage editing techniques, no one would think that this thing would definitely succeed. Dion's ideas represent most traditional photographers, but as the times progress, there will be more and more things that break the concept in the next 10 years. Fortunately, Rob didn't care about his ideas and asked Tang directly, "Tang, go on." "But in my opinion, this question is actually very simple." Tang took off the marker stuck in his chest and drew a rough route map on the smooth glass. "Since there are many corners in the corridor, we will divide the entire route into 3 sections. I went to the stairs before and saw here. From the lobby to the first corner can be the first section. Then from the corner to the bottom of the stairs is the second section, and the third section is this winding corridor." After determining the route, Tang put his hands on his chest and pretended that there was a camera in front of him. "We only need to use moving shots, such as shaking shots, at the end and beginning of each section, to make the 2 shots fit together perfectly. Because the audience can't tell whether the shot is switched during fast movement, as long as we keep the scene and color tone unified, we can create the illusion of a long shot." Hiss. "It seems that it is true." John was the first to react. But Diane retorted, "No, this won't work, Tang. What you said is the most ideal situation. I tried to follow the shot, and there is no way to stably turn the lens 270 degrees. This is a fantasy." Rob's face was suddenly a little tangled. Although Kaylin didn't know much about the lens, she couldn't help but make a suggestion after seeing the expressions of several people. Why not give it a try? Rob closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened his eyes. "Okay, I have thought of the lens picture that Tang mentioned. I think we can try it." "Diane. Since you are not giving up, then I will try it." Diane shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. "But Rob, I suggest you make 2 preparations, otherwise it will be too late to change it after the actors enter the scene." "Yes, you are right." Rob immediately became hesitant again. But Tang shook his head and interrupted, "Don't bother, I can do it." "Really?" Rob immediately looked at him with wide eyes. Of course, I can demonstrate it on the spot. In fact, he tried it when shooting Avril's MV before, but he didn't use that picture for the overall plot. Quick. Let's try it quickly. Rob couldn't wait to take Tangda and the others to the camera, completely ignoring the expression of Diane, the main photographer. With the help of his assistant, Tangda fixed the camera on his body with a Steadicam stabilizer, and then stood at the end of the corridor. Come on, go up, let Tangda follow you. Rob designated a stagehand, who quickly ran to Tangda and was ready. Okay. Everyone, clear the passage, and the test shoot will begin. As the director's voice fell, Tangda followed the stagehand steadily while watching the camera to make sure the lens would not deflect. The two walked all the way along the corridor to the end, and came to the stairs, which was the first node Tangda mentioned. Rob watched Tangda's movements nervously. He didn't know if Tangda could do it in one go, but he felt that it was impossible. Because the corner was narrow on both sides and the stairs were spiral, the photographer had to turn the lens 270 degrees at a very fast speed. This was not a 90-degree or 180-degree corner. A large angle turn was difficult in itself, and a large stabilizer like the Steadicam was difficult to use. Both the weight and inertia were hindering the photographer's movements at all times, so failure was normal. Diane had tried shooting many times in a row before. And Diane himself naturally had the same idea as him. He stood behind the crowd with his arms folded, with a slightly disdainful expression. The biggest difficulty of this road is that the floor at the corner is marble, which is very slippery. A fast turn with a heavy weight, coupled with tiles with insufficient friction, it is obvious what will happen. Just like running at home, it is difficult to stop the body in an instant. He doesn't believe that Tangda can do it in one go. To put it bluntly, he might fall. But Diane didn't intend to remind Tangda, just watched silently. However, when Tangda approached the corner and tried to turn around, something unexpected happened. He stepped on the door frame with his feet, exerted force with both hands, and made a beautiful and stable tail swing, quickly turning the camera to 180 degrees, and then twisted his waist and turned it to 270 degrees again. The whole process was done in one go, showing Tangda's excellent body control ability. Rob immediately subconsciously shouted, "Cut." After shouting, he was stunned for 2 seconds, and then quickly ran to Tangda's side. "How is it?" "No problem, director, let's continue shooting the next segment." Tangda held the camera, took a few breaths, and recovered as before, which made Diane frown. "Okay, let's continue." Director Rob was very happy. Not long after, Tangda finished shooting the 2 scenes. Because it was a test shoot, it was not film that was used, but a digital camera, so there was no need to develop the film. After Tangda and the post-production staff made a simple rough cut on the scene, Rob and other crew members immediately gathered around, waiting to see the final effect. Diane was among them, but his face remained tense and serious. Buzz! The screen lit up and played, and the back of the stage manager suddenly appeared in it, trotting forward, and the camera followed his footsteps and slowly moved up. Tangda's camera was extremely smooth, following the stage manager without any lag. Even if it was shaking, it was controlled within the comfort zone that did not affect the viewing. When the stage manager came to the end of the corridor and turned, the camera also turned with silky smoothness, and the blur effect of rapid horizontal motion appeared. The next second, it completed a 270-degree rotation and connected with a figure of the stage manager going down the stairs. "Oh, my God!" Director Rob exclaimed. Thanks to DGB for the reward. Chapter 95 Fatal Attraction. Rob had never expected the effect to be so amazing. They watched it over and over again for 5 times, but still couldn't find any flaws. It was as if Tangda's camera had really been following the crew and never left. This made them even doubt that the scene they just saw might be fake. "Wow, dear, how did you do that?" Kaylin stood beside Tangda and asked in surprise. The crew members around the two of them also focused their attention on him, with full of curiosity in their eyes. They thought Tangda was just an ordinary photographer, but now it seems that he is not. This mixed blood boy is obviously not an ordinary person. Tangda saw that everyone was looking at him and explained, "This technique is very simple, it is to connect movement with movement. The audience's attention when watching a movie is often the weakest when the camera moves, because this kind of shot has no content, so it is best to use it to connect 2 shots at this time." Oh. Everyone suddenly realized, but then they smiled bitterly. The people present were no strangers to photography. After all, they had been in so many crews, So they always had some vision. Tangda said it simply, but if you want to achieve such an important point, it is not so easy. Just a 270-degree camera turn is enough to prove Tangda's level. Rob came to Tangda and patted his arm. Great, you will be the operator of this shot during the official shooting. At this point, he turned to look at the chief photographer. Diane, what do you think? Diane came over with a forced smile on his face. Very good, I can finally relax. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed, but it was unclear who was sincere and who was not. The next day, the actors all joined the crew. Richard Geis was the first one. He learned tap dance for 3 months for this play, and now he finally had the opportunity to put it to use. It was not just him who paid a lot, the actresses paid much more than him. For example, Renee Zellweger lost weight crazily for this play. And Zeta Jones was pregnant and wanted to act. Everyone came for this classic Broadway play and for the Oscar award. Half a day later, the 2 leading actresses also joined the crew, but in Tangda's opinion, the relationship between the two did not seem to be good. Whether talking or doing things, there was a sense of tit for tat. But this is no wonder. In the movie Chicago, both of them are considered heroines. If Renee Zellweger's role is the skeleton that supports the entire movie, then Zeta Jones's role is the fat and meat of the movie. The two are indispensable, and at the same time, they are completely opposite in and out of the play. I heard from Colleen that the two of them have been competing for the title of heroine since the project was established. Various competition news between the two have emerged one after another, but these have nothing to do with Tangda. When the crew started the official shooting, Tangda fell into a busy state. First, he completed a series of long shots at the beginning, and then reshot many fragmented shots. When these were done, it was already the 3rd day. Today, the first song and dance scene will be filmed in the nightclub. Zeta Jones is the main character in this scene, and she will perform a solo dance on the stage. But when everything was ready and Zeta Jones was dancing on the stage, Rob kept touching his chin, feeling that something was wrong. Diane, Tangda, come and have a look. He called the two over to look at the monitor. I think something is missing here, it seems. There is no such atmosphere. Diane listened to the director's doubts and looked for a moment and said, maybe it's the light? We can add 2 more lights here to make the actor's face brighter. Well, we can try. Tangda, what do you think? For some reason, Rob always felt that Tangda was unusually calm on the set, as if he had been tempered many times. But he was so young and had no relevant film shooting experience. Did he learn it in school? Although he was a little confused, Rob still trusted Tangda in his heart, because he had solved a lot of problems for the crew, and the heads of various fields had come to talk to him in the past few days. Tangda did not disappoint him. He expressed his opinion without hesitation. I don't think there is enough sexual tension. Sexual tension. Rob blinked when he heard the word. He vaguely understood it, but it seemed as if there was a window between them and he could not see clearly. Yes, I think Catherine's shots should not only have a sense of wildness, but also a fatal sexual attraction. Tangda explained, you know, Catherine killed her sister and boyfriend with her own hands at this time. She knew in her heart that she could not escape. She just wanted to dance. Zeta Jones, who was standing on the stage, saw everyone discussing and jumped down. She came to the director and immediately brightened up when she heard Tangda's views on this character. Go on. Why do you need sexual attraction? Rob had already grasped the fuse in his thoughts and was about to ignite it. Tangda's mind instantly flashed the plot of the whole movie. In fact, the plot of Chicago is simple and clear. The dancer played by Zeta Jones killed her cheating boyfriend and sister and was arrested on the spot after the stage performance. Off stage, Renee plays a housewife who has an affair with someone because she longs for Zeta Jones' identity as a dancer, hoping to get a chance to perform. But after the affair, she learns that the man has been deceiving her, so she shoots and kills the man in anger and goes to jail. So the two met in prison. Renee, who had a good impression of Zeta Jones and wanted to get close to her, was ruthlessly rejected by Zeta Jones. Later, Renee wanted to escape from prison and avoid the jury's accusations against her. Under the guidance of the prison administrator, she met the philandering lawyer played by Richard. This lawyer has never lost a case. He relies on packaging and performance to push women like scarce commodities to the public, making the public cry and go crazy for his difficult experience, so as to impress the jury and get acquitted. Zeta Jones is his client, and so is Renee. At the request of Renee's husband, Renee got the help of a lawyer and became the hottest figure in Chicago through the news. She gradually became arrogant and became the most dazzling star in prison, directly exchanging her identity with Zeta Jones. But on the day of the trial, another tragedy occurred. A woman killed someone in public and the media rushed to report it. So Renee also tasted the taste of being out of favor and out of fashion. In the end, she and Zeta Jones became a group and performed together, regaining the popularity of the public. Although the plot is not complicated, the reason why the original stage play has been popular for a long time is that it contains the satire of Chicago in the 20th century and the reflection of reality. In fact, even in today's American society, such phenomena are still uncommon, or will become more and more common in the future. At least Tang has seen it. For example, state laws conflict with federal laws, such as juries being manipulated, and civil lawsuits can be judged without evidence at all. These things are common in later generations. If you tell them to Americans today, they may think it is a fantasy. But the decline of morality and the rule of law is always faster than everyone imagines. Therefore, in response to Rob's question, Tang smiled and said, "Because of madness, because she is fearless." Catherine, do you think this is the character's mentality at this moment? Zeta Jones nodded. Yes, I feel like I am now dancing from my last life. Not only that, she has to prove herself. As a bystander, Tang, combined with the comments and perspectives of later generations, can see more clearly what Chicago lacks at this time, because she doesn't believe that her charm is worse than her sister. She is more beautiful than her sister, but her boyfriend still chooses to cheat. So she is unwilling to accept it. This is also her main purpose for coming to the nightclub, even after killing people and not running away. That's right. Rob suddenly realized that this was where he had neglected it before. Tang, you are absolutely right. I actually overlooked this point. So I should show Catherine's sexy side. Yes, that's it. We want Catherine to show a fatal attraction. Use more low-angle shots to shoot upwards. Tang nodded and concluded. I like this word, fatal attraction. Director, who'll shoot the next scene? Tang. Zeta Jones narrowed her eyes and smiled, expressing her admiration for Tang. Oh, Rob hesitated. He still wanted Diane to shoot, but he was also tempted by the visual effects that Tang mentioned. After struggling for a moment, he asked, Tang, can you do it? Of course, no problem at all. The three of them were talking happily, and the photographer was replaced in a few seconds. Diane, who was ignored, stood aside with a stern face and could not get a word in. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest and grit his teeth. This was not a technical problem, nor a lighting problem, but a problem of thinking and plot logic. Although he knew that this topic had nothing to do with him, he felt very bad. After all, a deputy photographer who understood the director's needs better than the main photographer and could propose solutions that convinced the director was embarrassed by itself. Not to mention that he had taken away his shooting rights, making him useless. Moreover, the attitude of other crew members towards Tang was completely different from that towards himself. The enthusiasm and kindness made Diane feel that he was the one who was excluded. But this was not the end, because after watching the newly shot footage, Rob praised it and said to Tang, from today on, Tang, you will be my deputy. I need your creativity. Everyone had no objection to this decision, because they had received help from Tang in the past few days. Only Diane kicked the prop box to vent his dissatisfaction. He had never seen a director directly promote an assistant photographer to an assistant. Doesn't that mean that he will have to accept his command in the future? Damn it. Just give him the position of photographer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Tang does Tang. No matter how reluctant Diane was, he was still the cinematographer of the film, but now there was one more person who could give him instructions on his work. Assistant director and photographer, Donda. In the days that followed, the crew members could often see director Rob and Donda chatting and laughing happily. Zeta Jones and Richard also often joined in, discussing the shooting of the camera and how to make the actors more charming. Of course, the other heroine Renee could not tolerate this situation that seemed to isolate her, and she did not want to be outdone and broke into the conversation of several people during the break of shooting. Hey, Donda. Hey, Rob. Hey, Richard. Renee's every frown and smile carried the charm of the heroine in the play, both charming and reserved, as if she had not walked out of the play at all. She greeted all three men, but ignored Zeta Jones, which made Zeta Jones raise an eyebrow. What are you talking about? The next scene is my solo dance. Renee smiled brightly, with the corners of her mouth curved up, and her apple cheeks moved up, just like the puppet dolls that can be seen everywhere in America. We are talking about women. Rob shrugged, with a playful expression. Women. Renee turned sideways, stretched out her hand and slowly lifted the silver skirt on her legs, revealing her white thighs. Is it this kind of woman? Tangda and Rob looked at each other, and Richard couldn't help whistling. So sexy, Renee, I can't wait to see your dance. Haha, really? Renee glanced at Zeta Jones proudly, and found that she was looking cold, and her mood suddenly improved. Then you should look forward to it. I spent a lot of effort to practice this dance. Renee was right. She worked too hard for the smooth muscle lines on her body. After filming Bridget Jones's Diary last year, she has been losing weight and exercising, and she also has to rehearse dance. It can be said that she has never relaxed every day. But what are you discussing about women? After she finished showing herself, she turned the topic back, but this time her voice and tone finally returned to normal. We were talking about how to take good photos of women. To be honest, I didn't expect that you, Tangda, have so much experience at such a young age. Rob had an expression of disbelief on his face, because Tangda had just told him a lot of practical stuff, including how to make women look more beautiful and sexy through the lens, and how to change women's appearance and affect their temperament through lighting. After listening, Rob felt that he had really picked up a treasure. His play was full of women, which was just right for Tangda to play. So this also made him more curious about Tangda's previous experience. I used to take sexy underground photos for women. Tangda talked about his experience lightly. The life of taking adult photos for female models has become a topic of conversation now. Really? Renee and Zeta Jones were both surprised. 100% real. No wonder. Zeta Jones was thoughtful. She had watched the clips that Tangda had taken for her before. It was indeed full of sexual tension. It was a feeling of hormones bursting out. Even she felt a little dry in the mouth after watching it, not to mention those men. These pictures undoubtedly fit the appearance of Chicago's decadence. When Renee heard this, she hurriedly said, "Then you have to take good pictures of me next time. Take good pictures of my legs, my hands, and my face." Is it me who will take the pictures again? Tangda looked at Rob. Rob hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Renee's eager eyes, he nodded and said, "Yes. That's right, Tangda, you should do it. I'll let Diane take the auxiliary camera for you." Okay. Diane behind the few people scratched his head in annoyance. It was Tangda again. Was it really necessary for him to continue as a photographer? Just let Tangda do it. Renee's part was shot soon. This scene was her own monologue on the stage. The stage design team arranged for her to shuttle through various mirrors to represent her narcissism. But during the filming, just when Renee was halfway through her dance, Tangda suddenly called a halt. "No. Director. This is not right." "What's wrong?" Rob frowned. He felt that there was nothing wrong with the scene in front of him, just like the rehearsed dance. Renee's dance posture was both powerful and beautiful. The dark stage was neatly arranged with mirrors, reflecting her individual dance posture. But Tangda shook his head. This scene is not as beautiful as other scenes. There are many classic dance scenes in the movie Chicago, such as the group dance of the prison women murdering their husbands, such as the puppet dance in which Renee was painted with puppet makeup and Richard played the manipulator. There is also a group dance in the courtroom where reality and dreams are constantly switched. These dances are highly aesthetic in terms of choreography and scene arrangement, which makes people feel addicted. But there are also a few dances in the film that are not amazing enough, such as the mirror dance now. In Tangda's opinion, it is mainly because of the photography and scene arrangement. The photography wasted the mirror as a carrier, and there was no lens designed to praise it. In the scene, the mirrors were too uniform and did not highlight the key points. The whole dance was supported by the charm of the actors' postures, which made the impression less than impressive. This may be one of the reasons why Chicago did not win the Oscar for Best Cinematography. It has such a unique scene but it is not used properly, and it is more inclined to flat shooting. Therefore, when he was in charge of the shooting, he immediately pointed this out, even though the storyboard had been approved by the director. But as I said, Tang could not tolerate imperfect works in his hands. But this is already the best choreography we have made. The stage design teacher came over with a bit of embarrassment on his face. You know, mirror dance is the most difficult to choreograph, or any mirror-related picture is very difficult to deal with. Just because of the reflection of the mirror, it is easy to be exposed. That's right, Tang. I think this mirror dance is okay at present. Rob also agreed with the stage design. Seeing this, Diane also spoke up and agreed, we have carefully discussed and studied every scene in this movie. You have never done stage design, so you may not understand this. The other crew members turned their eyes to listen to what Tang was going to do. Renee also sat on the edge of the stage, swinging her legs and staring at Tang. Diane was very happy. He didn't expect that Tang would be so arrogant. You know, the stage design is the soul of this movie. He dared to veto the bad stage design, which was equivalent to challenging the entire crew. In fact, because this stage design teacher was one of the stage designers of the Chicago stage play, he was equivalent to challenging this classic Broadway play with his own strength. Diane curled his lips, wanting to see how he would end it. The next moment, Tang stood up and left the camera and came to the stage. Tang, what are you going to do? Rob asked. In order to avoid cost increases, time cannot be wasted. Tang did not answer, but just put the mirror back according to his own ideas. Well, it seems that he is very persistent. Diane shrugged and smiled. Then he saw someone walk in from the door. A man in a white shirt and a black tie, who wore a suit even in summer, walked quickly to the crowd. It was the producer of this movie, Bert Hurley. Why did you stop filming? Rob, we only rent this venue until 12 o'clock tonight. It's already 8 o'clock now. If we don't finish filming, we will have to pay for an extra day. Belt spoke very directly. His brows were so tight that they could pinch a fly to death. Without waiting for Rob to explain, Diane added fuel to the fire and said, Mr. Belt, it's nothing. The assistant director said that the mirror dance scene was not rehearsed well enough and wanted to temporarily change the position of the mirror. What the hell? Belt cursed. When did you add an assistant director? Rob, you have to explain to me. Why did you temporarily add an assistant director? Do you know that this costs money? And what right does he have to change the dance that has been rehearsed? Is he Spielberg or Cameron? How can he mess around like this on the scene? Belt, don't be impatient. Rob hurriedly dissuaded Belt from continuing to get angry. Colleen, who was watching not far away, came over to help and said, Oh, Mr. Belt, I think it's not too late to see what the assistant director thinks first. What? Belt frowned and was about to reply, but someone else came to help Tang. It was the art director John Mayer, who also advised, Don't worry, Belt, Tang has helped us solve a lot of problems. I believe he is not joking. Hearing this, Diane curled his lips and snorted secretly. Damn, why are so many people favoring that guy? Diane looked up at Tang, who was still busy with his own business, and was really a little indignant. Seeing so many people speaking up for Tang, Belt could no longer get angry and could only sigh. Okay. Since you all trust him so much, then tell me who he is? What did I just hear? Tang. Yes, that's Tang. Rob explained, he was originally an assistant photographer, but I think his skills and thinking are very good, so I promoted him to assistant, part-time photographer. I see. Belt glanced at Diane and asked, then where is he now? Tang, I remember. He's on the stage, look, he's almost put the mirror in place. John raised his chin and nodded in the direction of the stage. Following his line of sight, Belt turned his head to look at Tang, and Tang happened to jump off the stage and look at him. But just as Diane was expecting Belt to scold Tang and then kick him out of the crew, the scene was about to begin. But Belt paused for a moment, and then seemed to recognize Tang's face, slapped his thigh and said, Tang, it's you. Tang. What? The others immediately became confused, not knowing what Belt was shouting. Oh. I'm so sorry. I actually forgot to tell you. Belt's face, which was still a little angry, was completely replaced by another expression. He walked to Tang kindly, took his hand and introduced him to everyone. He is Tang, the Tang who just won the MTV Director of the Year award. Tang. Everyone spoke with confusion. Yes. Belt smiled. Now all music magazines in the United States have regarded his MV as a classic. Everyone is discussing his work, and even Cameron is saying that his creativity is great. Thanks to Woozay for the reward. Chapter 97 Extraordinary. Diane said that he didn't understand the development of the incident at all. It was obviously Tang who overestimated his own ability and insisted on challenging the arrangement of mirror dance. How did he suddenly become the best director of MTV? Why did the strict producer belt support him so much? In fact, the title of MTV's Best Director was certainly not enough for Belt to support Tangda, but Cameron's praise could not be ignored. The cause of the incident was also very simple. When the reporter asked Cameron about his shooting plan recently, he accidentally mentioned some movies and TV series he was watching while resting at home. He also talked about the children and their recent obsession with Avril Lavigne's MV. Cameron was not interested in the MV at first, but the children needed company, so he followed suit. Unexpectedly, he was a little surprised after watching it. Because he thought the use of colors and lenses in it was great, especially the last scene of fireworks explosion, which he liked very much. This gave him a lot of inspiration, but when the reporter continued to ask if it was the inspiration for the new movie, Cameron avoided the topic. After seeing the news, Belt also watched Tangda's MV, just as Cameron said. That is the shooting technique of the movie, and even many shots and pictures are better than ordinary movies. Therefore, since there is such a person in the crew, of course we should make good use of him. The company has placed great hopes on Chicago. After Belt's remarks, everyone suddenly realized Tangda's identity. It turned out that he was the best director of MTV. No wonder his skills and knowledge are far beyond ordinary people. Generally speaking, winners like Tangda all started as assistant directors of movies, and it is not uncommon for them to directly serve as directors of small-budget movies. I didn't expect that he would quietly join the crew as an assistant photographer, and he never showed off his resume. This can't help but make people respect him. Tangda, God, why didn't you say it earlier? Rob breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he did not make a mistake. Yes, Tang, you are really humble. Colleen defined Tangda's behavior, and everyone nodded in agreement. As for the other people in the crew, their eyes changed when they looked at Tangda. The original doubtful look eased, and the stage design teacher also changed his words. Perhaps we can consider changing the position of the mirror. Yes, I think Tangda is right. The choreography of the mirror dance is indeed not as amazing as other scenes. Perhaps seeing that Tangda had the support of the producer and director, everyone's tone changed. But the most critical factor is still Tangda's resume and Cameron's face. People with achievements will always get more preference than others. In this way, a storm against Tangda disappeared without a trace, and only Diane next to him felt uneasy. FXXK. Damn it. He cursed fiercely in his heart, and then continued to watch everyone discussing the topic about Tangda, and reminded them without giving up, but we only have a few hours left. That's right. Belt thought about the cost again, and his face became nervous again. Tang, you said you want to change the mirror dance shot. Do you have an idea? We can't delay too long. Of course. In the doubtful eyes of everyone, Tangda went to the props group to explain, and then sat back in front of the camera and said a few words to Renee. Then, he clapped his hands. Okay, let's perform it once. Just follow the original dance. Okay. Renee returned to the center of the stage in a shiny dance costume, showing a confident look. Director, we can start the test shoot. Then everyone, take your positions, or follow the original arrangement, music. As soon as Rob finished speaking, the music sounded from behind the scenes. Renee immediately jumped up on the stage in ecstasy. She kept shuttling back and forth in the arranged mirror maze, sometimes leaning on the mirror, and sometimes stroking her body. Various mirrors on the stage were also constantly moving outside the camera. Some of the mirrors were arranged behind the props team members to move the mirrors back and forth as the dance progressed, and some of the mirrors were moved in the air using slings. However, because the surrounding environment was all dark, it could not be seen in the camera. However, when Renee was speaking a line, my hair, my teeth, my chest, my nose, everyone under the stage found that the mirrors beside her were different from the original rectangular mirrors. They were replaced by round ones by Tangda. And these round mirrors, under Tangda's combination and arrangement, presented a geometric beauty. When Renee turned to face the mirror, various parts of her body were immediately reflected from the mirror, which happened to echo the lyrics, which was amazing. After the test shoot, Rob and the stage teacher watched this clip again, and then the two looked at each other and then looked at Tangda. Thank God, I must admit, this is a really good idea. After Rob praised The stage designer also smiled and gave a thumbs up. "I think this idea can be used in Broadway, Tang. Thank you for your idea." Seeing that the director and the stage designer agreed with Tang's idea, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Seeing this, Belt hurriedly said, "Then let's start shooting quickly." "No problem, Tang. You still take charge of the camera. These shots are better than the angles I have set." Director Rob assured to hand over the job of photographer to Tangda. The stage designer also called the actors over. "Rainy, the dance needs to be slightly modified, come." Not long after, the scene was officially filmed. The psychedelic mirror maze, the messy but beautiful round mirrors, the narcissistic dance, and the huge neon sign, a dance scene took 2 hours to shoot before it was finally finished. When the director announced that it was approved, everyone applauded vigorously, both for Renee's wonderful and powerful dance and for everyone's own efforts. At this time, a week had passed since Tang joined the crew, and they had finished all the scenes except the prison. Next, they would take a day off, and then go into the prison to shoot the remaining scenes. Tang finally had time to relax. After returning to the hotel, he called Jimmy and learned about the company's situation in the past few days. "Tangda, there are some problems with Heinz." Jimmy's voice was a little serious on the phone. "What's wrong?" "Someone copied our ideas, and they have been selling out recently." Jimmy explained for Tangda. It turned out that a competitor of Heinz had recently emerged on the market, named as. The products they made were also various sauces, which just matched the product range of Heinz. Originally, this matter was nothing. After all, Heinz had more than one competitor, but they copied the 3-segment advertisement of Supreme Creativity, improved it, and made it into a funny video. After the funny advertisement video was played, it immediately caused a strong reaction from various customers. While everyone laughed, they also bought out all the sauces in the supermarket. As a result, the sales of other companies' products plummeted, which was of course intolerable for Heinz and other sauce companies, so everyone was looking for advertising companies to urgently produce videos these 2 days. After learning about this, Tang pondered for a moment and said to Jimmy, "Henry should be very anxious now." "Yes, after all, in the advertising market, every minute is money. He needs us to produce a funny advertising video within 3 days. If we fail to meet the requirements, it may affect our contract agreement next year." Even though Henry had invested in Supreme Creative, it was still not his most important company. Heinz Group was his base camp, and of course he would not lose the big picture for the small. Capital interests are always ruthless, which Tangda had expected, so he arranged, "Jimmy, you go to Carl now to contact the crew and the venue. As for the director, I will give you a name. Remember, don't ask anyone else, just ask her. Then I will send you the script later today." "Okay, no problem. But is it really possible in such a short time?" Without Tangda himself, Jimmy always felt a little unsafe. "It's okay, just trust my vision." After Tangda made the arrangements, he wrote out the shooting script directly in the notebook. As for whether it will pass Heinz's review? Just kidding, this is the spoof advertisement they will produce in the future. Both the creativity and the form are very consistent with the ketchup product itself. Although this film is not free from shit, urine and fart, the American people love this, don't they? When the script was finished, it was already evening. After handing the script to Jimmy by fax, Tangda explained the actors and precautions to him again, and told him to call him if he encountered any problems on the scene. After getting Jimmy's promise, Tangda received another call from Kane. He came to report to Tangda on the progress of the angel declaration during this period. Caden has successfully won the invitation letter from Victoria's Secret, but Cindy was unfortunately eliminated because her figure was still a little worse than Caden's. But she and Lilina were not without gains. The two of them recently received an invitation from Fox TV to participate in the recording of a TV show called Bikini Destination. Tangda knew this because after the TV show was broadcast, it received a very enthusiastic response from the audience. In 2005, a photo album was released called Bikini Destination, Triple Fantasy. It was good for Cindy and Lilina to participate in this show. At least their popularity in the United States was a hit. Tangda was very satisfied with Kane's work and encouraged him. As for the reward, it depends on what kind of answer sheet he can hand in at the end of the year. Tangda said that he was not unfamiliar with this kind of capitals pie-in-the-sky trick. After dealing with the company's affairs, Tangda originally planned to take a bath and go to sleep after dinner. As a result, The text message beep rang, and it was Anne Hathaway, who I had not seen for a long time. "I heard you are in Chicago. How did you know?" Tangda was a little confused. "Oh, maybe it's because my friend is in the crew? And she told me about someone today." "Ha, that's a coincidence, so you are also in Chicago." "I'm planning to go out for dinner, are you free?" "Of course." Tangda naturally couldn't refuse the appointment with a beautiful woman, so he changed his clothes and immediately rushed to the restaurant where she was. Chapter 98 Temporary Director. Anne Hathaway was dressed simply today. A black short-sleeved shirt and jeans were her outfit, which was completely different from Jennifer's outfit at the party. She didn't look like a star, but more like a girl next door. However, her face could still attract attention from all directions. She was only 20 years old at this time, and it was the most beautiful. Her skin was white and tender, her eyes were smart, and even her iconic big mouth was full of collagen when she smiled, which was enough to make all men fall in love with her. When Tangda came to the table, he could clearly hear the sighs of those around him. "It seems that I came at the wrong time," Tangda teased, and Anne Hathaway laughed. "On the contrary. Give me a tomato pasta, thank you." Tangda handed the menu to the waiter and turned to look at her. "Why are you in Chicago?" "I just finished filming a scene here, and I will go to Los Angeles tomorrow." Anne Hathaway shrugged and drew circles on the plate with her fork. "I didn't expect that when I was chatting with a friend today, she suddenly mentioned you. I haven't congratulated you on winning the MTV award yet." Tangda smiled and spread his hands. "You come to congratulate me with nothing in your hands. What? Isn't it enough to treat you to a meal?" Anne Hathaway looked up and stared at him with big eyes. "Of course, in our hometown, we have to give gifts to congratulate good things." Tangda talked nonsense seriously, touching the bridge of his nose with his fingers, and his face was very sincere. "So there is such a custom?" "Sorry, I really am not prepared." Anne Hathaway was interrupted by Tangda just when she said this. "I lied to you." "What?" Anne Hathaway looked at Tangda's expression carefully, compared it with the expression just now, and said in disbelief, "Your acting is really good. You have fooled me. So there is no such custom?" "Of course not." Tangda laughed. "I have a habit, that is, I will do some small movements when I lie, such as touching the bridge of my nose and the chin." This sentence is of course a lie. If Tangda wants, lies can sound more truthful than the truth. But Anne Hathaway believed it quite a bit and laughed along. "I see, but you are really suitable for acting. How about I recommend a director to you?" No, Anne, why not the other way around? I teach you how to act." Tangda waved his fingers. "Don't forget, I'm the director." "Yes, you're right, I just remembered that your work won an award, and now the music industry is discussing it, even Cameron is praising it." At this point, Anne Hathaway suddenly changed the subject. "So Avril should like you very much?" Tangda calmly drank a sip of water. "Avril? Of course she likes me, I'm her lucky director." Lucky director is a nickname given to him by the music industry, and is known as the tyrant on the set. And this nickname has two meanings. The first one is not to say that he is lucky, but that the singers whose MVs he directed are lucky. The singers Tangda has photographed are all very popular this year. Even the worst Raymond has had some highlights and is well known to the public because of his MV. So in the current music scene, it can be said that no one can resist writing the name Tangda in the director column of their own MV. Another meaning is that Tangda is the lucky person who just happened to shoot a few hit MVs and won the annual award. However, some stubborn media still hold this view, such as Dylan. You are right. Anne Hathaway did not see any flaws in Tangda's expression, and he did not do those little tricks. So she relaxed and said, "But I saw that she was very close to you at the award ceremony. Maybe she is secretly in love with you." "You are right, I think so too." Tangda smiled slightly, and then seemed to come to his senses, leaning close to Anne Hathaway and whispered, "So are you jealous?" Jealous?" Anne Hathaway frowned, and the corners of her mouth curved. "What you said seems to be right, I am." She didn't finish her words, because Tangda kissed her lightly on the cheek, blocking all her words. "Thank you." The waiter put the pasta in front of Tangda, and Tangda nodded. Anne Hathaway swayed for 2 seconds before she came back to her senses, then she touched her face and looked at Tangda. Tangda raised the corner of his mouth. "This is a return gift." Return gift? Anne Hathaway couldn't help laughing when she thought of the night when the party ended. After dinner, Tangda and Anne Hathaway walked around the Navy Pier in the slightly cold sea breeze. Although it is called a pier, It is completely different from those fishing boat piers, without a strong smell of the sea. The two came to a dim street lamp, looked at the crescent moon in the distant sky, and stopped. There was no one around, only sporadic lights to accompany them. Let's go. Chicago is not a peaceful place. Tang has never been at ease about the night in America, no matter where. Anne Hathaway nodded, but when she turned her head, she suddenly found a pair of hands around her waist. The next second, her body leaned back and lay in Tang's arms. Then there was a deep gaze and a long kiss. The shadows of the two people under the streetlight stretched longer and longer until the moon was covered by dark clouds. The next day, Tang returned to the crew and came to the scheduled prison. However, an accident suddenly occurred on the third day of filming. During the filming of the prison dance scene, Rob had been personally directing the arrangement on the stage. As a result, a props team member accidentally knocked down the iron frame when completing the set that Tang had instructed, hitting Rob's arm, knocking him to the ground and cutting a bloody wound on his skin. Everyone hurriedly asked the stagehand to send the director to the hospital, but then the entire crew fell into a state of suspension. Because they didn't know how many days it would take Rob to recover, Belt couldn't help but get anxious. The prison rental time was very tight. All their costs were used to set up the scene and hire a dance team. If the filming of the movie could not be completed within this week, it meant that the company would have to pay another budget. But Rob was in the hospital, and no one could help with a reshoot. Wait. Belt suddenly thought of Tang, who seemed to be the only suitable person in the crew. So he hurried to find Tang. Tang, can you? Direct the filming for Rob. Tang was stunned at first, then laughed. Of course, no problem, Bertha. Okay, then we will continue shooting today, John. Bertha called the art director and the stage designer over and told them about his arrangements. When everyone heard that Tang was going to be the director of the filming, they were inevitably a little surprised. After all, he was just an MV director. He should have directed a team of several people on weekdays, but now he had to face the situation of directing dozens of people, and it was a musical that ordinary directors didn't understand at all. Can he really do it well? Diane sneered at this, thinking that Tang was just pretending to be rich, and letting him be the director was a waste of film. But Bertha had made a decision. The producer was the most important, and everyone could only obey. Soon, the scene and actors on the stage were in place. This scene was the longest song and dance scene in the whole movie, a full 7.5 minutes, describing the stories about the murderer that Renee heard after entering the prison. It was just that these trivial matters were handled by Rob's dreams, and they were very cleverly performed through a series of dances. So this scene was very difficult to shoot, both for the director and the actors. After Tang took over the shooting, he talked with John about the storyboard for 20 minutes, asked about various details in detail, and made a decision as quickly as possible. We will use two shooting methods, first to test shoot with moving positions. Then Diane and I will be responsible for 2 mobile positions respectively. Then, 3 fixed positions will be set up in the front and 2 sides. John, you will be responsible for watching the monitor. In order to show this dance, the crew prepared 5 cameras, and Tang naturally had to use them. Afterwards, Tang arranged the stage scheduling and properly instructed the various departments on the precautions. It was at this time that everyone realized that Tang was not unfamiliar with musicals, and was even a little too skilled. Whether it was the use of lighting or the arrangement of the scene, he had very mature insights. Even for the positioning of the actors, he would make some suggestions. Such performance undoubtedly made everyone feel at ease, and also disappointed Diane, who was waiting to see him at a loss. Tang certainly had never shot a musical before, but he had been studying carefully in the crew during this period, absorbing the knowledge he needed from the heads of various departments. In addition, they had rehearsed before, and the dancers were all experienced on stage, so it was not difficult to follow the same pattern. The real difficulty was how to use the lens, control the quality, and ensure the coherence of the overall picture. This is the biggest role of the director, and this is also what Tang is best at. And when it comes to how to make the women in the picture beautiful, Tang has a say in this matter even more than most directors. Zeta Jones has a deep understanding of this, so she has no doubts about Tang's direction. Since there is no problem with the heroine, there will naturally be no problem with other actors. Everyone cooperates with Tang's dispatch and takes their positions on the stage. Okay, then I will do a round of trial shooting. The scene group is ready to move the iron frame with the actors' footsteps, and the lighting group remembers that the light should always be kept above the actors' heads and not deviate. Start. The music sounded, and a wonderful repertoire immediately appeared on the stage. The women wore black sexy clothes, stuck to the iron gate of the prison, singing and showing their charming or powerful dance postures. Then they came out one by one with the music and killed the male partners one by one. The lighting of the entire scene was blue, mixed with red and warm colors, to express different emotions of the story. Tang watched the screen carefully in front of the monitor and kept all the problems in mind. After the test shoot, he corrected a lot of things with everyone. Soon, the actual shooting officially started. But only 3 minutes later, Tang's angry voice suddenly rang out, "Cut." Chapter 99, Confrontation on the Set. What's wrong? Tangda. John raised his head and left the monitor, with a puzzled look on his face. Everyone was doing well according to the previous rehearsal, but they were suddenly stopped by Tangda, which was a bit strange. Raise the lens. Yes, just like that, do it again. Tangda asked Diane to readjust the camera. Okay. Diane shrugged. Tangda was responsible for the difficult panning shots, and the shot assigned to Diane was a follow shot, following the actors forward. This shot is very basic and important, and is one of the skeletons that connect the entire scene. If this shot is not taken well, the entire stage picture may not be able to connect smoothly. But he just found that Dion's camera angle was a certain deviation from the set angle, which was why he suddenly stopped. But this was just the beginning. Every time the dance performance reached 1/3, Tangda would find that Diane modified the camera route he planned. Although his movements were very subtle, it could not escape Tangda's eyes. Cut. Diane, your shot. Cut. Diane. There's a mistake. Tangda, who had stopped 3 times, could no longer tolerate the main photographer and came directly to him. What are you doing? Diane stared at Tangda's expressionless face, expressing doubt. You ask me? Why don't you ask yourself? Tang, so are you blaming me? Diane was silent for a moment and suddenly raised his voice so that everyone present could hear. Did I offend you? Diane spread his hands. Tangda did not answer his evasive words, but said, so do you think this shooting is right? What's wrong? Tang, isn't this what you arranged? Diane was not to be outdone and said, I was shooting exactly according to the angle given by the split lens, 3 times, I have never changed it. It was you who stopped shooting. To be honest, I don't understand why you stopped shooting. Because, there is something wrong with your lens. What's wrong with me, Tang? Is it too high or too low? John didn't find any problem in front of the monitor. Whose problem is it? Everyone and John nodded silently, indicating that they really didn't find any problem. Could it be that Tangda was too nervous in the position of director, so he made a mistake? Tangda narrowed his eyes, sensing a deeper hostility from Dion's attitude. Do you think I saw it wrong? He asked again. Of course. Tang. I was shooting according to the angle you set the whole time. There is no problem. Diane walked to John again, pointed at his electronic monitor and said, if you don't believe me, we can watch the playback. The angle of view seen by the electronic monitor is the same as that of the film camera, although there is a huge difference in color rendering between the two. The reason why many directors have always been fond of film photography is because the color of film is much more natural and better than the digital transition. Since Tangda believes that Dion's angle is wrong, watching the playback of the electronic monitor is also a way to prove it. Everyone nodded silently and gathered in front of the electronic monitor. Come on, John, turn on the playback. Diane is now justified, as if he really did nothing wrong. John replayed it after hearing what he said, and everyone watched it once and found no problems. No mistakes were found in either the angle or the composition, as if Tangda was really wrong. In an instant, everyone around focused their attention on Tangda. With Dion's innocent look, the invisible pressure in the air doubled. The next second, Zeta Jones changed the subject. Maybe there was something wrong when we were dancing. Come on, teacher, let's correct the dance again and continue filming, Tang. Colleen also nodded and said to the crew members, the sun will soon set. We still have a lot of scenes to shoot. Continue. John patted Tangda's shoulder and signaled him to direct the filming again. Diane snorted in his heart. He didn't expect so many people to speak for Tangda, which made his original idea fall through. But as the matter was about to pass, for some reason, Tangda smiled slightly and walked in front of Diane again. He lowered his head and looked at Diane deeply, then turned to Kid, the film developer on the scene, and said, "Teacher, please develop the film in Dion's camera. I want to see the finished film. Develop the film now." Everyone was shocked. Because of the special nature of film photography, the crew always has a simple darkroom and several developers, in order to develop and preserve the film as soon as possible to avoid light leakage caused by long-term storage. But even if it is developed, it will be after the end of each day's shooting. If Tang asks for it now, it means that they will waste a long time on it, and the progress of the shooting will face stagnation again. Therefore, everyone is a little hesitant about Tang's decision. But the most important person in the crew is Tang, the assistant director. Rob is in the hospital, and Belt is also in the hospital. Even if you call him now, he can't get back. What on earth are you trying to do? Tang, we were just trying to catch up with a deadline. Dion seized the opportunity and said, "Do you really have to prove me wrong just to save face? Then I'll admit it now, Tang, I was wrong. I didn't follow the route, okay?" Others also tried to dissuade him. "Tang, we can reshoot, and we don't need to send the film to be developed. In this way, you and Dion can just switch camera positions, right?" "Yes, that's right, just change the camera position. Dion, you take care of the shots above. Girls, let's move again. Tang, we'll try to get it right in one take, and there are still many shots to be reshot next." Amid the noisy voices, Dion couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Tang actually wanted to develop the film, which was not what he expected. Fortunately, there were others who persuaded him. However, just as he was relieved, a roar made his heart rise again. "Be quiet." It was Tang. His expression was serious, like a lion showing its might. Everyone was frightened and immediately fell silent, not knowing why Tang suddenly got angry. "Kid, go and develop the film. I want to see it in half an hour." After shocking the scene, Tang directly arranged for the development, and then looked at Dion and said, "FXXK. Dion, do you think I don't know what you did? What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about?" Dion also confronted angrily. "You fucking lowered the camera angle. Of course, it can't be seen on the electronic monitor, but when the movie is edited, you can see that the shadow on Zeta Jones's face is wrong. Do you think this little trick can hide it from me?" In photography, there are two most important factors that affect the picture. One is light, and the other is angle. Needless to say, light, the shooting angle seems simple, but it actually affects a person's facial lines. For example, if a girl is shot from above, she will be fatter; if she is shot from below, she will be thinner, and if she is shot from the side, the defect of the bridge of her nose will be exposed. Although Zeta Jones has superior facial features and does not need to worry about exposing defects, her hairstyle in the movie is a short hair similar to a watermelon cap. The biggest problem with this hairstyle is that the shadow is heavy. So Dion used a very concealed method during the filming of the movie. The stage lights are all spotlights, from the top down, and the shadows on the actors' faces are very heavy. Even if there are many light sources on the front, in order to create a dark environment, we still have to make a choice to keep the characters' faces at the intersection of light and shadow. In addition, in order to show the group dance, the camera has been shooting from an upward angle, so the overall dark and depressing feeling of the environment is more obvious, and it also causes a consequence. That is, as long as the camera angle changes slightly, the shadow formed by Zeta Jones's bangs will cover her eyes and become one piece. Think about that kind of shot. The actor's eyes and hair are covered by heavy shadows. Such a picture will definitely not be recognized by Rob, and he will definitely reshoot it. Who will be responsible at that time? Is it Dion? He can completely shirk that he shot according to the lens specified by Tang. If Tang doesn't say it, then he will bear the loss. As for the electronic monitor, it can only be said that the color of the electronic monitor screen in this era is also very limited, and it is impossible to simulate the effect after the film is completed. It is gray and can only be seen as a lens scheduling. Therefore, Dion's tricks would certainly not be exposed. Even if director Rob was on the scene, he could not confirm it with his naked eyes. He could only see the effect of the film after it was developed. This is also one of the reasons why film photography is so expensive. Every reshoot costs a lot of money. After hearing that Tang had exposed his tricks, Dion's anger became more and more obvious. Likeable, Fxxkyow. You are slandering. I have never done such a thing. Really? That's not for you to say. Today I will let everyone see what kind of shit shots you took. Tang didn't say anything to him, just sat back in his chair and waited for the film to be developed. If it were someone else, they might not be able to stick to their own opinions in the face of Dion's firm words and the suspicious eyes around them, and they would most likely choose to reshoot. But the consequence of doing so is that the prestige of being a director will be damaged, and perhaps whatever he says later will be questioned. But Tang is not an ordinary person. He never admits defeat and will not waver in his decision. After hearing what Tang said, the people on the side also hesitated. After all, Tang has been a good person since the filming began, and his help to the crew is obvious to all. Even though he is not a professional film director, since he said that there are problems with photography, it may be true. So everyone had to disperse. The dance teacher continued to adjust the actors' dance postures, and the lighting technician restored all the lights. Only Tang, John, and Zeta Jones sat together. And Diane went outside to smoke. Tang, are you really sure? John was a little helpless when he saw that things had come to this point. Of course. Tang turned his head to look at the dark room, and then heard Zeta Jones say, "Are there any other problems with my acting?" She now likes to ask Tang about her acting skills, because Tang's eyes are very sharp and he can point out the mistakes or shortcomings of her performance. "I think you can add some angry tones." Tang recalled the dance just now, "because you are in prison, this is a cage, and you are trapped beasts. You never think you have done anything wrong, and this is your biggest source of anger." "Yes." Zeta Jones nodded and laughed again. "Tang, if you become a teacher, you will definitely teach many good students." "Thank you for the compliment." Several people chatted, and soon half an hour later, the door of the darkroom opened. Chapter 100 Off-Field Factors. Buzz. The film was projected onto the white screen through the projector, forming a visible light curtain. As John started it, the clips shot by Diane began to play. However, this photographer, who was clearly in the crowd, the air was stuffy and hot, but cold sweat began to break out on his back. He clenched his fingertips. Even though he had just smoked several cigarettes in a row, he could not relieve his anxiety. "Damn Time brand cigarettes, don't they say there are blessings?" Diane cursed in his heart and looked at Tang again, only to see that his profile was shrouded in light and shadow, with no expression on his face. Huh? He took a deep breath and decided to leave everything to God. Maybe he was lucky and the adjusted lens did not have a large range of shadows, so he could turn the tables and push the problem to Tang. With this thought in mind, Diane looked up at the projection, just like everyone else. Through the screen, everyone can see the movement of the lens and the sharp and beautiful dance of the dance team. There is no problem. The light just covers everyone's head. Zeta Jones's face flickers, representing her sins and attitudes. So everyone continued to watch the video. Although there was no music in this clip, everyone was familiar with this song. After all, they had listened to it dozens of times a day, so some people could even hum the rhythm and use it as background music. As they hummed, everyone saw the camera slowly move forward, and then Zeta Jones' face slowly approached the camera, with only the upper body in the picture, dancing as the lights changed. However, the humming stopped at some point, and everyone watched the clip in silence. After the clip ended, Tang waved to John to play it again, and then everyone watched it again. It was still unexpectedly silent, only Diane clenched his teeth, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Because everyone saw that in the picture, from the perspective of the upward shot, the shadow under Zeta Jones' bangs was connected to the thick eyelashes, and with the dark eyeballs, the whole person seemed to be wearing a T-shaped helmet, which was very ugly. Obviously, this picture was exactly the same as what Tang said, and even worse. If Diane, as the main photographer, didn't know the consequences of doing this, I'm sure he wouldn't believe this sentence himself. This time, the distrustful gazes Tang had experienced were focused on Diane, and he couldn't help swallowing. Haha, cough cough, sorry, it seems I really neglected it. He pretended to laugh awkwardly and tried to get away with it, but in the eyes of everyone, he looked like a clown with poor acting skills. Tang stood up and looked at Diane. "Tang, let's shoot again. This time I know the angle of the camera and won't make mistakes." Seeing Dion's attitude of making a big deal out of a small matter, Tang walked straight past him. "Famous, you replaced Diane." "Okay." A photography assistant responded excitedly. "FXXK. Tang, you can't do this." Diane saw that he was squeezed out of the crew and said angrily, "I am the photographer." He just took 2 steps forward, and the next second he saw Tang turned his head and stared at his eyes. "Shut up. Diane. You are no longer. At least during the period when I was the director, you were no longer a photographer. Also, I suggest you find a doctor to do a head surgery. Clean up those stones in your brain. Tang was referring to a stupidity treatment surgery that was popular in the last century. The doctor would open the patient's skull and take out the stones to prove that the person's stupidity had been removed. However, the funny thing is that these doctors are all liars, and this surgery is just an IQ tax. But people still enjoy looking for doctors to treat their stupidity, and even perform stupidity treatment surgery in front of everyone, as if doing so means that they are really not stupid. If you use an idiom to describe it, covering one's ears and stealing the bell is the most appropriate. Diane naturally understood what Tang meant. He wanted to refute, but was shocked by Tang's fierce eyes. Until Tang's back was getting farther and farther away, he shouted unwillingly, "I shot it according to the angle you specified. This is not my problem." If he had said this before, some people might have believed it, but now, after Diane repeatedly emphasized that he was shooting according to the lens specified by Tang, such a picture was still presented. Everyone could only shrug and follow Tang to leave, expressing their position. When Diane was the only one left in the room, he first kicked the stool away in regret, then squatted on the ground with his head covered and roared angrily. Unfortunately, no one cared about his feelings. This little episode passed quickly, and the crew started shooting again, but this time everyone had a new understanding of Tang's seriousness. So they didn't dare to neglect it, and they all showed their most serious state to cooperate with the filming of the movie. So when Belt received the news and rushed back from the hospital, the key prison dance had been shot, and even the next scene had been moved on. He didn't say anything, but waited until the evening to check the film, and took John and a few others to review the scenes shot today and the clips shot by Diane. When the filming started the next day, director Rob returned from the hospital with gauze wrapped around his arm and resumed directing the filming. However, everyone found that Diane was missing, as if he had left the crew. However, no one said anything about it. This crew was originally formed temporarily, and everyone didn't know each other, so there was really no relationship. Therefore, any decision was made as long as it was beneficial to the filming. In this way, while the filming of Chicago was in progress, Jimmy's Heinz commercial was also successfully completed. At this moment, Greta, the director he found according to Tang's instructions, was cleaning up the garbage in the model room on the set with the crew members, without any director's style. "Greta." Jimmy called the blonde girl over and said with a smile, "I have to say, you directed it very well." Although Jimmy had no confidence at all when he met Greta in person that she could shoot this film well, after watching the entire filming process on the spot, he found that Tang really had a good eye for people. This young female director firmly controlled everything in the crew throughout the whole process, including the camera, lighting, and field service. Although he was a little immature and had to repeat himself several times before he could make his demands clear, the final effect was beyond expectations. Jimmy himself laughed so hard when he saw those funny clips, not to mention the audience. Heinz will definitely be satisfied with this advertisement. "Thank you." Greta expressed her gratitude modestly. "In fact, this is my first time as a director, and thank you for giving me the opportunity." "Haha, don't be like that, Greta. This is not my decision." Jimmy saw Greta's inquiring eyes after he finished speaking, and immediately changed his words. "This is not my decision alone. Tang and I are good brothers. I originally planned to find him, but he recommended you to me." Tang did not intend to let the people from CAA know that he had opened 2 other companies, so Jimmy was the person in charge of supreme creativity. As for whether CAA could learn from major advertising companies, there was basically no intersection between the two, so there was no need to worry about this. Tang's main purpose was not to cover up supreme creativity, but to cover up Angel Declaration. After all, what he was doing now was to pry into CAA's corner. If CAA knew about it, it would be a disaster. When Greta heard Tang's name, she immediately realized why a brand specifically asked a little-known stage manager like her to be the director. It turned out to be Tang. So this script. It was also written by Tang. Jimmy solved Greta's doubts. "Oh, it's unbelievable." Greta laughed in surprise. "I thought it was written by a professional comedy screenwriter. Although this advertisement is full of vulgar plots, it doesn't make people feel disgusted. Instead, it makes people laugh from beginning to end, and even at the last moment, they will want to buy Heinz ketchup." Greta thinks this advertisement will definitely be a hit. At the same time, she is more grateful for Tang's recommendation. After the advertisement is broadcast, she will have a complete work, which is very beneficial to her future career. It seems that I have to thank Tang in person. Greta had Tang's mobile phone number before, and planned to invite Tang out for dinner in a few days. He's a bit busy now, it's better to contact him in a week. Jimmy kindly reminded her, and Greta nodded immediately, no problem. But when Greta contacted Tang a week later, she did not get a positive answer, because the crew had encountered new problems, but this time it was not internal, but external. After leaving the crew, Diane, the photographer, actually accepted an interview with a newspaper and claimed that the Chicago crew had left an indelible shadow on him. He was bullied and verbally abused in the crew, and was treated unfairly. This news is undoubtedly a bit explosive. In just one day, it became the hottest news in major entertainment pages. After all, the movie Chicago has the fame of Broadway. Although it is not a big-budget movie, it has always attracted a lot of attention. Some practitioners and passers-by are discussing whether Dion's words are true. Of course, most people believe such words and begin to denounce the Chicago crew. At the same time, Miramax's senior executives were also harassed by various reporters. Every day, people from different newspapers came to ask about what happened in the crew. Fortunately, Tang and his team were in a New York prison, and reporters could not enter. Otherwise, those hyena-like guys would definitely mess up the scene, and might even leak the filming footage. Director Robert deliberately found a time to face the reporters and clear up Dion's dirty water. However, proving one's innocence will never convince people. Those reporters always have tricky questions and bizarre logic waiting for Robert, which made this director, who has always been gentle, get angry after returning from the interview. It was in this atmosphere that the crew began to become depressed. Everyone was thinking about things outside the scene, and mistakes were frequent during filming. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.